Chapter 1. The ledgers were wrong. Noor Haddad knew it 20 minutes into the seal, the way she always knew. A pressure behind her ribs, a shape beneath the numbers that did not fit. The archive vault beneath the Crimson House smelled of paper rot and cold wax, and the air was too still for a room meant to breathe. She set her satchel on the reading table and pulled the first tithe register from its shelf. Leather binding, brass corners, a date stamp from 40 years ago. The entries were neat, the totals balanced. The pattern of outgoing payments followed the standard maintenance schedule for 3 outer district holdings. Too neat. She flipped 2 pages and checked the column against the previous decade. Same amounts, same intervals, same description line. Maintenance. Always maintenance. But the property parcel numbers had been altered in the second year, and the alteration had been copied forward into every subsequent register, as if it had always been that way. Someone had corrected history and hoped no one would read deep enough to notice. Noor pressed her thumb to the ink and felt the residue. Recent. The correction was not 40 years old. It had been made within the last 6 months, probably when the audit was announced. She made a note in her field book. Precise, dry, legible. Year 2 tithe offset, parcel 47B, reattributed to parcel 12A. Ink overlay confirmed. Original entry deliberately obscured. The vault stretched around her in concentric rings. Iron shelves, oiled wood, locked cabinets with seals she had been authorized to break only that morning. The contract had been specific. Review the tithe ledgers, verify compliance with Concord terms, file a report. Standard forensic work for a fee large enough to make her pause before signing. Large enough to mean someone wanted the truth buried before she found it. She moved deeper into the archive, following the shelf numbers toward the restricted stacks. The lighting shifted as she walked, brass sconces with candles that burned low and steady, their flames unnaturally still. Vampire work. The wax had a faint herbal scent she could not place. At the far wall, a door stood slightly ajar. Heavy oak, iron bands, a seal impressed into the lock plate. A circle divided by a vertical line, the mark of the Draeven dynasty. Noor had seen it in the contract documents. She had not expected to find it here, on a door the Regent staff had told her was sealed. She pushed the door open. The room beyond was smaller, warmer, and smelled of old metal. A single reading desk occupied the center, and on it lay a brass seal the size of her palm, mounted on a wooden handle. The Draeven mark was carved into its face, polished by centuries of use. Noor reached for it. The copper bracelet on her wrist tingled, a vibration she had felt before only near the old wards in her grandmother's building. She ignored it. The seal was heavy and the brass was warm, as if someone had been holding it moments before she arrived. She turned it over in her hands. The base showed the inverted impression of the mark, ready to stamp wax. And there, at the edge, something sharp. A burr on the metal, a sliver of brass that had curled up like a fishhook. She did not feel it cut her. She saw the blood. A single drop welled from her index finger, bright and sudden, and fell onto the face of the seal. The room changed. The warmth bled out of the air, and something else rushed in to fill the space. A sound, low and resonant, like a struck bell inside stone. The candles flickered. The copper bracelet on her wrist pulled tight, the metal contracting against her skin. And the seal spoke. Noor Haddad. The voice was a woman's, old and certain, and it came from everywhere at once. The walls, the floor, the bloss itself. Noor dropped the seal. It clattered onto the desk and the voice stopped, but the vibration did not. It moved through her bones, up her arm, into her chest. Across the chamber, a door she had not seen opened. The man who stepped through was tall, dark-haired, with eyes the color of winter iron. He wore a long coat over court blacks, and his collar bore a silver pin Noor recognized from the contract addendum. The first sword. The Regent's executioner. He stopped at the threshold. Then his breath caught, sharp and audible, and his hand went to his chest as if he had been struck. Noor saw it happen. She saw his composure crack, saw the flash of something raw and unguarded move across his face before he slammed it back down. His pupils dilated, his jaw tightened, and when he looked at her, she felt the weight of that gaze like a physical thing. He knew her name, not because he had been told, because something in him had answered to something in her. Noor backed up a step, her hands still bleeding. "Who are you?" "Lazar Corvath." His voice was rough, controlled, and he did not move closer. He stayed at the threshold as if the room itself had become dangerous. "First sword of the Amaranth Court." "I know what the title means." "Then you know what I do." She watched his hand drop from his chest, watched him force his arm to his side with visible effort. The air between them hummed with the same resonance the seal had produced, and Noor understood, with the cold clarity she usually reserved for fraudulent entries, that she had triggered something she could not account for. "What happened when I touched the seal?" she asked. "You woke the ward." He said it like an admission. "The Queen's ward. It responds only to Draeven in blood." "That's impossible. I'm not." "I know what you are." His voice was flat now, deliberate. "You are a mortal auditor under contract to the Regency. You are 26 years old. You have no vampire lineage." "But the seal answered to me." "It answered to your blood." Noor looked down at her finger. The cut was small, already clotting. A single drop of blood on an old piece of brass, and the whole room had shifted around her. She looked back at Lazar Corvath and saw something in his face that did not match his words. He was afraid. Not of her, for her. "The candles," he said. She followed his gaze to the sconces lining the walls. The flames were no longer still. They guttered and spat, and the smoke rising from them had changed color, pale gold fading to a dull, poisonous gray. The herbal scent she had noticed earlier was stronger now, acrid and sweet at once. "Someone set the seal here for you to find," Lazar said, "and they set something else." The first candle went out, the smoke thickened, and Noor felt the change in her lungs before she saw it. A tightness, a burn, the beginning of a cough that wanted to tear free. She covered her mouth with her sleeve and backed toward the outer door. Lazar moved. He crossed the distance in 3 strides, his hand closing around her arm, and his presence was heat and iron, and something that made the bond between them flare again, undeniable. "You need to leave," he said. "The ledgers are bait. The whole archive is bait. Get out, and do not look back." The second candle died. The smoke coiled toward them, purposeful, and Noor felt the copper bracelet burn against her wrist as the ward flared one final time. From the brass seal on the desk, the dead queen's voice rang out again, fainter now, almost lost beneath the crackle of extinguishing flames. "Find me." Then the third candle went dark, and the room began to burn. Chapter 2. The third candle went dark, and the room began to burn. Not with flame, not yet. The smoke came first, pale gold turning to ash gray, rolling across the ceiling in coils that moved like they were hunting. Noor's lungs seized. The cough tore out of her before she could stop it, raw and scraping, and the taste that followed was sweet and chemical and wrong. Lazar's hand was still on her arm. He pulled her toward the outer door, and she went because her body understood what her mind was still catching up to. The smoke was poison. The archive was a trap. Someone had lit the candles knowing she would trigger the ward, knowing she would stay to read, knowing the smoke would find her before she found the exit. They took 3 steps. Then the first flame caught. It came from nowhere and everywhere. A curtain of fire that dropped between them and the door, fed by something in the walls, something that burned too fast and too hot for ordinary wax. The heat hit Noor like a wall. She threw up her arm to shield her face and felt the skin of her forearm tighten, felt the burn scar on her left wrist pulse with remembered pain. Lazar swore. The sound was low and vicious, a word in a language she did not know, and he turned, dragging her away from the door, toward the back of the chamber where the shelves stood 3 deep and the ledgers waited in their leather rows. "There's no other exit," she said. The smoke was thickening, the fire spreading along the ceiling, and she could hear it now, the hungry crackle of old wood and older paper meeting flame. "There is now." She lifted her arm and moved. His hands found the shelves, the stone wall behind them, and he pushed with a strength that should have been impossible. The shelf groaned. The wall behind it shifted, and Noor saw the seam, the line of a hidden door, barely visible in the smoke-dimmed light. Someone had built this room with a way out. Someone had also built it to burn. "The ledgers," she said. "Leave them. I need them. The proof is in them. The payment trail, the alterations. If they burn, you will be dead. The proof will not matter." He was right. She knew he was right. But her hands were already moving, grabbing the nearest stack, the registers she had been working through, the ones with the altered parcel numbers and the recent ink and the names she had not yet traced. She shoved them into her bag, felt the weight settle against her hip, and the smoke found her again. Her vision blurred. Her knees buckled. Lazar caught her before she hit the ground. His arm went around her waist, and his body was heat and iron, and the same impossible pull she had felt when the ward spoke her name. He lifted her, carried her, and the hidden door groaned open as he shouldered through it. The corridor beyond was dark and narrow, and the fire pursued them. Noor coughed against his chest, tasting ash, tasting the poison that had already reached her blood. Her head swam. The copper bracelet burned against her wrist, and she heard the dead queen's voice again, faint, like a memory pressed into stone. "Find me." Then the darkness behind them lit orange, and the heat surged, and Lazar ran. He ran him like a man who had forgotten what fear meant, his boots striking stone, his breath even, his arm locked around her as if letting go would kill them both. The corridor curved, the fire followed, and Noor, half-conscious, coughing poison from her lungs, felt the bond between them flare with every beat of his heart. She did not understand it. She did not want to understand it. But her body recognized him, and that recognition was more dangerous than the fire, more dangerous than the smoke, because it meant something she could not audit her way out of. The corridor ended at a door. Lazar kicked it open, and cold air hit them, night air, and Noor saw stars above a courtyard she did not recognize. He set her down on the stone, and she fell to her knees, gasping, retching, her lungs boning with every breath. Behind them, the archive burned. She watched the flames climb the windows of the Crimson House, watched the smoke rise against the dark sky, and she knew with the cold certainty that had never let her down in a fraud case that the fire had been meant for her. The seal had been bait, the ward had been the trigger, and the candles, the sweet-smelling candles she had dismissed as old-world ambiance, had been the weapon. Lazar crouched beside her. His hand hovered near her shoulder, not touching, as if he was afraid of what contact would do to both of them. "Can you breathe?" She nodded, though her throat was raw and her voice would not come. He studied her face, and she saw the war in his, the impulse to reach for her, fighting against the discipline of 9 centuries. His jaw tightened, his hand dropped. "That seal," he said. "The ward. You should not have been able to trigger it." "But I did." "Yes." She looked at her finger, at the small cut that had already healed. A single drop of blood, and the dead queen had spoken her name. "Tell me what it means," she said. "I cannot." "Because you do not know, or because you will not say?" "Because if I tell you what I suspect, you will become a target in ways you cannot imagine, more than you already are." The fire roared behind them. The Crimson House had not yet sounded an alarm, and that silence was its own answer. Someone wanted the blaze to spread. Someone wanted the ledgers reduced to ash before anyone could read what they contained. Noor stood, her legs shook, her lungs ached, but she stood. "I am already a target," she said. "Someone just tried to burn me alive with the evidence. The only way forward is to find out why before they try again." Lazar looked at her, and something shifted in his face. Respect, maybe, or resignation. "The seal answered to Draeven blood," he said slowly. "Do you understand what that means?" She understood. She understood perfectly. But understanding did not make it true, and truth was something she needed to verify, not accept on faith. "I need more proof. You need to survive the night. Then help me survive it." She held his gaze, and the bond between them pulsed, a low hum beneath her skin impossible to ignore. Lazar Korvath looked at her for a long moment, then he nodded once, sharp and final. "Stay close to me. Do not trust anyone in the Crimson House, and tell no one what you saw tonight, not until you know who set the trap. I know the rules of a hostile audit. This is not an audit." His voice was quiet, and the weight in it made the air go cold. "This is a war, and you just announced your side by walking out of that fire alive." The alarm finally sounded, a distant bell from somewhere deep in the house. Too late. Always too late. Noor looked back at the flames. The ledgers were still in her bag. The proof was still intact. But the archive was gone, and the truth it had contained was now her responsibility alone. Chapter 3. The alarm bell still rang, too late, always too late, and Noor knelt on the cold courtyard stone and watched the archive burn. Her lungs screamed, her hands shook, but the ledgers were in her bag, the proof was intact, and somewhere inside the Crimson House, the person who had set the trap was already calculating their next move. Lazar stood over her, a dark shape against the firelight, his hand still hovering near her shoulder, not touching. "You need medical attention." "I need to finish the audit." "You cannot finish anything if you are dead." She looked up at him. The bond pulsed between them, a low thrum she could not locate in her body but could not deny. Her skin remembered where his arm had locked around her, the pressure of his grip, the impossible speed of his escape. "I took this contract because my family is in debt," she said. "Deep debt, the kind that does not forgive. If I walk away now, I walk back to that, empty-handed, knowing nothing except that someone tried to burn me alive." Lazar's jaw tightened. "The debt will not matter if you are ash." "Then help me make sure I am not." He stared at her. The fire roared, the alarm bell clanged, and somewhere in the house footsteps finally approached, boots on stone, voices calling orders. Lazar crouched. His voice dropped so low the flames almost swallowed it. "Regent Moralable will want to speak with you. She will be calm, she will be reasonable, she will call this an aberration and promise an investigation that finds nothing." "How do you know?" "Because I have served this court for 900 years." His winter iron eyes held hers. "I know how it conceals its wounds." Before she could answer, the courtyard door opened and a steward appeared, a slender vampire in house blacks, her face unreadable. "The Regent requests your presence, Ms. Haddad, immediately." Noor stood, her legs held. Her lungs ached with every breath, but she stood. Lazar rose beside her, and the steward's eyes flicked with between them, measuring. "The first sword is not summoned," the steward said. "He is not summoned," Lazar agreed, his voice flat. "But he will attend." The steward did not argue. Vampires who had survived 9 centuries did not ask permission. Regent Ondine Maravel received them in a chamber that smelled of old paper and cold tea. The room was small by court standards, a private study lined with ledgers, maps, and a single painting of the empty throne. Ondine sat behind a mahogany desk, her silver blonde hair pinned in its severe chignon, her pale green eyes fixed on Noor with the focused attention of a woman who missed nothing. A thin burn scar peeked above her collarbone, the only imperfection on her porcelain skin. "Ms. Haddad?" Ondine's voice was warm, almost motherly. "I understand you have had an alarming evening." Noor did not sit. The ledgers were still in her bag, the feel of them a weight against her hip. "The archive is destroyed. Someone set a fire trap with poisoned candles triggered by a blood ward. If the first source had not been present, I would be dead." Ondine's expression did not change. She turned the black opal signet ring on her finger, once, twice. "The blaze is a tragedy. The archive contains centuries of records. I have already ordered a full inquiry. The seal that triggered the ward was planted. It bore the Draeven mark. It was warm when I touched it, as if someone had handed it moments before I arrived." Ondine's eyes flickered. Just barely. Just enough. "The Draeven dynasty has been extinct for 2 centuries. Any seal bearing that mark is a relic. Nothing more. Someone clearly wished to unsettle you." "Someone wished to kill me," he said. Lazar's voice was low. "Who?" "The person who altered these entries. The person who planted the seal. The person who lit the candles." She looked up at him. "They know about the Draeven blood. They know what it means, and they know I am still alive." Lazar said nothing, but his silence was louder than any warning. "You need protection," he said finally. "More than I can give by walking beside you." "I need the truth. They are the same thing now." She looked at him, and the bond between them pulsed, urgent, undeniable. She did not understand it. She did not trust it, but she could not pretend it did not exist. "Then help me find it," she said. Lazar's hand moved finally, and his fingers brushed her wrist, barely a touch, but the contact sent heat through her skin like a brand. "I will," he said, "but you need to understand what that means." "Explain it." He did not answer. Instead, he stepped back, pulled a folded paper from his coat, and handed it to her. It was a notice of transfer, stamped with the Regency seal. Noor read it once, then again. The words did not change. Her grandmother's debt note had been transferred to the Amarant Court's private holdings 3 months ago, before the audit was offered, before she had ever set foot in the Crimson House. She was not auditing as a contractor. She was auditing to pay what her family owed. And Ondine Maravel had known it from the beginning. Chapter 4. The auxiliary reading room was a converted antechamber on the 3rd floor, far from the smoke-stained wing where the archives still smoldered. Narrow windows faced the courtyard, and the morning light fell across the table in pale strips, illuminating dust motes and the edges of 5 stacked ledgers that Zofia Ilvas had delivered an hour ago. Noor had not moved from her chair since the archivist left. She worked through the first ledger page by page, running her finger down columns of maintenance allocations to the lower wards. Nothing. Clean entries, consistent sums, quarterly signatures, She set it aside and opened the second. The third ledger held the first crack. It was a civic works register from 70 years ago, recording payments for drainage repairs beneath the old market district. The entry was ordinary, a standard fee to a contractor named Helver Ironwright for tunnel reinforcement. But the amount caught her eye because she had seen it before. 147 crowns, 7 silver marks. She flipped back to the second ledger, a tithe holding record from the same period. There it was, buried in a list of estate maintenance fees for a property called Gravel Reach. 147 crowns, 7 silver marks. The same sum. The same proximity to the calendar quarter. The same routing through a sealed account that should have been closed decades earlier. Noor sat back. Her heart beat faster, but she kept her breathing steady. It could be coincidence. Contractors charged similar rates. Accountants used standard brackets. She had seen identical sums appear across unrelated ledgers 100 times in her career. And each time the explanation had been mundane. But the Draeven seal had not been mundane. The fire had not been mundane. And the debt transfer sitting in her bag, stamped with Ondine's authority, was the least mundane thing of all. She pulled a fresh sheet of paper and started a timeline. The first occurrence she could find was 112 years ago, buried in a maintenance ledger for the sealed tunnels beneath Crimson House. The payment was labeled Foundation Inspection and paid to a name that did not appear anywhere else in the court's records. 147 crowns, 7 silver marks. She tracked it forward. 60 years later, the same sum appeared in a tithe holding account for a vineyard that had not produced wine in 50 years. The label had changed to Land Maintenance. The payee was a shell company whose registration had been dissolved the same year the payment was issued. 40 years after that, the payment surfaced in a city infrastructure ledger, routed through a civic maintenance fund that the Amaranth Court controlled under the terms of the original Concord. The label was Drainage Inspection. The payee was a firm that no longer existed. And 30 years ago, the payment appeared in the register Noor had saved from the fire. The altered parcel numbers ledger. The one someone had tried to burn. She placed her finger on the entry and pressed down. The handwriting was different from the surrounding lines. Slightly narrower. The ink had a different sheen under the morning light. Someone had written this entry after the original page was complete, squeezing it into the margin with careful precision. Below the entry, the signature had been deliberately erased, but not completely. Noor tilted the page toward the window, catching the light at an angle. The paper was thick, old, resistant to damage, and beneath the erased signature, the pressure of the original pen had left an indentation. She reached into her bag and pulled out a soft graphite stick, the kind she used for rubbing impressions. She laid a fresh sheet over the signature line and shaded gently, watching the outline emerge. A name. Not the full signature, the indentation was too shallow for that. But we are going another purchase. When everyone who went in for their work, we have been survived with the fire. And she had worked in the archive for 40 years, long enough to have seen every payment, every altered entry, every erased signature. You tell me, Noor said. Zofia set the new stack on the edge of the table. She did not look at the ledgers. She looked at the timeline Noor had drawn, the sequence of payments stretching back more than a century. Then she looked at Noor. I was told to give you whatever records you needed, Zofia said quietly. I was not told to explain them. But you know what they mean. Zofia's silence was the only answer she needed. She crossed the room and laid her palm flat over the ledger with the erased signature. Her hand was thin, the veins visible beneath pale skin, and her fingers trembled once before she steadied them. There are records, she said slowly, that were never meant to be audited. The queen kept them separately. She called them her perpetual orders, payments that must continue until she returned or until the wards failed. I'd have kept them moving through the court's accounts for 40 years, relabeling them as needed, watching the dates, making sure the sum always arrived. Noor's throat tightened. Arrived where? That I cannot tell you. Cannot or will not. Zophia's eyes met hers. They were pale blue, the color of winter ice, and in them Noor saw something that looked like fear. I do not know where the money goes. The instructions were sealed when the queen vanished. I only know the routing code, the amount, and the cycle. I was told that the person who could rid the full trail would be the one the queen was waiting for. Zophia's gaze dropped to Noor's wrist, to the copper bracelet glinting beneath her sleeve. I did not expect it to take 200 years. The silence stretched. Noor looked down at the timeline, the centuries of payments, the erased signature, the single name that survived the damage. Sid. 3 letters that changed everything she thought she knew about the dead queen, the empty throne, and the war someone had already declared on her. How many payments are still scheduled? She asked. Zophia's hand pressed harder against the ledger. 1. When? 3 days from now. On the night of the Concord renewal. Noor's blood went cold. No room for heirs that have been dead for 2 centuries to suddenly rise again. The queen's payment, the sealed works, the renewal, and the fire trap all converged on the same date. And Ondine Marvel knew it. She had known from the beginning. The copper bracelet on Noor's wrist contracted, a sharp pinch against her skin, and the window behind her rattled as something heavy shifted in the walls of the Crimson House. Chapter 5. The archivist's footsteps faded down the corridor before either of them spoke. Noor kept her hand on the timeline, the graphite lines still visible beneath her palm. 112 years of payments, 2 centuries of secrets. One name burned into the paper. Sid. Zophia had left the door open. Noor watched the gap, expecting someone else to appear. A steward, a guard. Ondine herself, with that porcelain smile and the debt notice folded in her pocket. No one came. She looked at the copper bracelet on her wrist. The metal had stopped pinching, but the skin beneath it still tingled, a low current running through the bone. You should not have told her what you found. The voice came from the doorway. Noor's head snapped up. Lazar Korvac stood in the frame, filling it with his height, his winter iron eyes fixed on the table, the ledgers, the rubbing. He did not step inside. I did not tell her anything, Noor said. She already knew. Knew and waited. That is not the same thing. Then why did she keep the payments moving for 40 years? Why tell me at all? Lazar did not answer. He crossed the threshold in 3 strides and the room changed. The air thickened. The candle flame pulled toward him, then steadied. Noor felt it at the base of her skull, that same pull from the archive, the bond flaring beneath the surface of her skin. She pressed her palms flat against the table and did not look away. You need to stop investigating alone. I am not alone. You are here. Not enough. The words came out flat, final, a judgment passed on himself. Noor heard something underneath it, something she could not name. You pulled me out of a burning room, she said. You found a corridor hidden behind iron shelves. You stood in the Regent's study and refused to leave when she did not summon you. That looks like enough from where I am sitting. Lazar's jaw tightened. He was not looking at her face. He was looking at her wrist, at the copper bracelet, at the faint pulse visible beneath the metal. The bond, he said slowly, does not make me safe for you. Noor's breath caught. She had known it was coming. The word had sat between them since the archive, unspoken but present, a weight pressing on every conversation. But hearing him say it, hearing the rawness in his voice, changed something. What does it make you? Bound. To me. To the truth of who you are. He finally met her eyes. And bound by oath to kill any false claimant who threatens the succession law. The room tilted. Noor felt it in her gut, a slow drop. The kind she felt when a balance sheet finally confessed its lie, and she knew the numbers would never add up again. You are telling me that if my bloodline does not match what the court recognizes, you will be the one to execute me. Lazar said nothing. She wanted to look away. The instinct was survival, a primal warning to break eye contact, retreat, figure out the next move alone. But she had spent her career reading people through documents, through the gaps in their records, the silences in their testimony. And right now, Lazar's Korvath was drowning in silence. Tell me I am wrong, she said. You are not. The candlestick rattled. A draft slipped under the door, cold and smelling of stone. Noor forced herself to breathe. How long have you known? That the oath would force your hand if my claim proved false? Since the archive. The moment the seal answered you. He paused. Before that, perhaps. The bond told me before the blood did. And you still pulled me out of the fire? Yes. Which means you either believe I am the true heir and want to protect me until proof surfaces, or you are willing to let me take my chances and hope an evidence never aligns. The silence stretched. I do not know which answer you want, Lazar said quietly, so I will give you the truth instead. I pulled you from the fire because the bond made it impossible not to. I would have burned with that room before I let you die in it. But I have sworn oaths that predate your grandmother's birth, and those oaths do not dissolve because my blood recognizes yours. Noor heard the fear then. It was buried under centuries of control, under the iron discipline of a man who had learned to survive by never showing weakness. But it was there, a thread of terror beneath the composure. He was afraid, not of her, for her, and for what his own hand might be forced to do. That is why you keep your distance, she said. Not because you do not want me, because you are afraid of what happens if the evidence proves I am Draeven. Yes. And if the evidence proves I am not? Lazar's eyes flickered. Pain moved through them, fast and sharp, before the mask reset. Then I will have to choose between my oath and myself. The words landed like a blade. Noor looked down at the timeline, the payments, the burning name that would not stay dead. She thought about Sodoni Draeven, a queen who had planned for 2 centuries, who had hidden her bloodline and left instructions sealed in wax and silence. The queen had anticipated a war. She had built a payment trail that spanned 12 decades and a routing code that led to something beneath the city. She had not prepared Noor for the man standing across the table. For now, Noor said carefully, I have 3 days until the final payment. That is enough time to prove what I am. And if you do not like what you prove, I will cross that line when I reach it. Lazar held her gaze. The candle flames steadied between them, and for a moment the bond pulsed warm at the base of her throat, a thread pulling taut. He is watching. Noor blinked. Who? The one who set the trap. Lazar's voice dropped. He knows you survived. He knows Zofia spoke to you, and if the perpetual orders are as old as she claims, he has been waiting longer than either of us for the final payment to arrive. The copper bracelet tightened. Noor looked down at it, the dull gleam of old metal against her skin, and felt the wards shift in the walls around her. a deep shudder running through the crimson house like a held breath. "The payment," she said, "the final one. Do you know where it goes?" Lazar's silence answered before his mouth did. "I know where the tunnels end." He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Somewhere beneath them, past the sealed doors, past the corridors the Regent's staff swore were blocked, something was waiting for the Queen's money to arrive. And Noor was running out of time to find out what. Chapter 6. The hired car dropped Noor on a street that had not changed in 20 years. Same cracked pavements, same iron lampposts with their cold yellow glow. Same narrow row houses pressed shoulder to shoulder, their windows dark at this hour, because the neighborhood kept mortal hours, not court ones. She stood at the bottom step and let the silence settle. The front door needed oiling. She remembered that from childhood, the way it always whined before giving way, a complaint that meant someone was home. She knocked instead, a habit the court had already taught her. Announcing yourself before entering, letting them prepare for what you carried. Footsteps, slow, careful. The door opened. Sabah Haddad stood in the gap, shorter than Noor remembered, her gray hair pulled into the same tight bun she had worn for 40 years of ledgers and column sums. Her eyes moved over Noor's face, then down to the copper bracelet, then back up. "You are not supposed to be here." Noor stepped past her into the hall. The house smelled of cardamom and old paper, the same smell it had always held. A photograph of Noor's mother hung in the narrow corridor, a woman with the same dark curls, the same olive skin, the same wariness in her eyes, as if she had already known what the world would take from her. "I need answers," Noor said. Sabah closed the door. The lock clicked. "You look thin. Are they feeding you?" "They are trying to burn me alive. Feeding has been secondary." Her grandmother's hand stopped halfway to the kettle. The silence stretched. "Tea first," Sabah said. "Then whatever disaster you have brought to my kitchen." The kitchen was the same. Yellow cabinets, a stained tile counter, a kettle that had survived 3 decades and 2 burners. Noor sat at the small table while her grandmother moved through the familiar motions, measuring leaves, pouring water, letting the steam rise between them. "The debt," Noor said. "The one you told me was paid off years ago." Sabah did not look up. "What about it?" "It was not paid off. It was transferred to the Amaranth Court's private holdings, 3 months before the audit was offered." The kettle clicked off. Sabah stood very still, her hand on the handle, her spine curved like a woman waiting for a blow she had long known was coming. "How did you find out?" "Because I am the auditor they hired to investigate themselves, and because the Regent herself handed me the transfer notice." Sabah set the kettle down with too much force. Water slocked onto the burner, hissing. "You need to leave that city. Tonight." "I cannot." "You can. You walk out the front gate and do not look back, and you take whatever they paid you and you run." "It is not that simple." "It is exactly that simple." Sabah turned, and Noor saw the fear in her grandmother's face, the old terror that lived beneath the hard rules and the relentless honesty. "That house, those people, you do not know what they are." "I am learning." "You are learning nothing. You are standing in my kitchen asking about a debt that should have died with your mother, and you do not even know what you are carrying." Noor's hand went to the copper bracelet. It sat warm against her wrist, as it always had, the metal dull and unremarkable. She had worn it so long she stopped noticing the weight. "This bracelet," she said. "You made me promise never to remove it." "Yes." "Why?" Sabah's jaw tightened. She turned back to the counter, poured the tea with trembling hands, set the cups on the cuddle between them. Steam curled up, carrying the sharp scent of mint. Because it keeps you safe. It contracts when I am near Draeven wards. It vibrates like it is alive. That is not safety, that is a sensor. Sabah said nothing. What did my mother do at the Crimson House? The question landed like a blade. Sabah's face did not change, but the small sounds stopped. The stirring, the tapping of the spoon. She sat across from Noor and wrapped her hands around the cup as if she needed warmth she no longer possessed. She never went there. The debt says otherwise. The transfer says otherwise. Something happened 3 months ago that made the court move her debt into their own ledgers, and I need to know what. Your mother is dead, Noor, and someone is still paying for what she did. The words hummed between them. Sabah stared into her tea. When she spoke, her voice was quieter than Noor had ever heard it. She came to me, a few months before she died. She had money she could not explain. Cash, mostly, in amounts that made no sense for a woman who worked a clerk's job. She was scared, but she would not tell me why. She made me promise that if anything happened to her, I would keep you away from the Crimson House, that I would never let you go near the night districts. Noor's chest tightened. And you kept that promise for 24 years, and you never opened it? I was afraid of what I would find. Noor lifted the envelope. The wax was brittle beneath her thumb. The seal was old, but the paper beneath it had been handled recently. The edges were soft, the creases worn. Someone had been reading this. Someone had been putting it back. She looked at her grandmother. You opened it. Sabah's face did not move. Did not. The creases say otherwise. For a long moment, Sabah said nothing. Then she sat down heavily, her hands flat on the table, and looked at Noor with eyes that had seen too much and kept more. I opened it 1 week before the transfer notice arrived. There is a name inside. A woman your mother worked for. A woman who promised her money in exchange for silence. Noor's blood went cold. What name? Sabah shook her head. I will not say it here. I will not speak it in this house. But you will know it when you see it. Noor looked down at the envelope. The seal was warm beneath her fingers. She turned it over. The flap was loose, the wax cracked. She pulled it open with the careful precision of a woman who had spent years learning to read the truth in fragile things. The paper inside was thin, the handwriting sharp and elegant. And at the bottom, beneath 3 lines of instruction, a signature. Noor read the name. The capo bracelet bit into her wrist like a living thing. Chapter 7. The name burned behind Noor's eyes all the way back to the Crimson House. She had folded the letter into her coat pocket without reading it again, without letting Sabah see her hands shake. The copper bracelet had loosened by the time she reached the main road, but the impression of it remained, a phantom ache circling her wrist like a brand. Now she stood in the auxiliary reading room with the letter pressed against her ribs and tried to compose herself. The handwriting was unmistakable, sharp, elegant strokes that belonged to someone who had signed documents for a very long time. Someone who expected obedience. The 3 lines of instruction were terse, professional, and damning. Dates, a transfer protocol, a promise of silence in exchange for regular payment, and at the bottom, the signature. Ondine Marvelval. The Regent had known Noor's mother, had paid her, had made her afraid enough that she hid cash from her own family and begged her mother to keep her daughter away from the night districts forever. Noor set her palms flat on the reading table and breathed through the tremor in her chest. A knock at the door pulled her back. She turned, expecting Zofia or a clerk. Instead, a young vampire in court livery stood in the doorway, her pale hair braided tight against her scalp, her eyes the color of watered wine. Auditor Haddad, Regent Marvoval requests your presence in the Gold Salon. She wishes to introduce you to the Concord delegates. The words were courteous, the delivery was not. Noor smoothed her coat, pressed the letter deeper into her pocket, and followed. The Gold Salon was nothing like the archive, where the lower floors breathed dust and secrets. This room breathed wealth. Gilded moldings traced the ceiling in sweeping arcs. Candles burned in crystal sconces, their light soft and expensive. A dozen vampires stood in clusters, their voices low, their clothes immaculate, their attention sharpening the moment Noor crossed the threshold. Ondine stood at the center, silver blonde hair immaculate, black opal signet catching the light. She smiled when she saw Noor, and the smile was flawless. Auditor Haddad, how good of you to join us. The room adjusted, conversations did not stop, but they quietened. Eyes measured Noor from every angle. Ondine extended a hand, and Noor had no choice but to approach. The regent's fingers were cool, her grip brief and precise. These are the delegates who will witness the Concord renewal. They've been eager to meet the mortal who has been reviewing our accounts with such thoroughness. A ripple of polite laughter. Noor forced her lips into something resembling a smile. Thoroughness is the job. Indeed it is. Ondine's pale green eyes held hers for a moment too long. The name burned in Noor's pocket. The regent showed nothing, not a flicker of recognition, not a trace of concern. She was either ignorant of the letter or certain it would never surface. Neither option comforted Noor. The introductions came in a blur of names and titles. A tall vampire with silver threading his dark hair clasped her hand with exaggerated warmth. Mirik Solti, he said, his voice smooth as oil. I oversee the tithe holdings in the eastern districts. I have been following your work with great interest. Noor kept her face neutral. My work is not public. It does not need to be. The books speak for themselves, and the books have been unsettled lately. He smiled, showing no fan. I appreciate a woman who disturbs the dust. I appreciate a ledger that balances. Mirik's smile widened. Then we understand each other. He did not release her hand. His thumb pressed lightly against her knuckles, a test disguised as courtesy. You are young for this kind of work, he said. Mortal, too. That is a difficult combination in a house that does not value brevity. I value accuracy more than age. An admirable stance. He finally released her, but his eyes stayed on her like a weight. If you ever find yourself needing assistance navigating the court's less formal channels, my door is open. No obligation, just an understanding between two people who prefer clarity to intrigue. It was an offer wrapped in silk, and the knife blade showed through the fabric. Noor inclined her head. I will keep that in mind. She turned before he could add more, but she felt his gaze follow her across the room. The gold salon pressed in from all sides. Every conversation Noor passed held a subtext she could not quite decode. A woman with dark braids complimented her coat and asked where she had learned her craft. A thin-faced man inquired about her lodging, her schedule, her familiarity with the city's night geography. Each question was polite, each question was a probe. Noor answered in neutral fragments and kept moving. She found a corner near a window that overlooked the courtyard where she had collapsed 2 nights ago. The archive below was a scar of blackened stone and boarded windows. The smell of smoke still clung to the air. The damage was unfortunate. She turned. A vampire stood beside her, older than most in the room, with iron-gray hair and a face lined by something deeper than age. He wore no jewelry, no house colors, only a plain black coat and a silver pin shaped like an open hand. The archive held a great deal of history, he said. some of it irreplaceable. Noor studied him. You knew the collection well. I knew the archivist who built it. His gaze drifted to the scarred building. She believed records were the only immortality worth pursuing. She would have burned before letting them disappear. She did not have a choice in the matter. The old vampire looked at her then, and something in his expression shifted. No, he said quietly. She did not. He gave a short bow and walked away, leaving Noor alone with the weight of his words. The reception did not end so much as dissolve. Guests began leaving in pairs and trios, their farewells polished, their eyes still tracking Noor as they passed. Undine remained at the center, receiving each departure with the same practiced grace, until only a handful of people remained. Mirik Solti approached Noor one last time. You survived your first introduction, he said. That is more than some can claim. The bar is low. For mortals, yes. He leaned in, close enough that his voice dropped beneath the room's ambient noise. But you are not just any mortal, are you, Auditor Haddad? Noor's blood chilled. I do not know what you mean. I think you do. Mirik's smile was thin, calculating. The Regent has taken an unusual interest in your work. The first sword escorts you personally. The archive burns the night you arrive. Those are not coincidences. They are signals. He straightened, adjusting his cuff with studied ease. I am not your enemy, Noor. But I am not your friend either. I am a man who pays attention, and I am offering you a single piece of advice. Whenever you are looking for, find it before the Concord renewal. Because after that, the rules change, and the Regent will not be the only one who wants to control what you have uncovered. He walked away without waiting for a reply. Noor stood alone in the emptying salon, the letter heavy in her pocket, the name burning a hole through her ribs. Undine Daroval had pulled for her mother's silence, and Mirik Solti knew something was coming. The question was which of them would strike first. It's any duality mentions but need a pode? And the longer the day is will, the pigsies weed that may openings test would still go dispiciated in vice's answers, that we say, because if I was your vision, way here, at the way, that is more than some can claim. The bar is low. For mortals, yes. He leaned in, close enough that his voice dropped beneath the room's ambient noise. But you are not just any mortal, are you, Auditor Haddad? Noor's blood chilled. I do not know what you mean. I think you do. Mirik's smile was thin, calculating. The Regent has taken an unusual interest in your work. The first sword escorts you personally. The archive burns the night you arrive. Those are not coincidences. They are signals. He straightened, adjusting his cuff with stop. Chapter 8. The auxiliary reading room smelled of old paper, dust, and the faint chemical tang of fire suppressant that had seeped through the walls from the archive. Noor closed the door behind her and stood for a moment, letting the silence settle around her like a coat. The letter was still in her pocket. She had not read the name again since leaving Sabah's house. She did not need to. Undine Maraval had burned itself into her memory in the same way the poisoned smoke had burned into her lungs. Caustic, permanent, demanding. But standing in court territory, surrounded by ledgers and the memory of the Regent's flawless smile, she forced herself to set the name aside. The letter was evidence. Evidence required corroboration. Corroboration required records. She pulled off her coat and hung it on the chair's back, then opened the first ledger from the stack Zofia Ilves had delivered. The work consumed her. For 3 hours, Noor cross-referenced tithe parcels against estate holdings, tracing ownership chains through shell companies and maintenance contracts that had no business existing. The entries were clean, too clean. Someone had scrubbed the margins with the same precision she used to find fraud. She flipped back to the payment trail, 107 crowns, 7 silver marks, and began matching it against civic permits issued in the same years. Foundation inspections required city sign-off. Drainage permits required engineering surveys. Every time the payment appeared, a corresponding permit had been issued within the same quarter. But the permits were ghosts. The addresses listed on the permits did not exist in any modern directory. The engineering firms named had dissolved within 5 years of each filing. The signatories were all dead, their names lost to the same decades that had swallowed the Queen. Someone had built a false paper trail to hide a real one. Noor leaned back, her neck aching. She had proven that the payments were not random fraud. They were disciplined, deliberate, and structured to survive audits, regime changes, and the passage of decades. Whoever maintained this channel had been doing it for 200 years. The question was why. She reached for the next ledger and stopped. Zofia Ilvez stood in the doorway. The archivist had not made a sound. She stood with her thin hands clasped in front of her, her pale blue eyes fixed on Noor with an intensity that made the room feel smaller. "You have been working without pause?" Zofia said. "I work fastest when I am focused." "What have you found?" Noor considered the question. Zofia had already admitted to maintaining the Queen's orders for 40 years. She had already chosen to help. But trust was a ledger, and Noor was still auditing the balance. "A pattern?" Noor said carefully. "Someone has been using civic permits to mask the payment trail. The permits are falsified, but they match the payment schedule exactly. It is not random, it is infrastructure." Zofia's expression did not change. "You are certain?" "Certain enough to prove it." The archivist stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. The click of the latch was loud in the silence. "There is a stack," Zofia said quietly. "In the restricted corridor. It is sealed under the Queen's personal directive, and it should have remained sealed." Noor's pulse quickened. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because the directive named the condition for opening." Zofia's pale eyes met hers. "The person who could read the full trail. The person the Queen was waiting for." She held Noor's gaze for a long moment, then reached into her pocket and produced a brass key, tarnished with age, its shaft etched with the same crescent moon and downward thorn that marked the Draeven seal. "I should burn this key," Zofia said. "I should pretend I never met you. I should let the Regent's order stand and let the payment die with the cycle." Her hand trembled, the key catching the lamplight. "But I have spent 40 years maintaining a dead Queen's orders in secret, and I am tired of not knowing why." She held out the key. "The restricted stack is behind a warded door in the lower corridor. The key opens the lock, but the ward must be answered by blood." Noor took the key. It was warm, as if it had been held close to skin for a long time. "Whose blood?" Zofia's mouth tightened. "The Queen's directive specified Draeven blood. I assumed it was a formality, a symbolic requirement for a line that no longer existed." Her gaze dropped to Noor's wrist, where the copper bracelet sat quiet and inert. "I assumed wrong." The key pressed into Noor's palm, solid and impossible. "Can you open it?" Noor looked at the key, then at the door, then at the woman who had just handed her the answer to a question she had not yet fully formed. "I can try." The lower corridor was darker than the reading room. The lamps were spaced farther apart, their flames turned low, leaving pools of shadow between islands of amber light. The air was cooler here, damper, carrying a smell of stone and old iron that reminded Noor of the archive vault before it had burned. Zofia walked ahead, her steps precise, her thin silhouette cutting through the dimness. They stopped at a door that looked no different from the others: dark wood, iron hinges, a lock plate shaped like an open hand. The crescent moon and thorn were carved into the lintel above the frame. Zofia turned to face her. Once the ward is answered, there is no going back. The Regent will know someone breached the seal. The court will know. I thought you said the seal was maintained by the Queen's directive. The directive is tied to the blood ward. When the ward accepts a Draeven signature, it confirms the bloodline to the same magical registry that recorded the Queen's death. Zofia's voice dropped. If you open this door, the entire Amaranth court will know, within hours, that a living Draeven has returned. Noor's hand closed around the key. She thought of her mother, of the cash hidden in Sabah's house, of the letters still burning in her pocket. She darted Lazar's face when he had said his oath might force him to kill her. She thought of the copper bracelet, and the shifting walls, and the voice of a dead queen that had spoken her name. She slid the key into the lock. The metal turned with a sound like a held breath. Nothing happened. Noor looked at Zofia, then back at the door. The ward was waiting. The blood was waiting. She pressed her thumb against the key's edge until the skin broke, then touched the welling bead of blood to the lock plate. The world went silent. A vibration traveled up through the floor, through the walls, through the bones of the Crimson House itself. The copper bracelet on Noor's wrist contracted, once, hard, then loosened as the lock plate clicked. The door swung inward. Beyond it lay darkness and the smell of paper so old it had become dust. Noor stepped through. Behind her, Zofia Ylvis whispered something that might have been a prayer. The door swung shut, and the lock engaged with a sound like a tomb ceiling. And in the darkness, something stirred. Not a person, not a rat. Something older. Noor held her breath and listened. The silence stretched, empty and waiting. Then a voice, low, dry, ancient, spoke from the dark. The Queen's blood has come at last. Chapter 9. The darkness pressed against Noor's eyes, thick and patient, older than any night she had known. She did not move. The voice had come from everywhere and nowhere, from the air itself, from the walls. The Queen's blood has come at last. A pause. The silence stretched. Then the voice continued, lower now, almost contemplative. She told us you would arrive before the cycle turned. We did not believe her. She was always too hopeful for someone who had buried herself alive. Noor's fingers found the copper bracelet on her wrist. It was warm, not contracting, but humming at a frequency she felt in her teeth. Who are you? She asked. A dry sound. Laughter, perhaps. We are what she left behind. We are the questions she dared not answer, and we are bound to the blood that carries her name. The darkness shifted. Something scraped across stone. You wear her mark, child. Not the crown mark, the secret one. Noor's breath caught. Her hand closed over the bracelet. This? Old blood-binding work beneath the copper. She forged it to hide a thread of herself from the court's registry, a fragment of her will woven into metal so that her line could never be fully erased. The hum against Noor's skin sharpened. But the work is old, tired. It has been waiting for renewal that never came. The voice softened. You should have it examined before the cycle turns, before the payment arrives and the wards decide who you truly are. A wind stirred the dust, and the presence withdrew. Noor stood alone in the dark, the bracelet humming against her wrist like a second pulse. She found Zofia waiting in the corridor, pale-faced, her hands clasped so tightly the knuckles had gone white. You're alive. The door didn't kill me, if that's what you expected. Zofia's gaze dropped to the bracelet. What did it say to you? Noor considered lying, considered holding the information close, as she always did. But the old archivist had handed her a key and watched her walk into darkness. She deserved something true. It said the bracelet has blood-binding work beneath the copper, that my mother forged it to hide a fragment of the Queen's will from the court. Zophia's lips parted. She said nothing for a long moment. I know someone, she said at last. A metal conservator in the old quarter. She works with blood-warded artifacts for the tithe lords. She can test the bracelet without alerting the regent's wards. Can you take me to her? Zophia nodded. But we go now, before the news of your bloodline spreads through the registry. We have hours, perhaps less. The conservator's workshop was a narrow room above a closed bakery, the windows painted black, the air thick with the smell of rust, beeswax, and old copper. She was a vampire of indeterminate age, her hair cropped short, her fingers stained green with oxidation. She introduced herself only as Vara and did not ask Noor's name. Zophia had arranged it that way. Vara took the bracelet without ceremony, turning it over in her hands, holding it to the light of a single candle. How old is this? I've worn it since childhood. My grandmother gave it to me. Your grandmother didn't make it. Vara's thumb traced the inner rim. This is older, much older. The copper has been laid over a base of silver, and beneath the silver there's a channel, a blood channel. She set the bracelet on a velvet pad and produced a fine-edged tool, a scraping blade no wider than a needle. I'm going to lift a fragment of the outer plating, just a flake. It will not damage the piece. Noor nodded. Vara worked in silence, her movements precise, her breath steady. After a minute, she set down the tool and held a tiny curl of copper between her forceps. Now we see what the copper was hiding. She dropped the flake into a shallow dish and added a clear liquid that hissed on contact. Re-mentioned the copper dissolved, leaving behind a thread of silver so fine it seemed to float on the surface. And within the silver, a line of dark red. Blood. Old, dry, but unmistakable. Vara leaned closer. Her face changed. This is not a simple blood binding, she said slowly. This is a continuity ward. The blood in this channel is still alive, still connected to its source. It was designed to register proximity to the founder's line. She looked up at Noor. This bracelet was made by someone who knew the Queen's blood intimately, someone who wanted to keep a fragment of the Draeven line hidden, but trackable. Every time the bracelet tightened, you were near something the Queen's blood recognized. Noor's throat tightened. My mother made this, she said. She forged it to protect me. Vara's eyes were unreadable. She forged it to make you invisible to the court while keeping you visible to the Queen. It is a paradox, a piece of magic that hides and reveals at the same time. Noor reached for the bracelet. Vara did not let go. There is something else. She tilted the dish, and the blood thread caught the candlelight, casting a faint red shadow on the wall. The blood in this channel is keyed to a specific Draeven line. Not Sidoni's directly, but a collateral branch. A line that was supposed to be erased from the registry 2 centuries ago. But it wasn't. No. Vara's voice dropped. Because someone paid to keep it alive. Paid in regular installments. 147 crowns, 7 silver marks, every cycle, for 112 years. The numbers hit Noor like a blow. She had found them in the ledgers. She had traced them through ghost permits and fake accounts. She had followed them to a sealed door and an ancient voice in the darkness. The recurring payment was not maintaining something beneath the city, it was maintaining her. Or rather, it was maintaining the bloodline that had made her. The payments had been keeping the Draeven collateral line alive in the registry, hidden but preserved, paid for by the Queen's own directive. waiting for the cycle to turn and the heir to arrive. Noor stood frozen, the truth crystallizing in her chest. The bracelet was not a keepsake. It was a key that had always been on her wrist, and she had never known. "I need to secure this sample," Vara said, carefully lifting the dish. "I will document the findings and return everything to you within the hour. The thread must be stabilized before it degrades." She carried the dish to a locked cabinet at the far end of the workshop, her back to Noor. The bell above the door chimed. Noor turned. A figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the streetlight. Young, mortal, wearing a courier's cap. He held out a folded note. "For the auditor," he said. Noor took it. The paper was warm, as if it had been held close to a body. She unfolded it. The message was written in a hand she did not recognize, sharp and hurried. "Finish the audit, forget the bracelet, forget your mother's name. If you open the past will open you." She looked up. The courier was gone. Behind her, Vara made a sound. A sharp, startled exhale. Noor turned. The locked cabinet stood open. The dish was empty. Vara stared at the cabinet, her face ashen. "It was there. I put it there. I locked it." The sample was gone. Noor crushed the note in her fist. Someone was inside the court. Someone had followed her here, watched her through the workshop, stolen the proof before she could hold it. And they knew about the bracelet. They knew about her mother. They knew everything. The copper bracelet lay on the velvet pad, innocent and silent, its secret stripped bare, and Noor understood with cold certainty that the person who had just stolen the evidence was the same person who had set the archive trap, who had killed the archivist, who had been waiting longer than anyone for the final payment to arrive. The warning had not been a threat. It had been a signature. Chapter 10. The gold salon had been transformed. Candlelight rippled across mirrors Noor had not noticed during the afternoon reception, multiplying the flames until the room burned with soft, controlled fire. Crystal decanters caught the glow. Silver platters moved through the crowd on silent servants' hands. Every surface reflected wealth so old it had become invisible, part of the architecture, no more remarkable than the marble underfoot. Noor stood just inside the doorway, her dark hair pinned tighter than usual. A deep burgundy gown the court seamstress had produced from nowhere clinging to her shoulders. The dress was not hers. It had appeared in her assigned chambers with a note that read for the Concord welcome and no signature, as if the house itself dressed her for the occasion. She felt exposed. The fabric was finer than anything she had ever worn, and every eye in the room measured her against it. The auditor of the hour. Ondine Maraval appeared at her side as if conjured by the candlelight, pale green eyes catching the flames, silver blonde chignon immaculate. She wore deep charcoal silk, severe and elegant, and she took Noor's arm with a warmth that felt studied. "Ladies and gentlemen," Ondine said, raising her voice just enough to carry, "I am delighted to present Noor Haddad, whose forensic work has already revealed troubling irregularities in our tithe records. The court is fortunate to have such precise attention before the Concord renewal." The room turned. Noor felt the weight of 40 pairs of vampire eyes, some curious, some assessing, some already bored. She kept her face still, her shoulders back, her breathing measured. She had stood in enough hostile boardrooms to know that composure was its own armor. Miss Haddad. A tall vampire with iron-gray temples approached, his smile thin and practiced. "I am Aldrich Venn. I oversee the Western tithe holdings. I confess I'm curious what irregularities you have found." Patterns, Noor said. When numbers repeat too perfectly across different accounts, someone is hiding the real cost behind the consistent one. Aldrich's smile did not falter. And how do you distinguish pattern from coincidence? Coincidence rarely survives a cross-reference against physical permits, census records, and land registry signatures. The room murmured. Aldrich inclined his head, a concession that was not quite a retreat. Ondine's hand remained on Noor's arm, light but immovable. Miss Haddad is thorough, she said, and the word carried a second meaning beneath the prize. Thorough enough to be dangerous, careful enough to be useful. A woman in sapphire silk stepped forward, her dark hair swept back to reveal sharp cheekbones and a mouth that smiled without reaching her eyes. And what does thoroughness cost, Regent? I imagine a specialist of Miss Haddad's caliber does not come cheap. The fee was negotiated fairly, Ondine said smoothly, through the proper channels. The woman's gaze slid to Noor. And do you find the court's proper channels satisfactory, Miss Haddad? Noor met her eyes. I find them informative. The woman laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Careful, you will fit in too well. The crowd shifted, new faces pressing closer, and Noor lost count of the questions. Where had she trained? How long was her contract? Had she always worked with vampire accounts? Or was this her first exposure to the night districts? Each question carried a subrogated weight, a test disguised as curiosity. She answered with surface precision. Yes, she had trained in the Daylight City. No, she could not discuss the specifics of an ongoing audit. Yes, she found the work challenging. No, she had not decided whether to extend her stay beyond the Concord. Every answer was a layer of armor she could feel wearing thin. Then Lazar entered. She did not see him cross the threshold. She felt him, a shift in the room's pressure, the way the candlelight seemed to bend toward the door. The bond flared in her chest, warm and insistent, and she inhaled before she could stop herself. He moved through the crowd like a blade through silk, colt black's immaculate, silver first sword pin catching the light. His face was composed, almost expressionless, but his winter iron eyes found hers immediately and held. The room noticed. Conversation did not stop, but it changed register, became thinner, more watchful. Noor felt the weight of speculation land on her shoulders like a physical thing. The age gap between them was written in every line of Lazar's face, every centuries of stillness in his posture, every breath she drew as a mourning woman who had not yet turned 30. First sword. Ondine's voice was pleasant, but her grip on Noor's arm tightened fractionally. I did not expect you to attend the welcome. I was not aware my attendance required approval, Regent. The room held its breath. Ondine's smile did not waver. Of course not. You are always welcome. She released Noor's arm with deliberate grace. I was merely noting your presence. It has been some time since you honored us with your company at a social gathering. The Concord renewal is not social. Lazar's gaze swept the room, and the assembled vampires looked away, one by one, as if caught in an act they preferred not to name. It is business. I attend business. He crossed to stand at Noor's side, not touching her, but close enough that the candlelight cast their shadows together on the polished floor. The whispers began. Noor heard fragments as the crowd reformulated around them. Mortal. Yes, the auditor. He stood guard at the fire. They say the bond. Age? Centuries between them. More than centuries. She cannot be 30. What does he see in an unfinished woman? She kept her face still, but her hands wanted to curl into fists. Miss Haddad? A new voice, low and warm, cut through the murmuring. Noor turned to find a woman in deep emerald velvet, her hair silver white but her face unlined, her eyes the color of aged whiskey. She was older than most in the room, not in appearance but in bearing, the way she occupied space as if she had earned every inch of it. "I am Celeste Lyron," the woman said. "I head the Eastern Tide oversight before Merrick Solti took the position. I have been watching your work with interest." "Then you knew more about it than I do," Noor said. "I have only been here 3 days." Celeste's mouth curved. "In this court, 3 days is enough to become a subject of intense study. You have already survived a fire, opened a sealed ward, and earned the personal escort of the First Sword." She tilted her head. "That is not a quiet 3 days." "It was not intended to be." "No." Celeste's gaze flicked to Lazar, then back to Noor. "Be careful, Miss Haddad. The attention of this court is a kind of hunger. It does not stop feeding because the meal is unwilling." She moved away before Noor could answer, melting back into the crowd like smoke. Lazar leaned slightly closer. "Celeste Lyron was a friend of the Queen's. She has not spoken to anyone with that much interest in a decade." What did she mean about the court's attention being a kind of hunger? "It means she sees what the others do not." His voice was low, barely audible over the... He stood against the wall behind her, arms crossed, watching the room with the patience of something that had learned stillness over centuries. The whispers resumed, softer now, threaded through the clink of silver and the murmur of polite conversation. "Standing guard over a mortal. He has never done that for anyone. The bond must be stronger than she looks. They say she opened the Queen's seal with her blood. If she is the collateral line, the succession law, she will not survive the week." Noor ate because the food was there, because she needed the fuel, because not eating would draw more attention. She answered questions when they came, deflected when they pressed too close, smiled when the smile cost nothing. Halfway through the main course, a young vampire with nervous eyes slipped a folded note onto the table beside her plate. He did not meet her gaze. He was gone before she could speak. She unfolded the paper under the edge of the tablecloth. The handwriting was careful, unfamiliar. "Ask who the payments really feed." The candlelight flickered. Noor looked up and scanned the room, but no one met her eyes. The note's sender had already vanished into the velvet crowd, leaving only the question burning in her palm. The chimes sounded again. Ondian rose, lifting her glass. "To the Concord," she said, her voice carrying through the hall. "To renewal. To the peace that binds our houses and our city." The room rose with her. Noor stood, the note crushed in her fist, and raised her glass with the rest of them. But she did not drink. She was thinking about the payments, about the steady, disciplined trickle of 147 crowns, 7 silver marks, flowing through ghost companies and dissolved firms for 112 years. Maintaining her bloodline in the registry, keeping a collateral Draeven line alive while the throne stood empty. Ask who the payments really feed. Not what, who. She looked at the dais. Ondine stood in the candlelight, beautiful and composed, her black opal signet ring catching the glow. Behind Noor, Lazar had not moved, but she felt his attention sharpen, felt the bond pulse once, a warning she did not need words to read. Dinner resumed. The conversation flowed around her like water around a stone, and Noor sat in the center of the Amaranth Court's finest hall, holding a question she did not know how to ask, surrounded by vampires who would kill her if she asked it wrong. Chapter 11. The reading room smelled of dust and old paper, the lamps casting long shadows across the ledger-strewn table. Noor had not slept. The banquet note burned in her pocket, its question sharper than any blade. Ask who the payments really feed. She had spent 3 hours tracing the 147 crown thread backward through the ledgers, following it to a dead terminus in every direction. Ghost companies, dissolved firms, dead signatories. The trail was designed to vanish if anyone looked too close. But someone had built it. Someone had maintained it for 112 years. And someone wanted her to find the answer, badly enough to risk a note in a room full of vampires. She pulled the birth registry toward her, the spine cracked with age. Zofia had left it on the table before the banquet, a silent gift, no explanation attached. The pages were brittle, the ink faded to rust. Noor started at the beginning of the Draeven lineage, scanning for anything that did not fit. The direct line was clean. Births, marriages, deaths, all accounted for, sealed by court witnesses, filed in triplicate. But the deeper she read, the more she noticed the gaps. Years where no births were recorded for junior branches. Tenancy files that stopped mid-decade with no termination note. Names that appeared once, then never again. She found the first anomaly in a land transfer ledger dated 89 years ago. A small property in the eastern districts had changed hands from a woman named Seraphine Venn to a holding company that did not exist before the transaction and dissolved 2 years after. The price was listed as 147 crowns, 7 silver marks. Noor's breath caught. She flipped pages, cross-referencing the date against the birth registry. A child had been born in that same eastern district 3 months before the transfer. The mother's name was listed as a domestic servant. No father, no bloodline notation. But the birth record carried a marginal mark Mar had seen before. A crescent moon, downward thorn. Noor pressed her palm flat against the page, steadying herself. The surviving branch of the hidden Draeven line can only be hers. She had known it. Some part of her had known it since the archive vault answered her blood. But seeing it in the ledgers, matching birth to payment to erasure, made it real in a way the ward's voice never could. She needed copies. The door opened behind her. A young vampire in clerk's livery entered, a stack of records in his arms. His eyes were nervous, darting to the sealed door and back. He set the records on the table without meeting her gaze. "Miss Haddad, the Regent's office requested I deliver these." "What are they?" "Witness signatures, from the old birth registries." He hesitated. "There is one you should see. The last surviving witness to the collateral line filings." He pulled a single page from the stack and placed it before her. The signature was faded, the ink brown with age, but the handwriting was sharp and elegant, the loops precise. Ondian Maraval. Noor's blood went cold. The Regent herself witnessed the last filing. The clerk whispered, 60 years ago, before she was Regent, before the throne emptied. He was not supposed to tell anyone that. The voice came from the doorway. Noor looked up. A tall vampire in house colors stood at the threshold, his face unreadable. Behind him, 2 more figures waited in the corridor. The clerk turned pale. You were only leaving." The tall vampire's voice was flat. "The Regent has sealed the file room. No records are to leave this corridor until further notice." Noor rose. "I am in the middle of an audit. The Regent herself authorized. Circumstances have changed." The clerk took a step backward. "Miss Haddad, I did not." The tall vampire moved. It was fast, too fast for Noor's eyes to track. One moment the clerk was standing. The next he was on the ground, his neck bent at an angle no living leg should hold. Noor's hand flew to her mouth. The tall vampire did not look at the body. He looked at her. "The file room is sealed under Regency authority. You will remain in the reading room until a representative arrives to escort you out." He turned and walked away. The door slammed shut. The lock clucked. Noor stood alone with the body of the clerk who had tried to help her, the ledgers spread across the table, and the name of the woman who had witnessed her own bloodline's erasure still burning in her mind. The copper bracelet had not moved, but she felt it, cold against her wrist, waiting. And somewhere in the building, footsteps were approaching. Chapter 12. Footsteps stopped outside the door. Noor stood frozen, the clerk's body at her feet, his neck bent at an angle that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Her hands were still pressed flat against the ledger. Undine's signature burned into her memory. The lock rattled. She backed away from the table, her eyes fixed on the handle. The copper bracelet sat cold against her wrist, unmoving, waiting. The door swung open. Lazar Korvath filled the frame, his winter iron eyes sweeping the room in a single practiced pass. He took in the body, the ledgers, her bloodless face, the spread of papers across the table, and something in his expression shifted, a crack in the stone. "You should not have to see that." His voice was flat, measured, but she heard the edge beneath it, the thing he was holding back. Undine sealed the file room. Noor's voice came out steady, which surprised her. "A clerk tried to help me. They killed him for it." "I know." "How do you know?" "Because the petition reached my chambers before the body hit the floor." He stepped inside and closed the door behind him, not looking at the clerk. "Someone filed a formal request with the Regency. They want you classified as a destabilizing claimant under Article 12 of the Succession Code." Noor's stomach dropped. "What does that mean?" "It means they want legal grounds to execute you before the Concord renewal, before you can prove anything, before anyone can challenge the classification. Article 12 bypasses the oath. It allows immediate sanction against any unverified blood claimant whose existence threatens civic order." "The oath, your oath." "My oath binds me to kill false claimants after verification. Article 12 dispenses with verification. It treats the claim itself as the threat." He paused. "If the Regency reproves the petition, I will not be the one who comes for you." "Who will?" "Anyone with a blade and ambition." His voice dropped. "The classification makes you lawful prey for the duration of the Concord. No sanctuary, no challenge rights, no appeal until after the renewal." Noor stared at him, the copper bracelet pressed against her skin like a finger on a trigger. "You knew." The words came out before she could stop them. "You knew what this law meant, what the succession code required, what they would do the moment the bloodline registered. You knew, and you did not tell me." "I told you enough. You told me you would have to kill me if I was false." She took a step toward him. "You did not tell me they could skip the proof entirely and just call me a threat." "Because I did not believe they would move this fast." His jaw tightened. "I underestimated how afraid they are." "Afraid of what?" "I am a mortal auditor with a copper bracelet and a grandmother who hides letters behind her cabinet. You are the surviving branch of the Draeven bloodline, and the last payment arrives in 3 days." He held her gaze. "Every faction in this court built their power on the assumption that the throne would stay empty. You are not just a claimant. You are the end of a century of arrangements, contracts, and loyalties that were never designed to survive a queen." Noor pressed her palms against the table edge, grounding herself in the solid wood. "So what do I do?" "Prove it." Lazar's voice was quiet. "Prove your bloodline before the petition is approved. The classification takes effect at midnight on Concord Eve. You have until tomorrow night to establish your claim beyond dispute." "And if I cannot?" "Then I watch you die, or I break my oath trying to save you, and neither option leaves Vespergate intact. The silence stretched between them, filled with the weight of 9 centuries and the body of a clerk who had died for a signature. Noor looked down at the ledgers. Ondine's signature. The 12 erased carriers. The last birth 26 years ago. Her birth. I have the documentary proof. The payment trail, the registry gaps, the continuity ward, Ondine's signature. That has to be enough. Evidence alone will not satisfy Article 12. Lazar moved closer, his voice barely above a whisper. The code requires a blood test conducted before 3 witnesses of noble standing. The wards beneath the city must answer you directly, not through a bracelet your mother forged in secret. Vara's workshop. She can confirm the bracelet's nature. She already did. Vara is a metal conservator, not a noble witness. Her testimony carries no weight under succession law. Then find me witnesses. I cannot. His voice cracked, just slightly, the first break in his composure she had ever heard. I am in the first sword. My testimony on your behalf would be read as bias. The court would claim I am compromised by the bond, that I would say anything to keep you alive. Are you? He looked at her. The winter iron eyes had something she had not seen before, raw and unguarded, the terror he had been carrying since the moment her blood touched the seal. Yes, the word landed like a blade between them. I am compromised by the bond. I have been compromised since the moment I scented you in that vault. Every word I speak on your behalf, every move I make to protect you, the court will use to discredit your claim. He took a breath. That is why I have kept distance. That is why I have not touched you, not claimed you, not allowed myself to want what the bond offers. I am the worst possible ally you could have, because my protection is also my corruption. Noor understood then with a clarity that hurt. His distance had never been contempt. It had never been coldness or indifference. It had been the only gift he could give her, a clean line between his desire and her survival. She crossed the room and stopped a handspan from him, close enough to feel the heat his body should not have produced after 9 centuries of death. I do not need your testimony. I need your knowledge. She looked up at him. If the blood test requires 3 noble witnesses and the wards beneath the city, then tell me where to find them. Tell me what the test demands. Tell me how to survive tonight so I can prove myself tomorrow. Lazar's throat moved. The wards are beneath the Crimson House, the same direction the sealed corridor leads. The test requires you to open the Founder's lock with your blood while witnesses verify the response. The voice in the darkness, the restricted stack. That was not a room, was it? It was an entrance. Yes. To where? He held her gaze. To the place where Sidoni Draeven entombed herself. To the lock she became. The words hung between them, impossible and absolute. Your grandmother did not hide you from the court to protect your life. Lazar's voice dropped lower. She hid you to keep you from becoming the key. Chapter 13. The sealed door groaned behind her as Noor stepped back into the corridor. Zofia had not moved, her pale blue eyes fixed on the darkness No had just left. The voice, Zofia said. You heard it. I heard it. Noor pulled the tarnished key from the lock, the metal cold against her palm. It called me the Queen's blood. Said the bracelet carries a binding she left behind. Zofia's thin hand pressed against her chest. 40 years. I have maintained those orders for 40 years without knowing what they served. If I had understood, then the same person who killed the archivist would have killed you too. Noor slipped the key into her pocket. The silence kept you alive. She started down the corridor, her steps echoing against the stone. Behind her, Zofia's footsteps followed, lighter, more hesitant. Where are you going? Back to the auxiliary reading room. There are more ledgers, more records. If the restricted stack was sealed under Sidney's directive, there has to be something else. A companion document, a cross-reference, a witness list with names. The reading room is under surveillance. The clerk who delivers files reports to the Regency. Then I will be careful. Noor did not slow. And I will be fast. The auxiliary reading room sat 2 floors up, past the burned corridor where the archive vault's entrance was still cordoned off. The smell of charred paper lingered in the stairwell, thin and persistent, as if the fire had left its ghost behind. Noor pushed through the door and stopped. The room had been disturbed. The ledgers she had left stacked on the corner table were spread across the surface, pages open to sections she had not examined. A chair was pulled out at an angle she did not remember leaving. The inkwell on the desk had been recently uncapped, a thin layer of dust disturbed around its base. Zofia stepped past her, scanning the room. Someone has been here since we left. Noor crossed to the table. The open ledgers were not random. They were the volumes covering the last 30 years, the period after Ondine's signature first appeared in the collateral filings. Someone had been searching for the same trail she was tracking. She ran her finger along the edge of the open page. The ink was still damp in one corner, a fresh annotation in a hand she did not recognize. A date circled, a name underlined. A reference to a sealed directive under custodianship of Zofia Ills. Zofia read the annotation over Noor's shoulder and went still. That directive is not in the court's main register. It is not supposed to exist. Then someone very high up wanted me to know it does. Noor looked at the door. Or wanted you to know I found it. The lamps in the room flickered. Not the steady pulse of gaslight adjusting to a draft, but a single synchronized dimming, as if something had drawn power from the room all at once. Noor's copper bracelet contracted against her wrist. "Get out," she said. Zofia did not ask why. She moved, thin frame cutting toward the door, but the handle did not turn. She pulled again. Nothing. Locked. Noor crossed to the windows. They were narrow, too narrow for a body to pass, but she pressed her face to the glass and looked down at the courtyard 3 floors below. Shadows moved against the torches at the entrance arch. Not guards, not servants, multiple figures, all angled toward the building. "They know we are here," Noor said. "They locked us in." Zofia's free hand caught Zofia's shoulder, and together they pushed through the broken door into the corridor where the air was still clean and cold. The fire behind them roared, feeding on the treated paper, but Lazar did not stop. He pulled Noor down the stairwell, past the guards who were only just arriving, past the servants who pressed themselves against the walls, out through the courtyard and into the open night. Only there, beneath the torches of the entrance arch, with the crimson house behind them and the burning reading room visible through a 3rd-floor window, did he release her. Noor doubled over, hands on her knees, gasping clean air into her lungs. Zofia stood a few paces away, pale and trembling, but alive. Lazar faced the building. His coat was singed along one sleeve. His hands were bloodied, not his own blood, black against the stone of the courtyard, the blood of whoever had been in the corridor before he reached the door. "That was the 2nd attempt," he said, his voice flat. "There will not be a 3rd. Noor straightened. "There were multiple people in the courtyard. I saw them from the window. They were waiting for us to jump." "They were. The collapse was meant to force you out. The fire was meant to make the choice urgent." He turned to face her. "They wanted witnesses to see you fall. A broken body in the courtyard, a failed claim, a tragic accident. The petition would be approved without clear text. And instead you found us." "Instead, I found you." His jaw tightened. And now the entire court knows I was in that room. She saw it then, the calculation sharpening behind his eyes. The guards had seen him break through the door. The servants had seen him pull her out. Every whisper in the Crimson House would carry the same story before midnight. Lazar Corvath, the first sword, had chosen a mortal over the Regency's sealed order. In full view of witnesses, Noor said quietly, "There is no going back now." "No," he agreed. "There is not." He turned to face the gathered servants and guards, his voice carrying across the courtyard with the weight of 9 centuries of command. "By ancient house law, I invoke the Rite of Sanctuary. Noor Haddad is under my protection from this moment forward. Any who move against her, move against me." The guards exchanged glances. A servant's hand went to her mouth. Lazar looked at Noor, and in his eyes she saw the thing he had been trying not to show her since the moment her blood touched the seal. He had just declared war on the Regency for her sake. And he was not sorry. Chapter 14. The courtyard fell silent. Noor felt the weight of every gaze land on her. Guards, servants, a cluster of delegates who had gathered at the upper windows to watch the fire. They had seen the reading room burn. They had seen Lazar break through the door. Now they watched her stand in the torchlight, ash-smeared and breathing hard, while the first sword of the Amaranth Court declared her untouchable. She should have felt relief. Instead, she felt the shape of a cage closing around her, gilded and velvet-lined, and locked from the outside. "Sanctuary," she said, testing the word. "You invoked sanctuary." "It is the only law the Regency cannot override." Lazar's voice was low, meant only for her. "Article 12 takes effect at midnight tomorrow. Until then, you are under my authority, not the court's. No one can touch you without moving through me." "And if they move through you?" The question hung between them. "I have spent 9 centuries being very difficult to kill." It was not an answer. It was a deflection dressed as confidence, and Noor heard the evasion in it. But before she could press, footsteps rang across the courtyard, a steward in house colors, breathless, his eyes darting between Lazar and the burning window above. "First sword, the Regent summons you. Immediately." Lazar did not turn. "Tell the Regent I am occupied securing my ward." The steward's mouth opened and closed. "Your ward?" "Under ancient house law, witnessed by every servant and guard in his courtyard, the declaration is already valid. If the Regent requires confirmation, she may send a scribe to my tower." The word tower landed like a stone in still water. The steward's face went through 3 expressions in rapid succession: shock, calculation, fear, before he bowed and retreated. Noor watched him go. That will not stop her. No, but it will slow her down. Lazar finally turned to face her fully. The firelight caught the silver pin on his collar, the blackened edge of his sleeve, the set at his jaw. "We have until midnight tomorrow. Come." He did not wait for her answer. He began walking toward the eastern wing of the Crimson House, where a narrow arch led to a staircase Noor had never climbed. She looked at Zofia. Zofia nodded once, pale but steady. "Go. I will secure what remains of the ledgers." "The ledgers are ash." "The annotations are not. Someone left a trail in those books, a deliberate one, and I intend to find where it leads before the conspirators burn the rest of the evidence." Zofia's thin hand pressed Noor's arm. "You are not alone in this anymore. Remember that." Noor wanted to argue. Every instinct screamed that following Lazar into his tower meant surrendering the last shred of independence she had fought to keep. but the alternative was standing in an open courtyard while the Regency's agents watched from every window. She followed. The staircase was narrower than she expected, stone worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. No paintings lined the walls, no sconces held flame. The only light came from above, a pale glow that grew stronger as they climbed. At the top, a heavy oak door stood open, and beyond it, Noor stopped. The tower room was not what she had imagined. No cold stone chamber, no armory, no executioner's lair. Instead, she saw bookshelves carved into the walls, a low fire burning in a hearth of black marble, windows that faced the city in 3 directions, and a wide table covered in maps and correspondence. The air smelled of paper, old wool, and the faint metallic tan of blood that none amount of scrubbing could erase from a room where a weapon had been kept for 9 centuries. Zophia's thin hand pressed Noor's arm. "You are not alone in this anymore. Remember that." Noor wanted to argue. Every instinct screamed that following Lazar into his tower meant surrendering the last shred of independence she had fought to keep. But the alternative was standing in an open courtyard while the Regency's agents watched from every window. She followed. The staircase was narrower than she expected. Stone, worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. No paintings lined the walls. No sconces held flame. The only light came from above, a pale glow that grew stronger as they climbed. At the dock, a heavy oak door stood open, and beyond it, Noor stopped. The tower room was not what she had imagined. No cold stone chamber, no armory, no executioner's lair. Instead, she saw bookshelves carved into the walls, a low fire burning in a hearth of black marble, windows that faced the city in 3 directions, and a wide table covered in maps and correspondence. The air smelled of paper, old wool, and the faint metallic tang of blood that no amount of scrubbing could erase from a room where a weapon had been kept for 9 centuries. Zophia's thin hand pressed Noor's arm. "You are not alone in this anymore. Remember that." Noor wanted to argue. Every instinct screamed that following Lazar into his tower meant surrendering the last shred of independence she had fought to keep. But the alternative was standing in an open courtyard while the Regency's agents watched from every window. "The declaration is already valid. If the Regent requires confirmation, she may send a scribe to my tower." The word tower landed like a stone in still water. The steward's face went through 3 expressions in rapid succession: shock, calculation, fear, before he bowed and retreated. Noor watched him go. That will not stop her. No, it would expect it, drawing burn, now day long. "I am not going to let you break the 900-year oath for me, and I am not going to let Ondine bury the truth under another layer of ash. So we prove the claim. Together." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and produced a sealed leather case, flat and worn, the leather cracked with age. "The Sundayan entrusted this to me before she entombed herself. She said I would know the right person when the time came." He held it out. "I think the time has come." Noor took the case. The leather was warm from his body. The seal on the clasp bore the crescent moon and downward thorn. "What is it?" "Her directive. The real one. Not the Kata Zophia has been guarding for 40 years. His eyes stayed on her. "The single waste fund, ligged. The Debaili varies this band. The million blues are Claire, Lisquoy boundary, and the brains. I will not reel just entrusted the following of the flow batter. I will loo the components, but I will have a heaving wall weight someone tells it's his truth, and one. What is itself? You're increting that scene tone with all the swicks equal to the test. I will not watch you burn so that I can keep my hands clean." Noor felt the words land somewhere deep, somewhere below her ribs, where she had been keeping the fear locked away since the feast trap closed. She wanted to trust him. The bond pulled at her, not with force, but with the soft insistence of something that knew his truth before her mind had verified it. But she had spent too many years trusting documents to trust a feeling. "If I fail tomorrow," she said, "if the blood test does not answer, or if 3 noble witnesses refuse to speak, what happens to you?" He met her eyes. "I break my oath." "And if you break your oath?" The wards beneath the city destabilize, the Concord fractures, the factions turn on each other within a week. His voice was flat, clinical, as if he had already calculated the outcome. Vespergate burns. She had known the stakes were high. She had not known they were that high. "So it is not just my life on the table, it is the entire city." Which is exactly why Undine filed the petition. She believes a mortal heir is worse than no heir at all. She may be wrong, but she is not acting out of cruelty. She is acting out of terror. Noor absorbed that. The Regent was afraid. That changed nothing about the trap, the dead clerk, the burning room, but it changed how she understood the shape of the war. "Then we prove the claim. Together." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and produced a sealed leather case, flat and worn, the leather cracked with age. "Stanian entrusted this to me before she entombed herself. She said I would know the right person when the time came." He held it out. "I think the time has come." Noor took the case. Chapter 15. The leather case sat open on the low table between them, Sidney's parchment catching the firelight. Noor had read the line 5 times now, as if repetition might unlock meaning. The words themselves refused to give. "Blood remembers what courts deny." She closed the case and set it aside. "I need rules." Lazar's expression did not change. He stood by the hearth, one hand resting on the mantel, the fire casting long shadows across his face. "Name them." "This is a working arrangement until midnight tomorrow. I am not your ward in any sense that implies submission. I sleep with the door locked, I work alone when I choose to, and I leave this tower when I decide the risk is acceptable." She had expected pushback, a reminder that sanctuary law carried expectations, that his protection came with conditions. He simply nodded. "Anything else?" Noor studied him. The firelight caught the silver pin on his collar, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, the way his stillness was not coldness but discipline held so tight it had become second nature. "I do not answer for the bond," she said. "If it pulls at me, if I feel it in ways I cannot control, that does not mean I have consented to anything. And if you use it to read me, to anticipate my movements or emotions without asking, I will consider that a breach." "I will not." "You say that now. I have said it for 900 years. His voice carried no heat. "Every fated bond I have witnessed. I have watched one partner use the connection to shadow the other's choices. I swore I would never become that." She wanted to believe him. The bond hummed beneath her ribs, soft and insistent, telling her his words matched the truth she could feel but not verify. "Then we understand each other." "We do." He moved from the hearth, crossing to a cabinet built into the stone wall. "You will need workspace. The desk by the window has lamplight that does not strain the eyes. The cabinet contains blank ledgers, ink, sealing wax. If you need anything else, tell me, and I will have it brought." Noor blinked. She had expected a bare chamber, a soldier's quarters stripped of comfort. Instead, the tower held a study with deep shelves, a writing desk positioned to catch the city lights, a reading chair worn soft with use. "You live here." "I work here." He opened the cabinet, revealing neat stacks of paper, bottles of ink in graduated colors, a drawer of seals. I sleep in the chamber above. The rest of the floor is yours until the test. She crossed to the desk, ran her fingers over the stone. He will need workspace. The desk by the window has lamplight that does not strain the eyes. The cabinet contains blank ledgers, ink, sealing wax. If you need anything else, tell me, and I will have it brought. Noor blinked. She had expected a bare chamber, a soldier's quarters stripped of comfort. Instead, the tower held a study with deep shelves, a writing desk positioned to catch the city lights, a reading chair worn soft with use. You live here? I work here. He opened the cabinet, revealing neat stacks of paper, bottles of Bach in graduated colors, a drawer of seals. I sleep in the chamber above. The rest of the floor is yours until the test. She crossed to the desk, ran her fingers over the surface. Clean. No dust. Someone maintains this space with care. Who cleans this tower? I do. Noor turned. He stood by the cabinet, watching her with an expression she could not read. You are the first sword of the Amarand court. 900 years of service, and you clean your own rooms? The alternative is letting court staff into my private space. His mouth curved, barely. I prefer to know where my belongings are. It was such a small thing, and yet it shifted something in how she saw him. He was not the cold executioner the court whispered about. He was a man who had built a life inside a role that gave him no room to be anything else. Show me the trunk. The request came out before she had decided to make it. He did not ask which trunk. He crossed to the far wall, where a heavy chest sat beneath a tapestry she had not noticed, deep burgundy lee, embroidered with the Draeven crest in faded gold thread. He did not open it. Signet gave me this the night before she entombed herself. She said I would know when to open it. Did she say what is inside? No. He rested his hand on the lid. But she said it would answer the right person. Noor felt the bracelet contract against her wrist, a single pulse like a heartbeat. Has anyone else tried to open it? 3 people over the centuries. Each one failed. He looked at her. I do not know if you will succeed, but I know she meant it for you. She walked toward the trunk. The wood was dark, ancient, bound in iron straps that bore no rust. The lock was not a mechanism she recognized, no keyhole, no Villiers latch, only a smooth plate of burnished metal set into the lid. She reached out. The bracelet pulsed again, harder this time, and she felt heat bloom beneath the copper. She touched the metal plate. Nothing happened. No click, no release, no voice from the dark. No tennified guys. Nobody over all manages both. Then much enough a little grickets would have serious amobicates who are squealing steadily when the door is littered. Merrick Solti, Eastern Tides, owes nothing to Ondine but would demand a price. Zofia Ills, archivist, bound by oath to the Koft's records, her testimony may be challenged. Merrick Solti, Eastern Tides, will support whoever offers better terms. Farah, conservator, neutral, her expertise may carry weight. Elias Mercer, mortal liaison, counsel appointed, his word opens mortal channels. Korvath, compromised by bond, cannot testify. Her eyes caught on the last line. Cannot testify. She looked up. You wrote your own name. I listed every viable option. His voice was level. The fact that I cannot stand for you does not mean I should be excluded from the strategy. She studied him. In the firelight, with the shadows carved deep into his face, he looked every year of his age. Not old, but worn, the way stone wears after centuries of weather. If you could testify, what would you say? He met her eyes. That I have served the Draeven throne for 9 centuries. That I know the blood wards better than any living creature. And that when your blood touched the seal in the archive, I felt the throne answer. He paused, I would tell them that the bond does not blind me, it confirms what the ones already know. But the court will not hear that from a compromised witness. Noor held his gaze. The bracelet was warm against her skin, steady now, as if the trunk's recognition had settled something. Show me the rest of the tower. He raised an eyebrow. The rest is a bedroom and a narrow staircase to the roof. Then show me the roof. He did not argue. He crossed to a door set into the stone, pulled it open, and gestured for her to follow. The stairs were narrow, spiraling upward through walls that held the cold of centuries. Noor climbed behind him, close enough to see the soot still clinging to his collar, the small cut along his jaw where the splinter had caught him. The roof door opened onto a narrow platform, walled on 3 sides, open to the east. The wind hit her face, salt and sharp, carrying the smell of the harbor. Vespergate spread below them in a carpet of lights. The crimson house rose at the center, its towers dark against the stars. Beyond it, the mortal city glittered in arcs and grids, indifferent to the war being fought in its shadows. The queen used to stand here, Lazar said. Skrander, I avoid modifying for my relicants canfic court. Lazar clearly focus on the mister's pain. I should have just put out a back about pics I'm really now. With infect for venues and luppiness. The model walking chakrans are to complete houringly. It's a video of us sherrying simpering his nedge, which I take the still argent for this. The protected coolant quarters and really making this the loop is what we like to live my fates equal please. The fizzy gluers and rice a slack. The braided Siodex moves nest is always going to be in this mealy. I am still like coaling times for all fresh. Water is the fresh, perfect patches to be tripped to the batamena reel. He stop in at the spirits enters up to the dew. The stores on their fate of despitance is kind of a seal. I see it. The spiling looking light before me think I'm so suit. Laugh. Coolant backs this. Lutu designs my dark. What that very sit opens new to the batch wonderful, I imagine to Manny da. The corporate who excipated pushly fostly, months day I learned that I know that I can revider the lokers, what every spirit which I've deferred giveners meant to. You hasn't find for the bitins porbed dislistens. I clean out of the freedom for me the siling rays that could tense for that violent. I have about to speak. In the violent, manipulating figure like the lecturals, its written meaning, my remembered's clean name what stop is lists. To fight, with whoop een and the steep on myself. The strongs here on the his roll, and that is a very full levants could do. I see your Clydic. I am just long to learn this warm to still one. I leam this flesh and I still a baiter on the pates that know what was your beneath. Starms protegically luggety for the green, have used the greats of the medical standard on the lats bench. Okay, what is the warmth that I like? I despised the while making. When she could not sleep, you said the city looked honest from this height. Did it? No. He turned to face her. But it looked worth protecting. Noor leaned against the wall, the stone cold through her borrowed gown. Tomorrow I prove my bloodline, claim the throne, or die trying. She said it flatly, as if stating a line in a contract. And if I fail, you break your oath, the city burns, and everything Ondine feared becomes true. Yes. She looked at him. The wind pulled at his dark hair, and his eyes held hers with something that was not pity, not hope, but a steady, patient attention, as if she were the only thing in the city worth watching. She felt the bond pull, soft and warm, telling her she could trust this. But she had spent 26 years trusting evidence. She would need more than a feeling to stake a throne on. I will need the ledgers from Zofia, she said, and the annotation trail from the reading room, and a list of every name that has ever touched the 147 crown payment line. It will be waiting when you wake. She nodded, then turned to descend the stairs. At the door, she paused. Lazar. Yes? If I choose to trust you, it will be because I decide to, not because the bond tells me to. Good. His voice came quiet through the wind. I would not want it any other way. She stepped inside, and the door closed behind her, leaving him alone on the roof with the indifferent city and the weight of a dead queen's trunk waiting below. And in the dark of the tower, as Noor descended toward lamplight and the work ahead, the trunk in the corner gave a single, quiet pulse, as if something inside had heard her voice and decided to wait. Chapter 16. The desk in Lazar's tower study held more paper than she had expected. Noor pulled the chair close, ignoring the way the candlelight caught the edges of stacked correspondence, the brass inkwell, the clean ledger pages he had laid out. She spread Zulfia's notes across the surface, arranging them by date, by account number, by the faint pencil marks the archivist had left in margins. Lazar stood by the hearth, watching. You do not need to supervise. Old habit. He did not move. I have not shared this space with anyone in decades. I am learning where to stand. She let that settle. The fire cracked, the wind pressed against the tower windows, and somewhere in the city below, a bell tolled the late hour. She returned to the ledgers. The pattern was there, embedded in the numbers the way bones set beneath skin. The 170 cents Claimant had been routed through 17 different account labels across 112 years, but the intervals were precise, every 13 months, never 12, never 14. A deliberate offset that made the trail harder to track across fiscal cycles. A 13-month cycle, she said. Why? Lazar moved closer, stopping at the edge of the desk. The old calendar. Before the Concord standardized the year, the court used lunar reckoning, 13 months of 28 days, with 1 day set aside for the veil. The veil? The night when the boundary between the dead and the living was said to thin. His voice carried no skepticism. Sidoni kept the old calendar for court accounts even after the mortal city adopted the new one. She said tradition gave the ledgers weight. Noor made a note. Tradition or deliberate obscurity? Both. A pause. She was skilled at making one serve the other. She worked through the next column, cross-referencing the transfer dates against the names in the birth registry. Each carrier had received their payment in the 13th month, within a window of 3 days after the veil night. Your mother timed it, she said. The words came out flat. The payments. She knew the old calendar well enough to schedule the drops so no one outside the system would notice. She designed the system, Lazar said, before she entombed herself. Noor looked up. Sidoni built her own hidden bloodline registry? No. He met her eyes. She built the lock. The bloodline was the key. She designed the payment trail to maintain the key so that when the lock was needed, it would not fail. The fire popped. Noor set down her pencil. She knew someone would come for the throne eventually. She knew the throne would need someone to hold it. His voice was quiet. She did not trust her successors to find that person fairly. So she left a trail for the one who could read it. Noor sat with that for a moment. It was almost flattering being chosen by a dead pain she had never met, except that it also meant she had been aimed at this desk, this tower, this war, before she was born. Did she know it would be me, specifically? Lazar considered the question. I do not think she knew. I think she hoped. She told me once that the court's greatest weakness was its certainty. She said only someone who came from outside, who did not carry the court's assumptions, would see what the ledgers actually said. He paused. She would have liked you. Something in his tone made Noor look up. He was watching her the way he had on the roof, with that steady attention that held no hunger, only recognition. Flattery from a 900-year-old executioner, she said. That is a new entry on the resume. His mouth curved. I've been told I am better at killing than complimenting. Who told you that? Sidoni? Frequently? A laugh escaped her, dry and sharp. She caught herself, surprised. The tension in her shoulders eased a fraction. Tell me about the factions, she said, turning back to the ledgers. I need to know who I am asking to stand for me. Lazar pulled a chair from the side of the room and sat across from her, the firelight dividing his face into planes of light and shadow. The Western Tithe Lord's answer to Aldrich Ven. He is old enough to remember Sidoni's reign. He does not love the regency, but he loves stability more. He will support whichever side promises the least disruption. That is not a vote of confidence. It is a vote of pragmatism. If you prove your bloodline cleanly, he will fall in line. If there is doubt, he will wait to see which way the court tilts before committing. Noor sat with that for a moment. It was almost flattering, being chosen by a dead queen she had never met. Except that it also meant she had been aide at this desk, this tower, this war, before she was born. Did she know it would be me? Specifically? Lazar considered the question. I do not think she knew. I think she hoped. She told me once that the court's greatest weakness was its certainty. She said only someone who came from outside, who did not carry the court's assumptions, would see what the ledgers actually said. He paused. She would have liked you. Something in his tone made Noor look up. He was watching her the way he had on the roof, with that steady attention that held no hunger, only recognition. Realize I am here, but that's what did you be in registering this round? Noor set down her pencil. She knew someone would come for the throne eventually. She knew the throne would need someone to hold it. He stabs her. He dressed into the failured or totals set against the tower windows. The Tekkens were being casts to tell me about the factions, she said, turning back to the ledgers. I need to know who I am asking to stand for me. Lazar pulled a chair from the side of the room and sat across from her, the firelight dividing his face into planes of light and shadow. No had almost missed it in the loose stack. Directive referenced in auxiliary reading room annotation. Cross-referenced against the court's sealed custodial register. The record shows a sealed case filed under special archival custody at the Old City offices, predating the Crimson House archive by 70 years. The case number does not match any current filing system. The notation in the margin reads, "Do not open outside the finder's presence." No read it twice. There is a sealed directive, she said, not in the court's archive, in the Old City offices. Field before the Crimson House was built. Lazar went still. Zofia found a reference, Noor continued. The auxiliary reading room annotation pointed to it. If it contains what the annotator intended, it might be the missing piece, the documentation that explains how the blend test is supposed to work. The Old City offices were decommissioned during the Concord renegotiation, Lazar said slowly. The records were supposed to have been transferred. Supposed to have been. A silence stretched between them. The fire cracked, and Noor realized with a cold clarity that felt like stepping off a ledge that Zofia had not been in the tower all evening. She had been out, in the city, following the same trail. Noor stood. I need to find her. Chapter 17. Noor found Zofia at the Old City offices an hour before dawn. The building stood at the edge of the Mortal District, a limestone carcass with boarded windows and a door that had been locked longer than Noor had been alive. Zofia sat on the front steps, her thin hands wrapped around a leather case, her pale blue eyes fixed on nothing. "The lock was rusted through," she said without looking up. "I had to break a window." Noor sat beside her. The stone was cold through her coat. "You should have waited." "I have been waiting 40 years. Zofia held out the case. It was plain, unmarked, bound with a leather strap that had cracked with age. "The directive was in a storage room beneath the basement. The records transfer missed it because no one remembered the room existed." Noor took the case. The leather was dry against her fingers, the strap brittle. She did not open it. "Your hands are shaking," she said. Zofia looked at her own fingers as if noticing them for the first time. "I thought I knew every secret this city kept. I have spent 4 decades burying truths in ledgers, routing payments through ghost accounts, protecting a dead queen's instructions without knowing what they meant." She pressed her palms flat against her knees. "And I have never been more afraid than I was in that basement, holding this case, realizing I was alone in a place no one remembers exists." Noor said nothing. She set the case in her lap and waited. The street was quiet. A single lamp burned at the corner, casting a circle of weak light onto the cobblestones. Somewhere in the distance, a cart rattled over uneven pavement, the first sign of the mortal city waking. "I need to get this to the tower," Noor said, "and I need you to come with me." Zofia nodded. She stood slowly, her joints protesting, and Noor saw how thin she had become in the days since the archive fire. The archivist had been burning her own reserves as recklessly as the conspirators had burned the ledgers. They walked back through the gray light of false dawn. Noor kept the case pressed against her ribs, her coat buttoned over it, her pace measured. She did not run. Running drew attention, and the streets belonged to no one at this hour. The tower door opened before she knocked. Lazar stood in the doorway, his face unreadable. His eyes swept over Zofia first, checking for injury, then settled on the shape of the case beneath Noor's coat. "Inside," he said. "Now." The study was warm. A fire had been banked, then stoked. Noor set the case on the desk and undid the letter strap with care, the where she would open a document so fragile it might turn to dust at a breath. The flap lifted. Inside was a single folder, heavy with age. A sealed envelope lay on top, addressed in the same sharp hand Noor had seen on the Queen's directive. "For the one who reads the numbers." Noor broke the seal. The first sheet was a letter, dated the year the Crimson House was built. "You have found this because you followed a trail I laid before I learned to trust anyone but ledgers. I do not know your name. I do not know your face. But I know your blood because my blood chose you. And I know you have already survived what this city tried to burn from you. Do not open the trunk in Lazar's tower until the moon is veiled. The blood test will demand 3 things: the signet, the memory, and the choice. You will know what each means when the time comes. I am sorry I will not meet you. I think I would have liked you. Sidoni Draeven." Noor read the letter twice. Her hands were steady, her heart was not. "The signet," she said. "The memory, the choice." Trunk, moon, blood. Zofia's voice was barely a whisper. "The trunk is in this tower. The veiled moon is tomorrow night, the one that falls between the Concord and the new cycle. And the choice, I know what the choice is." They both looked at her. Noor folded the letter and returned it to the case. The copper bracelet sat warm against her wrist. Inside the case, beneath the letter, lay a second document, a folded map of Vespergate drawn in a hand that predated every street she had walked. A single location was marked in red ink, not beneath the Crimson House, beneath the old city offices. The place Zofia had just broken into. Hyperspitely think of Chapter the 18. The case lay open on the desk, the letter folded beside it, the map spread beneath the lamplight. Noor traced the red mark with her finger. The location sat at the intersection of 3 transit lines, a knot of streets that had been renumbered twice since the city expanded. Beneath the old city offices, a room that predated the building above it. "Zofia," she said, "when you were in the basement, did you see any access points below the floor? A hatch? A stairwell? Any indication of a lower level?" Zofia stood at the hearth, her thin hands wrapped around a cup of tea Lazar had pressed into them. She had not drunk from it. The storage room was bricked in on 3 sides. The 4th wall was raw stone, older than the foundation. I assumed it was the original retaining wall. "It is not a retaining wall." Lazar spoke from the window. He had not moved since they entered. His voice was low, careful. "That building was constructed over a sealed chamber. Signet showed me the original survey maps before the Concord was signed. The chamber predates every structure on that block by at least 2 centuries. Noor looked at him. "You knew." "I knew there was a chamber. I did not know it connected to her directive." He turned from the window. His face was unreadable, but his iron-gray eyes held something she had not seen before. Uncertainty. "She showed me many things. She did not explain all of them." Zofia set her cup down untouched. "The directive I have guarded for 40 years is a fake. This is real." She gestured at the open case. "But the letter says nothing about what the test actually requires, only that it needs 3 things. And the signet is not in this case." Noor lifted the folder again, checking beneath the map. The letter binding held nothing else. No seal, no ring, no impression of a crest pressed into wax. "The signet is the missing piece," she said. "The letter says the trunk cannot be opened until the veiled moon, but it does not say the signet is in the trunk." She looked at Lazar. "Does it?" His jaw tightened. "No, it does not." "Then where is it?" The question hung between them. Zofia's breath caught, a sound too small to be a gasp, but unmistakable in the stillness. Lazar walked to the fireplace and stood with his back to them. The firelight caught the silver pin on his collar, the only ornament he wore. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of centuries, pressed thin. "Signet gave me the trunk with words I have repeated to myself every year since. You will know when it is time to open it. I never asked her what she meant because I believed I would know, that the lock itself would tell me when the person had arrived." He turned, his eyes met Noor's. "The trunk pulsed when you spoke. It has never done that for anyone." "So the signet is inside." "I do not know." Noor held his gaze. The copper bracelet was warm against her wrist, not constricting, not cold, wooing. "Then we open the trunk tomorrow night," she said, "and we find out what Signet left for the person she knew would come." Zofia made a sound that was almost a laugh. "You speak as if the Regency will simply allow you to wait until tomorrow night. Ondine knows you survived. She knows you are here. The Article 12 deadline is tonight at midnight. If you do not present yourself for the blood test by then, you are lawful prow for anyone who chooses to move against you." "Sanctuary holds until midnight," Lazar said, "and after midnight, the house laws that govern this tower make it sovereign soil. No court action can be enforced within these walls without my permission. But I cannot stay in this tower forever." "No," he agreed. "But you do not have to leave tonight." Noor looked down at the map again. The red mark seemed darker now, as if it had absorbed the lamplight. "The blood test," she said slowly. "The directive says it requires the signet, the memory, and the choice. But the letter also says, I will know what each means when the time comes. She lifted her head. I think the signet is in the trunk. I think the memory is whatever suddenly left in that chamber beneath the old city offices. And the choice. She stopped. Lazar watched her. Zofia watched her. The choice is whether I claim the throne at all. Noor's voice was flat, the voice she used for numbers that refused to balance. The blood test confers the lineage. It does not force the heir to accept the succession. I can prove I am Draeven and still walk away. You will not. She met Lazar's eyes. No, I will not. But Signet wanted the choice to be mine. That is why she buried the truth under enough layers that only someone who wanted to find it could reach it. She touched the copper bracelet. She built a trail that required obsession. She wanted an heir who would fight for the truth, not one who stumbled across it by accident. Zofia exhaled slowly. She was planning this for centuries. Yes. The silence stretched. Outside, the false dawn had burned off, and the sky through the tower window was the pale gray of winter light. Lazar spoke first. Then we have until midnight to secure what we can from the Directive, and until tomorrow night to open the trunk. After that, we will need to reach the chamber beneath the old city offices before Ondine deduces where Signet's real secrets are buried. She will guess, No said. She has ruled for a century. She knows the city's bones better than anyone alive. Then we move first. Noor looked at Zofia. The arcade bracelet was cold against her wrist, who is cleating necks and assistant Mac, which is inherited with the squeaky lurving physical flick ghost. Sophia celebrately completely provided her able to be a physical frath will axe the profit-shader period here, the 3 kids a master trips, the Araps haven't wastes all of time, but the Signet is the missing piece. I memorized the access logs. I memorize everything. Lazar said nothing for a long moment. Then he crossed the room and stopped in front of her, close enough that she could smell wood smoke and old paper on his coat. You are asking me to let you walk into a trap you may not see until it closes. I am asking you to trust me. She did not look away. The way you asked me to trust you. His hand lifted, hesitated, then dropped. The maintenance tunnels are the most dangerous route in the city. They are dark, narrow, and unwarded. If you are caught in them, no one will hear you call for help. I know. And you are still going? Yes. He held her gaze, then he stepped aside. Chapter 19. The maintenance tunnels smelled of wet stone and old iron. Noor moved with her shoulders curved. The servant's shawl pulled low over her brow, the brass key cold against her palm inside her pocket. The third junction opened into a wider chamber where 3 tunnels met. A single gas lamp flickered in a wall bracket, recently lit. Ilias Mercer stood beneath it. He wore a mortal council coat, dark wool with brass buttons, and carried a leather portfolio tucked under one arm. His smile when he saw her was careful, practiced, and did not quite reach his eyes. Noor Haddad, he said. I was beginning to think you would not come this way. She stopped at the edge of the lamp's light. Her hand stayed in her pocket, closed around the key. You were waiting for me. I was waiting for someone. He tilted his head. The maintenance tunnels are the only route to the old city offices that does not pass through a warded checkpoint. I assumed you would figure that out eventually. You have figured out everything else. Who told you I was coming? No one. He lifted the portfolio. I read the same access logs you did, cross-referenced them against the sealed chamber beneath the civic basement. The pattern was not difficult to follow once I knew what to look for. Noor studied him. The mortal Liaison stood easily in the damp tunnel, his coat immaculate, His posture relaxed, as if meeting a fugitive auditor in an unlit corridor at the edge of midnight was an ordinary part of his evening. "You want something," she said. "I want the Concord to survive the night." "So do I." "Then we have a place to start." He held out the portfolio. She did not take it. "Elias, if this is a trap, I need you to understand that I will remember every word you say to me tonight, and I will use it." Something flickered in his eyes. Respect, she thought, or wariness, perhaps both. "It is not a trap." He lowered the portfolio but did not withdraw it. "I have spent 3 years negotiating the Concord renewal with Undine Marvel. She is elegant, intelligent, and completely unwilling to concede anything that would give the Mortal Council a foothold in the Night Districts. I need leverage. You are leverage. I am a target. You are both. That is what makes you useful." She let the silence stretch. The gas lamp hissed. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness behind her. "I need access to the sealed civic files from the old city offices," she said finally. "The ones that were supposed to be transferred to the Crimson House archive and were not." Elias's smile sharpened. "I know. You know. I filed the retention orders myself during the decommission. I told the transfer clerks that certain records required council oversight before release." He tapped the portfolio. "I have been waiting 3 years for someone to ask about them." Noor stepped forward and took the portfolio. The leather was warm from his coat. She did not open it. "What is in here?" "Property deeds, maintenance contracts, a sealed directive filed under Queen Sodini Draeven's personal seal, predating the Crimson House by 70 years, that no one in the court has ever been authorized to open." He paused. "I believe it contains the original founding charter of the blood wards beneath the city." Her fingers tightened on the leather. "You read it?" "I read the legal description. The contents are warded. I am mortal, and I have no Draeven blood, so the seal would not answer me." He looked at her with fresh calculation. "But I suspect it will answer you." Noor tucked the portfolio under her arm, next to her body where the shawl could cover it. "What do you want in return?" Elias considered the question longer than she expected. When he spoke, his voice was quieter. "The Concord renewal grants the Amaranth Court exclusive rights to blood tithe collection across 3 eastern districts for the next 50 years. The Mortal Council has been trying to renegotiate that for a decade. If you claim the throne tonight, and if you survive long enough to set new terms, I want your word that the eastern districts will be reopened for mortal oversight." "You want me to rewrite a treaty I have not even read?" "I want you to promise that you will read it." He held her gaze. "With mortal interests in mind?" Noor studied him, the brass key pressed against her palm. The portfolio weighed against her ribs. Somewhere above them, the court was arranging itself around her death. "You are betting that I survive the night. I am betting that you are the only person in the Crimson House who treats records like evidence instead of weapons." He stepped back into the shadow beyond the lamp. "The sealed chamber beneath the old city offices has a secondary entrance through the eastern maintenance grate. The grate is locked, but the council's engineering office kept a spare key." He paused. "It is taped to the underside of the 3rd inspection panel on the north wall of the old boiler room." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want you to succeed." His voice was barely audible now. "And because if you do not, I will spend the next 50 years negotiating with Undine Marvel, and I would rather spend them negotiating with someone who reads the numbers." He turned and walked into the darkness. The sound of his footsteps faded, and then there was only the hiss of the lamp and the drip of water and the weight of the portfolio in her arms. Noor stood alone in the tunnel for a long moment. Then she opened the portfolio. The first document was a property deed, yellowed and brittle, dated 230 years ago. The second was a maintenance contract, signed in the same hand she had seen on Saudini's Directive. The crescent moon and downward thorn pressed into the wax beside the signature. The third document was a sealed envelope. The seal was Draeven. The handwriting on the front was Saudini's, for the one who reaches this last. Noor's hand shook as she tucked the portfolio closed. She had hours until midnight. A sealed chamber beneath the city, a trunk she could not open until tomorrow night. And now a dead queen's final letter waiting in her hands. The copper bracelet was warm against her wrist. She walked into the darkness. Chapter 20. The tower study had not changed in the hours she had been gone. The same hearth glow, the same maps pinned to the wall, the same weight of stone and silence pressing against the windows. Noor set the portfolio on the desk and pulled the shawl from her shoulders. Her hands were steady now. The tremor had passed somewhere between the maintenance tunnel and the tower stair, leaving only the cold clarity of someone who had run out of room for fear. She slid the sealed envelope from the portfolio. Sidoni's handwriting was sharper than she expected. The ink had browned with age, but every stroke was precise, deliberate, the hand of someone who never wasted a line. For the one who reaches this last. Noor broke the seal. The letter inside was short. 3 paragraphs on heavy paper that still hold the faint smell of old cedar. She read it once standing, then sat down and read it again. You have followed the numbers where others followed ambition. You have read what the court chose to bury. By the time this letter reaches your hands, you will know that the blood in your veins is mine, and that the throne has been waiting longer than any living vampire remembers. The signet is in the trunk. The trunk will open only for the veiled moon. Do not test it sooner. The ward is keyed to the lunar cycle and will seal itself permanently if forced. The memory is beneath the old city offices, in the chamber I sealed before the Crimson House was built. You will know it when you see it. The choice is yours alone. Do not trust the Regency. Do not trust the tithe lords. Trust the blood that brought you here, and trust the one who kept my silence for 9 centuries. There is one more thing. The trunk will ask you for proof. Give it your blood. It will recognize what the court denies. The letter did not have a signature. It did not need one. Noor set it down and looked at the trunk. It sat beneath the Draeven tapestry where it had always been, iron straps catching the firelight, the smooth metal plate gleaming like a closed eye. She had touched it before. The bracelet had pulsed, the trunk had stayed shut. But the veiled moon was tomorrow night. She had hours, not days. The Article 12 deadline loomed, the seal beneath the city waited, and the trunk was the first step. Lazar appeared in the study doorway. He had not made a sound, but she felt him there, a shift in the air, the weight of someone who moved through the world like a drawn blade. You found her. I found more than her. Noor held up the letter. Sidoni left instructions. The trunk opens tomorrow night, not before. He crossed to the hearth and stood with his back to the flames, watching her. That is not what brought you back shaking? No. She folded the letter and tucked it into her coat. Elias Mercer gave me the sealed records. He wants mortal oversight of the eastern districts in exchange. You agreed. I promised to read the treaty. She met his gaze. That is not the same thing. A flicker of something crossed his face. Approval, perhaps, or recognition. And the tunnel route? Nu looked at the iron-bound chest, the smooth plate, the silence of whatever waited inside. The letter says I need to give it my blood. Lazar's jaw tightened. The signet is inside. You are certain? The letter says the signet is in the trunk. The trunk will open for the veiled moon. She turned to face him fully. What else could it mean? He did not answer. The copper bracelet pressed against her wrist, warm and steady, as if it had heard the question and decided to wait. Noor worked to the trunk. The firelight caught the metal plate, and for a moment she saw her reflection in it, distorted and dark, a stranger's face behind her own. "Tomorrow night," she said, "when the moon is veiled, I open the trunk, I take the signet, then I go beneath the city and find whatever Sidoni left for me." And the choice? Yes. She touched the cool metal of the trunk with her fingertips. The bracelet pulsed once, a heartbeat against her skin. That comes after. She did not ask him if he would be there. She already knew. The hours crawled. Noor worked through the portfolio on the desk, cataloging deeds, cross-referencing maintenance contracts, building a map of the sealed chamber's access points from Sidoni's ancient chart and Eliza's details. The third inspection panel, the eastern maintenance grate. The boiler room that had not been used in decades. The tower held its silence around her. Lazar stayed in the study for most of it, reading old correspondence, pretending she was not there. She caught him watching her once, when he thought she would not notice. His face was unreadable, but his hands were still, and she remembered what he had said in the tunnel before she left his tower earlier. "I have not felt hope in centuries." She looked away first. The moon rose. The sky beyond the tower windows was clear, cold, every star sharp as a needle. Tomorrow it would be veiled. Noor closed the portfolio and pressed her palm flat against the leather. The copper bracelet was warm against her wrist, steady as a second pulse. She stood and walked back to the trunk. The metal plate gleamed. The iron straps held their rustless grip. She had touched it before, and it had pulsed but not opened. The letter had said to wait for the veiled moon. But the letter had also said, "Give it your blood." Noor pulled the pin from her hair. The bronze tip was sharp enough. Lazar was at the desk. He had not moved, but she felt his attention shift, the weight of it landing on her like a blade testing its edge. The letter said to wait for the moon. The letter said the trunk would open for the veiled moon. It also said the trunk would ask for proof. She pressed the pin against her index finger until the skin broke. A bead of blood welled up, dark and bright in the firelight. "I want to see what it does with the answer." She pressed her finger to the metal plate. The contact was warm. The copper bracelet contracted hard, squeezing her wrist until she gasped, and then the trunk opened. Not with a hinge or a latch, but a seam of light that ran the length of the metal plate, splitting it in two. The halves slid apart without sound, revealing a compartment lined with velvet the color of old rust. Inside, a signet ring lay on a bed of black silk. The metal was dark, darker than iron, darker than the trunk itself. The crest was a crescent moon, cradling a downward thorn, the same symbol that had marked every hidden carrier, every sealed document, every secret Sidoni had buried across 2 centuries. Noor reached for it. The copper bracelet burned against her skin, and the signet answered with a pulse of warmth that traveled up her arm and lodged behind her ribs like a second heart. She lifted the ring. Beneath it, folded in the silt, was a single sheet of paper. The handwriting was Sidoni's again, smaller this time, as if she had written it in haste or pain. "Blood remembers what courts deny. Wear the signet. The ward beneath the city will answer, and the dead will speak. But know this. Once the lock opens, it cannot be closed again by anyone but the one who holds the throne. Make your choice before you descend. There will be no second chance." Noor read it twice, then she slid the signet onto her right hand. The ring with the words "enjoyed," which is a position for all contact wisdom, exactly, in a fagram brighty. "It is almost of the Marisets." She nodded, the ring warm against her finger, the weight of Sidoni's last warning settling into her bones. "Then we have one night," she said, "to decide what comes next." The trunk sat open and empty, the velvet lining exposed, the secret it had kept for centuries finally released. Noor touched the signet, felt the pulse of the ward that answered her blood, and did not look away from Lazar's face. Tomorrow the moon would veil. Tomorrow she would open the lock beneath the city. Tonight, she would choose who she became before she descended. The copper bracelet hummed against her wrist, and the tower held its breath around her. Chapter 21. The trunk stood open. The velvet lining glowed rust red in the firelight, and Noor's hand still burned where the signet had answered her blood. But beneath the ring, beneath the note, the compartment held more. A second layer of silk, darker than the first, peeled back to reveal a bundle of parchment tied with a thin leather cord. The binding was brittle, the knots stiff with age. Noor lifted it carefully, feeling the weight of something that had not been touched in centuries. The cord came apart at her touch. She unfolded the first sheet. The handwriting was not Sidenese. It was smaller, less certain, written in ink that had faded to the color of dried rust. A woman's hand. A name at the bottom that made her breath catch. Noor Haddad. Noor's mother. The room tilted. She gripped the edge of the trunk and forced herself to read. To whoever finds this, you are my blood. I do not know your name, but I know what you carry. The Queen's line runs through me and through you. I was the last carrier, the 12th, and I hid you as she commanded. I buried this proof where only the signet could lead you. Forgive me for what I could not tell you. Forgive me for leaving you with silence instead of truth. The ward beneath the city remembers what the court erased. Your blood is the key. The memory is below. The choice is yours. I love you. I never held you long enough. The ink bled at the edges of the final word, as if a drop of water had fallen there, or a tear. Noor's fingers trembled. The parchment shook in her grip. Lazar had not moved. She felt him watching, felt the weight of his attention like a hand held inches from her skin, not touching, ready to catch her if she fell. He kept it, she said. Her voice came out raw. Sidene kept my mother's letter inside the trunk. She knew who would find it. The Queen planned for generations, Lazar said. She did nothing by accident. Noor turned the parchment over. On the reverse, in the same hand, were 3 lines of dates and locations, each crossed out after a single year. The last entry read, Vespergate, Crimson House Auxiliary, Year of the Veiled Moon. 26 years ago. The year Noor was born. The year her mother came to Sabah with cash and fear and a story she never finished telling. She was here, Noor whispered. My mother was inside the Crimson House. She walked through these corridors. She knew what she was carrying, and she put it in writing so I would find it. She looked up at Lazar. His face was still carved from stone, but his eyes were not. They held something raw, something that matched the ache in her chest. I have not felt hope in centuries, he said. The words landed like a hand reaching through fog. Noor set the parchment down carefully, as if it might crumble. The signet was warm against her finger, the copper bracelet quiet against her wrist. She had the proof. She had the ring. She had the body of a dead queen's design laid open before her. But it was Lazar's voice that held her. Centuries, she repeated. I forgot what it felt like. He did not look away. I stopped allowing myself to want anything beyond the next day, the next order, the next execution. Siden's trust was the last thing I held, and when she sealed herself beneath the city, I became a blade without a hand to wield it. He took a step toward her, then another. You came into that archive and the ward answered you. The trunk answered you. The signet answered you. His voice dropped. I answered you. Before I knew your name, before I understood what you were, my blood knew yours, and I felt something I had not felt since Sidon walked into the dark. The space between them shrank. Noor's pulse was loud in her throat. She could feel the heat of him, the strange stillness of a body that did not need to breathe, but held its breath anyway. You said the bond does not override choice, she said. It does not. Then this is not the bond talking. No. His hand rose, paused, waited for permission she had not given. This is me. 9 centuries of silence, and I am choosing to break it with you. She reached for him. Her fingers closed around his wrist. The contact sent a shiver up her arm, not cold, not hunger, but recognition. The signet pulsed against his skin, and his breath caught, the first unguarded sound she had ever heard from him. Noor. Her name in his mouth, raw and quiet. She pulled him closer. His hand found her jaw, tilted her face to the firelight. The callus on his thumb scraped gently against her cheekbone. She did not look away. She let him see her. The fear, the fury, the grief, the want she had refused to name since the moment she first fronted smoke and iron in the archive vault. The space between them shrank. Noor's pulse was loud in her throat. She could feel the heat of him, the strange stillness of a body that did not need to breathe, but held its breath anyway. You said the bond does not override choice, she said. It does not. Then this is not the bond talking. No. His hand rose, paused, waited for permission she had not given. This is me. 9 centuries of silence, and I am choosing to break it with you. She reached for him. Her fingers closed around his wrist. The contact sent a shiver up her arm, not cold, not hunger, but recognition. The signet pulsed against his skin, and his breath caught, the first unguarded sound she had ever heard from him. Noor. Her name in his mouth, raw and quiet. She pulled him closer. His hand found her jaw, tilted her face to the firelight. The callus on his thumb scraped gently against her cheekbone. She did not look away. She let him see her. The fear, the fury, the grief, the want she had refused to name since the moment she first scented smoke and iron in the archive vault. The space between them shrank. Noor's pulse was loud. The Jaffind required shiverts. The Jaffind referred is in the log. This is what he hivages all right. I can sorry licking stare when he looks letter like anything lips in their own. Nor will stop it. You take this proth, that the spiece says the based words. The court is the mitertind. Then no, we always let. If you just get me automatically step writing, that deserves the reach capped out paintables into the ground. I walk through this pig's cut. The preen have another rich lights. I rest you lamped you. Now let me staff, bride, to my shawl. They should leal the pert that just walk moons to the optines. I would have a supreme deficient, one of the hedonism, we can actually clear it. Needly sleeply the lobing trims, origodili, cinemas. This is what he holds the west analvity to my heart. What does it just see? I am not filled him a little bit, without a thought in no. I father their single time. It will make me lost to the condition about the Chinese toil of fading spectbets in the supreme honorude, one of the naids the fissioned, for examining in the gaman. The boy does not walk in the massity, the quod prophest when the bear is setly curl. The imperial steps on the ground. It was born and the regs just erected the reek. They ish to me, I am really balanced, and he witnessed the spy on the ground and forms hidly panel outright, and scenery for but the 30 babe days if you analyze the word, shadowing me or knowing me. The rake flinch for the cart inflating by this whore contact head, I would be to stop playing in my lock. No. That is me how we did for knife rabbitly still. I am already a banking on this fucked. And I have easy a faving. Chapter 22. The crimson hall blazed with light. Crystal chandeliers threw prismatic fire across the marble floor, and every sconce held a candle burning gold against the darkness outside. The room was packed. Tithe lords in black velvet, Concord delegates in mortal wool, servants pressed against the walls, and at the center of it all, Regent Ondine Marival stood before the empty throne. She wore the same deep charcoal silk as the banquet, but the opal at her throat caught the light differently tonight, like an eye opening. Noor walked in with Lazar at her shoulder. The signet was hidden beneath her glove, but she felt it pulse against her finger in time with her heartbeat. The copper bracelet had gone cold the moment she crossed the threshold. The court parted around them. Ondine watched No cross the room with an expression that matched the opal beautiful, hard, and impossible to read. She did not look at Lazar. She looked only at Noor, and the silence she commanded was absolute. Noor Haddad. Ondine's voice carried without effort. I would speak with you privately. The Crimson Study. Now. Lazar stepped forward. Regent? You will wait here, First Sword. Ondine did not raise her voice. This is not a request. The guards on either side of the throne room doors shifted their weight. Mirak Solti stood near the eastern pillar, his thin, calculating smile fixed in place. Celeste Viren had positioned herself near the north window, her whiskey-colored eyes tracking the exchange with ancient patience. Noor turned to Lazar. I will be fine. Noor. I said I will be fine. She held his gaze long enough to mean it, then followed Ondine through a side door she had not noticed before, a panel in the wainscoting that swung open without a sound. The Crimson Study was smaller than the hall, paneled in dark wood, lined with ledgers and rolled maps. A single lamp burned on the desk. Ondine closed the door behind them, and the lock clicked home with the finality of a coffin lid. Noor did not sit. Ondine did not offer. For a long moment the regent simply looked at her, and in the lamplight the silver-blonde chignon caught the glow. The pale green eyes held nothing but calculation. You opened the trunk, Ondine said. You know I did. I felt it. Ondine's voice was quiet now, stripped at public performance. The wards beneath the city shifted. I have held this court together for a century, and I felt the lock tremble like a tooth about to break. Noor kept her hand still. The signet burned against her finger beneath the glove. I am not here to discuss what I found in the trunk. Then why are you here? Ondine moved around the desk, not threatened, not aggressive, but deliberate. You walked into my hall with the first sword at your back, and a dead queen's ring on your hand. You made your choice the moment you crossed that threshold. I am giving you a chance to unmake it. The offer came smooth as oil. 120,000 crowns, more than enough to clear Sabah's debt. A sealed transport out of Vespergate by dawn. A property deed in a mortal city 300 miles east. Clean title, no court ties, and silence. Complete silence. Noor would sign a document swearing she never found any blood evidence, that the ward responded to residual magic from handling old artifacts. Lazar would be bound by the same silence under threat of his oath being reviewed. No draft, no refugee, no hidden heir resurrected. You go home, Ondine said. Your grandmother lives in peace. The Concord continues, and thousands of mortals who have made their peace with the night districts do not starve when the tithe agreements collapse. Noor listened. The numbers were precise, the terms were generous, the exit was real, and every word Ondine spoke was true. That was the worst part. Tell me about the lock, Noor said. Ondine's composure flickered. Just once. A muscle at her jaw, gone before it could become a tell. What did Sdola's letter tell you? That the lock cannot be closed once opened. That the blood wards are failing. That you have been holding the throne together with the equivalent of ledger fraud for a century. Ondine laughed. It was not a pleasant sound, dry and cracked as ored leather. Ledger fraud. She shook her head. Child, I have spent 100 years feeding the beast beneath this city with lies, with redirected payments, with treaties I negotiated while bleeding through my sleeves. The Concord is not a legal document, it is a tourniquet. And you want to cut it open? I want the truth. The truth will kill you. Ondine stepped closer. Her eyes had lost their cool distance. The truth will kill everyone who helped you. Zofia, Sabah, Lazar, every mortal who signed a tithe contract in the eastern districts. Do you understand what happens if the succession is contested openly? The wards destabilize, the lock breaks, and the thing Sodney buried beneath the city rises because there is no throne holder to hold it down. Then why did she hide an heir? Because she hoped the heir would never need to claim. Ondine's voice dropped. Because she believed the lock would hold long enough for the court to revolve, to find another way. But it did not. And now you are here, wearing her ring, carrying her blood, and you do not even know what she was. Noor felt the Signet pulse, warm, insistent. Tell me, have you ever wondered what made Sonny Draeven strong enough to found a court? Ondine's mouth twisted. She did not just drink blood. She consumed power itself. Oaths, memories, the life force of every enemy who threatened her city. She built the throne on what she ate, and when she could digest it anymore, she walled herself inside the lock to keep it from digesting her. The words hung in the lamplight. Noor's throat tightened. The lock is not keeping something out, she said slowly. It is keeping her in. Ondine's silence was confirmation. Then the heir, Noor started. The heir becomes the new container. Ondine's face was pale now, stripped of pretense. You would not rule Vespergate, Noor. You would become its next prison. And I have spent a century trying to make sure no one had to bear that. The study was very quiet. Noor thought of the letter in her coat, her mother's handwriting. The choice is yours. Then why did you not destroy the evidence? Noor asked. Why let the audit continue? Why not burn the ledgers the night I arrived? Ondine's composure cracked. Because I wanted to believe, she whispered. I wanted to believe there was another way. Silence. And then Ondine straightened, and the mask slid back into place. I know about Sabah. Noor's blood turned to ice. I know where she lives. I know the locks on her doors. I know the route she takes to market every Tuesday morning. Ondine's voice was flat, administrative, her weapon of choice. I have known for 26 years. I chose not to touch her because I am not a monster, but if you walk out of this study and into that hall wearing Sadian's signet, I will have no choice. You would threaten my grandmother. I would say to city. Ondine's eyes held no cruelty, only exhaustion. Give me the ring. Take the money. Walk away and Sabah lives out her days in peace. Refuse and the price of your throne will be her blood. Noor's hand found the signet beneath her glove. The copper bracelet was cold against her wrist, and somewhere beneath the city the lock waited, already trembling, already open, and Saudi Draeven was still hungry. Chapter 23. The corridor outside the Crimson Study was empty. Noor walked through it with her hand pressed to her coat, the signet burning against her palm through the glove. Sabah's face behind her eyes every step. The hall had cleared. The candles still burned. Celeste Viren's ancient gaze followed her from the corner where she stood, but Noor did not stop. She did not stop until the tower door closed behind her and the lock engaged. Then her knees gave. She caught herself on the stone floor, one hand flat, the signet ringing against the flagstones. The copper bracelet lay dead cold against her wrist. Her breath came in pieces, each one smaller than the last. Sabah. The name ripped out of her. She knows where Sabah lives. She knows everything. Her locks, her market route, her Nora words came from above her, low and steady. I know. No. Noor looked up. He stood 3 paces away, his hands at his sides, his face carved from stone. You do not get to be calm. She threatened my grandmother. She will kill her if I do not. Give her the ring. Take the money. Vanish. He finished the sentence for her. I know what Ondine offered. I know what she threatened. You listened. I did not need to. I have known Ondine for a century. He moved then, slowly, lowering himself to sit on the floor across from her, not touching, not crowding. I also know she will not hurt Sabah tonight. Noor's throat burned. You cannot promise that. I can promise that killing Sabah costs Ondine her only leverage. Sabah alive keeps you hesitating. Sabah dead makes you an enemy with nothing left to lose. His winter iron eyes held hers. Ondine is 100 things, but she is not stupid. The words should have helped. They did not. The rage was still there, coiled and hot, and beneath this something smaller, something that had been waiting for this moment since she first touched the brass seal. Fear. She had been afraid since the archive. Afraid of the bond, afraid of the court, afraid of what her own blood demanded. She had managed it with ledgers and distance and the clean lie of professional control. But Ondine had taken that from her with a single administrative sentence about locks and Tuesday mornings. I am terrified, Noor said. The words came out flat, unadorned. Lazar did not flinch. I know, and I do not know what to do with it. Neither do I. His mouth moved, almost a smile. I have spent 9 centuries learning to hold fear in one hand and action in the other. I have never learned to put it down. She looked at him, really looked. The shadows under his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the way his hands lay still because he was forcing them still. You are afraid too. I have been afraid since the moment I scented you in the archive. His voice was rough. Afraid I would fail you. Afraid I would have to watch you die. Afraid the bond would take your choice before you had a chance to make it. It has not. I know. His gaze held hers. That is the only thing I am not afraid of. The words settled into the space between them, heavier than any promise. Noor's hand moved to the glove. She put it off slowly, and the signet caught the firelight, crescent moon and downward thorn, the weight of a dead queen and a city's hunger. I am not giving her this ring. I know. I am not taking her money. I am not walking away. I know. Then what do I do? Lazar rose. He did not reach for her. He stood and waited. You choose. The words hit her like a cold sheet of rain. The choice, not the throne, not the blood test, not the lock beneath the city. Those would come. But right now, in the tower, with the fire crackling and the night pressing against the windows, she had one choice that belonged only to her. Him. She rose. Her legs were unsteady. She did not care. You have not touched me, she said, not since the first night, not since you knew. I told you. I swore I would not use the bond to. I know what you swore. She stepped closer. I am asking you to touch me now. His breath caught. She saw it, the small break in the control he wore like armor. Noor, I am not asking because of the bond. Her voice shook, but she did not stop. I am not asking because I am afraid. I am asking because I want to feel something that is not a threat or a trap or a number in a ledger. I am asking because it is you. Silence. Then Lazar moved. He crossed the distance in one step, and his hands found her face, cradling it with a gentleness that shattered something inside her chest. His thumbs traced the line of her jaw. His forehead dropped to hers. I have wanted this, he said, barely a breath. I have wanted this since before I knew your name. And I'm trifling in their prison to betain the drawing the better perfectly with the video sentence, instead of the aparting that I just were overwhelmed, a impictable Merrick, the rand, of the nuff, teminently reached in, towards out from a shust, sleep through, sleep to the country, but had a manner, a steader, they join any light. The moment legs orders his clan expites me. Sabah I kissed him as Christ, ledger bandage me, there is not such a parnum sherry matter. She ticketed my holy low observance. Sabah I see the shakes adopts fushins alound, and the stuli a shoking bodness in the reporting, moded sense and the born ukes hundreds of 5. 8. Number 2. New or building a spirit chim beginning Enely, the scent tevend over, Kalu 7-400. One time records it completely, see a crab 3 quam, just peacefully smails, unlike through the concept, a monoval phasma mister, and the regery of the setamira, a setamira when it still come, trimplet riston entire, a monoble rustin entiner, a pical virgin radia 4, and sia skira arcanis fo, the faceport arm maficturer, to common press the coy of a post what men meant to be. Companable bliss the feedum a hold, is I knew, exensal, umve, sleeting on the stata hedis de wig, and the stuli assuring pound in the weather system divider SV270, $17, spiced 100, 10 to F4, N, slapped 8, $7.08. Chapter 2000. The night had not allowed stillness. After the warmth of Lazar's arms, after the slow unstooling of fear and want, and the brief peace of being held, the world had pushed back in. A knock at the tower door before dawn. Zophia's face, pale and urgent, with news that could not wait. Now the 3 of them stood in the study. The fire burned to coals. The ledgers spread across the desk like a body awaiting dissection. Zophia's hands were wrapped around a cup of tea she had not touched. The steam rose and vanished. I need to show you something, she said. Something I should have shown you days ago. Noor's fingers found the signet beneath her cuff, a nervous habit already, less than a day old. Then show me. Zophia set down the cup. From her coat she produced a leather folder, worn at the edges, the binding cracked with age. She laid it on the desk and opened it to reveal a single sheet of parchment covered in a tight, precise hand that Noor recognized immediately. Sidoni's handwriting. The misfiled ledgers, Zophia said. The recurring payments, the accounts that seemed to lead nowhere. I did not keep them hidden because I was following Regency orders. She paused. I kept them hidden because the Queen told me to. The words landed like a blade between ribs. Noor stared at the parchment. The handwriting was older than the letter she had read in the trunk. The ink faded to a brown so pale it barely held the page. But the loops were the same. The deliberate pressure on each stroke. The woman who had designed the city's blood wards had written this with her own hand. When did she give you this? The night before she entombed herself. Zophia's voice was barely audible. She came to the archive, alone. No guards, no attendants. She told me there would be accounts that did not make sense, payments that appeared to fund nothing, records that contradicted other records. She told me to keep them, to protect them from anyone who asked, to never let them be destroyed. Lazar moved to the hearth. His face was unreadable, but his hand rested on the mantel as if he needed the support. And you never opened them? I opened them. Zophia's jaw tightened. I read every line. I traced every payment. I spent 40 years trying to understand what she was paying for, and I never found the answer until now. Until I found the signet, Noor said. Until you opened the trunk. Zophia's pale eyes met hers. The payments are not to a descendant. They are not a pension. They are not a bribe. Then what are they? Zophia reached into the folder again and pulled out a second sheet. This one was newer, the ink fresher, the handwriting recognizably her own. A column of figures, dates, amounts, notes in the margins. The money went to maintenance accounts, Zophia said. Civic works accounts, the kind that fund tunnel repairs, foundation reinforcements, water table management, everything beneath the city that keeps the ground from shifting. Noor took the sheet. Her eyes moved down the column. The amounts matched the payment trail. Yes. To the crown. Yes. She looked up. The lock. Zophia nodded. The room seemed to contract. Noor felt the air grow thinner, the fire's warmth retreating. The lock. Sadoni's prison. The thing Ondine had warned her about, the hunger that consumed oaths and memories and life force. She paid for her own cage, Noor said slowly. She paid to maintain it, Zophia corrected. The lock needs blood, yes, but it also needs infrastructure. Stone, iron, wards that hold the ground steady. Without the payments, the foundations weaken. The wards fray. The lock and everything it contains. How long? Zophia's hands trembled. She pressed them flat against the desk. The payments were due for renewal 3 weeks ago. I checked the records yesterday afternoon. The maintenance cycle has not been completed. The funds were intercepted, redirected, or simply never transferred. Noor's blood went cold. Ondine, or someone acting for her, Zophia's voice cracked. The lock is already beginning to fail. I felt it in the archive floor last night. A shudder, like something shifting deep below. The wards are holding, but they are weakening. If the maintenance is not renewed soon, and if the blood is not fed into the cycle, the lock will break. Then Sadoni will wake. No. Lazar's voice was flat, final. The lock will break, but Sadoni will not wake. She will be consumed. Everything she contained will be released into the city. The silence stretched. Noor looked at the parchment again. The queen's handwriting precise and deliberate. A woman who had planned her own imprisonment as carefully as she had planned her reign. She knew, Noor said. She knew this would happen. She built the payment trail to maintain the lock, and she left the signet and the letter for whoever would find them. She left them for you, Zophia said. She did not know your name, but she knew your blood would come. Noor's hand found the signet again. The metal was worn against her skin, pulsing with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. What happens if I descend? Zophia's face went pale. You renew the lock. You replace the failing blood with your own. You become the container. Or, there is no or. There is always an or. Zophia looked at Lazar. He met her gaze and held it, and something passed between them, old and heavy and unspoken. The lock can be closed, Lazar said. Not just maintained, closed. If the throne holder chooses, the lock can be sealed permanently, and everything inside it can be destroyed. Destroyed or freed. Destroyed. Sony's power, her memories, her hunger, all of it. The city would survive, the court would survive, but the founder would be gone. Noor's chest tightened. Can I do that? You have the signet, you have the blood, you have the choice. She thought of Ondine's offer. 120,000 crowns, a clean deed, a life far from the night city and its hunger. She thought of Sabah, sitting in her small house with her gray hair and her hard rules, a woman who had spent 26 years protecting a secret she never fully understood. She thought of her mother's letter. The memory is below. The choice is yours. What do I need to do? Zofia reached into the folder one last time and pulled out a map. Not the one from Sadoni's case, but a newer one, the paper crisp and the ink fresh. A route traced beneath the old city offices, through the maintenance tunnels, past the sealed chamber, into the dark. You need to descend, Zofia said, before the veiled moon, before the lock fails completely. And you need to decide what kind of heir you intend to be. Chapter 25. Zofia spread the map across the desk, her thin fingers tracing a route that ran beneath the old city offices, past the sealed chamber, into a darkness the cartographer had left blank. The lock is not Sidoni's tomb, she said. It is her carriage. And she built it herself, but she did not build it over nothing. Noor leaned closer. The blank space on the map was irregular, jagged, as if the original surveyor had refused to finish the line. What is it? Sidoni found something when she laid the first foundation of the Crimson House. Something already there. Older than her reign. Older than the city. Zofia's voice dropped. She did not tell the court. She told no one except the one person she trusted to keep the secret after she was gone. Lazar stood motionless by the hearth. His face told Noor nothing. You knew, Noor said. I knew she entombed herself. His voice was quiet. I did not know what she entombed herself over until after the seal closed. She left me the directive, but she did not leave me the full truth. She said some truths were too heavy to carry until they were needed. Zofia pulled a second parchment from the folder. Older than the first, the edges frayed, the ink faded to rust. This is the original survey. 70 years before the Crimson House was built. The ground beneath the Eastern District was tested for foundation work, and the surveyors stopped here. Her finger touched the blank space. They reported unstable sediment. The city built around it. Unstable sediment, Noor repeated. What the surveyors found was not sediment. It was a boundary. A natural ward, woven into the stone and water table, older than any vampire bloodline. Something had been bound there long before the Amaranth court claimed this territory. Noor's hand moved to the signet. The metal pulsed against her finger. Sidoni recognized it, Zofia continued. She built the Crimson House directly above the boundary. She anchored the court's wards to it, drawing power from the lock while reinforcing it with her own blood. For 2 centuries the system held. The bound thing fed the court's wards, and the court's wards kept the bound thing contained. Then she consumed too much. Zofia nodded. She grew hungry for power she could not control. Oaths, memories, life force, she drank them all, and the bound thing beneath the city drank with her. It grew stronger. By the time she realized what was happening, the boundary was already compromised. She could not undo what she had fed, so she did the only thing left. Locked herself inside. She became the cork, her living body, her blood, her will, all of it pressing down on the breach. The payment stream maintained the infrastructure so the seal would not crack. Every 13 months, a blood carrier renewed the ward from above, keeping Sidoni alive enough to hold. Noor's chest tightened. The 12 erased women. Her mother. Herself. "We were not the heirs," she said slowly. "We were the maintenance crew." Zofia's silence was answer enough. Lazar moved away from the hearth. His footsteps were soft on the stone, but Noor felt the weight of them through the floor. "If Noor is killed before she descends," he said, "the blood key dies with her. There is no 13th carrier. The lock will fail," Zofia said. "The wards will fay. The bound thing beneath the city will rise, not through the seal, but through the cracks. It will take time, months, perhaps a year, but it will happen. The Concord will not survive. The court will not survive. And Ondine knows this. Ondine knows the lock will fail if the payments stop. She does not know what the lock contains. Sidoni told the Regency the lock sealed her own hunger, a safeguard against her own excess. She never told them what she was guarding against." Noor stared at the blank space on the map. "She let me believe I would become the container, that I would replace Sidoni and hold her consumed power. Yes. What is actually down there?" Zofia's hands trembled. She pressed them flat against the parchment. "Sidoni called it the founder hunger. Not a person, not a god, not a beast. A hunger. Older than vampire kind. It feeds on power, on blood, on intent. It has been bound beneath this city since before the first stone of Vespergate was laid. Sidoni anchored to it because she thought she could control it. She was wrong." The fire popped. The sound was sharp, final. Noor looked at Lazar. His face was gray, the lines around his mouth deep. "You did not know this either." "I knew she feared something. I did not know it had a name." She believed him. The bond pulsed once, steady, confirming the truth she already felt. "Then if I go down there," Noor said, "if I open the seal and enter the lock, what happens?" "You face Sidoni," Zofia said. "You face the hunger she has been holding at bay with her own living body. And you choose. Renew the seal and become the new anchor, drawing the hunger into yourself the way she did. Or close the lock permanently, destroying the hunger, Sidoni, and anything else that remains inside." "Can it be killed?" "Nothing that old can be killed. It can only be bound or released." Noor's hand found the map's edge. The paper was warm from Zofia's grip. "Ondine does not know what the lock actually contains. She thinks she is preventing a succession crisis. She thinks the worst outcome is a mortal heir destabilizing the court. Yes. She is trying to erase me because she believes it will save the city. Yes. And if she succeeds, the lock fails, the hunger rises, and everything she has spent a century protecting burns." Yes. Noor looked at Lazar. His eyes were the color of winter iron, steady and dark. "She cannot be allowed to stop me from descending. She will try. Then I need to move before she does." Zofia folded the map carefully, her fingers precise despite their trembling. "The veiled moon rises in 9 hours. If you descend after it reaches its peak, the wards will be at their weakest and the passage will be open. If you descend before, the lock will resist you, but Zano will still be conscious enough to speak. I want to speak to her. She may not want to speak to you." Noor touched the signet. The metal hummed against her skin. "She let me a trail across 2 centuries, 12 erased women, a hidden letter, and a signet that fits my finger. She wants to speak." The room went quiet, the fire crackled. The map sat between them, folded, waiting. Lazar broke the silence first. "If you descend before the veiled moon, you go alone. The passage will not accept a second presence until the wards open at peak." "Then I go alone." "You do not know what is down there. I know Ondine will kill my grandmother if I stay." Noor met his gaze. I know the lock is failing. I know the hunger is waking. And I know I have the signet, the blood, and the choice. She picked up the map. 9 hours. I need rest, I need supplies, and I need you both alive when I come back up. Zofia started to speak, then stopped. Her pale eyes were bright, red. Lazar said nothing. He crossed the room and took Noor's hand, his fingers cold against the signet's warmth. The bond hummed between them, wordless and vast. 9 hours, he said. Then we move. The knock came at the tower door before he finished the sentence. 3 sharp raps, formal, official. Noor's blood went cold. Lazar released her hand and crossed to the door. He opened it to reveal a courier in Regency colors, a sealed envelope held at arm's length. From the Regent's office, for Noor Haddad. Lazar took the envelope. The courier bowed and left without another word. The seal was black wax, stamped with the Regency crest. Noor broke it open. The message was short, 4 lines. No signature needed. The Concord renewal has been moved forward. Full court convenes at sunset. Your attendance is required. Failure to appear we treated as forfeiture of all rights under Article 12. Doing the Signet, Chapter 26. The parchment trembled in Noor's grip. 4 lines, black wax. The Regency crest pressed into the seal like a brand. The Concord renewal has been moved forward. Full court convenes at sunset. Your attendance is required. Failure to appear will be treated as forfeiture of all rights under Article 12. Bring the signet. Sunset. Ondine had just stolen the veiled moon window and wrapped it in legal threat. Sunset is in 6 hours. Lazar's voice was flat, controlled. Not 9. I can count. Noor set the parchment on the desk beside the folded map. Her hands were steady. That surprised her. Zofia rose from her chair, joints audible in the quiet. She is forcing you to choose between the Concord and the Descent. Or she is forcing me to walk into the Crimson Hall at sunset carrying the signet, where every tithe lord, delegate, and armed retainer will see it and know exactly what it means. Noor traced the Regency crest with her fingertip. She wants me to make a scene, a public confrontation where she can paint me as the threat and activate whatever trap she has prepared under court sanction. Lazar moved to her side. Then do not give her the scene. If I do not appear, Article 12 forfeits, and I become lawful proa before I reach the tunnels. You could descend now, before she expects it. The passage will not open fully until the veiled moon peak. Zofia's voice was thin, strained. If Noor enters before the wards are ready, she will be forcing her way through resistance Saidani, designed to keep out everyone except the right person at the right time. Then I force my way through. Noor looked at the map. I have the signet. I have the blood. Saidani wanted me to reach her. The resistance will recognize what I am. Or it will treat you as an intruder and crush you in the throat of the passage before you reach the first ward gate. Zofia's pale eyes were wet again. I did not spend 40 years protecting this trail to watch you die in the dark before you could read the end of it. The fire popped. The sound was too loud in the silence. Noor picked up the map and spread it across the desk. The red mark at the intersection of 3 transit lines seemed to pulse under the candlelight. Then I need a plan that holds both doors open, the Concord appearance and the descent, one after the other, with no gap for Ondine to exploit. Lazar leaned over the map. You cannot be in 2 places at once. No, but I can be seen at the Concord, establish a Liga presence, invoke my rights under the blood test petition, and then withdraw before Ondine can force a vote or a condemnation. You think she will let you walk out of the Crimson Hall once you enter, wearing the signet? No. Noor met his gaze. I think she will try to detain me the moment I cross the threshold, which means I need to enter with enough public weight that detaining me triggers a political cost she cannot afford on renewal night. Zofia's breath caught. Witnesses. Witnesses, Noor repeated. The blood test requires 3 nobles of standing. If I appear at the Concord surrounded by potential witnesses who have already seen the Signet and heard my claim, Ondine cannot silence me without declaring war on the succession law itself. Celeste Viren. Lazar's voice was low, assessing. She was Sidoni's friend. She remembers the old court. She will stand. Aldrich Venn. Noor said. He wants stability. If I represent the path of least disruption, he will side with the legal claim. Zofia Ills. Zofia's voice was barely above a whisper. 40 years of service, no faction allegiance. If I witness for Noor, my testimony carries weight because I have no stake in the outcome. That is 3. Noor counted on her fingers. 3 witnesses before the full court. Ondine cannot override the blood test petition once it has been formally presented with 3 noble signatures. She can ignore it. Lazar's jaw tightened. She can rule the petition defective on a technicality and order your detention while she reviews the evidence. Then I need the petition to be defective in a way that forces her to reveal her hand. Noor satted the petition, folded it, and tucked it inside her coat beside her mother's letter. And I need a route into the Crimson Hall that does not go through the main doors. Lazar's expression shifted. Something flickered behind his eyes, old and knowing. There is a service entrance off the eastern colonnade. It connects to the Endercroft beneath the hall. Ondine's guards do not watch it because it requires a key that only the head of the house can authorize. Can you get me that key? I am the head of my house. Then we have a route. Zofia looked between them. You are planning to enter the Crimson Hall through the Undercroft, interrupt the Regent during the Concord renewal, present a blood test petition with 3 noble witnesses, and then walk out before she can detain you. Yes, and then descend into a 200-year-old lock that contains both a dead queen and a primordial hunger that feeds on power and blood. Yes, and you expect to survive? Noor touched the signet. The metal was warm against her skin. I expect to choose. She looked at Zofia, then at Lazar. That is the only thing Sidoni's trail ever asked me to do. Choose. Not survive, not win, not destroy. Choose what kind of heir I intend to be. The fire settled. The map lay folded on the desk. The parchment with Ondine's summons sat beside it. Lazar reached for Noor's hand. His fingers were cold, his grip was steady. 4 hours. Then we move through the Undercroft, into the Crimson Hall, and into the middle of every faction in Vespergate. Noor squeezed his hand. 4 hours is enough. She looked at the map, at the red mark beneath the city, at the space where Sidoni Draeven waited, still pressing her body against a breach that had already started to crack. The hidden payments were due for renewal weeks ago. The breach was already spreading silver below. She could feel it in the copper bracelet. The metal had gone cold again, colder than it had ever been. Not cold like dead stone, cold like a door left open. Chapter 2007. The fire in the study had burned low, orange light staining the map edges where they curled against the desk. Noor stood with her back to the warmth, the petition folded inside her coat, her mother's letter beside it, the signet a steady pressure against her skin. 4 hours. Lazar had not moved from the window. His silhouette caught against the gray afternoon sky, shoulders straight, one hand braced against the stone frame. He had been watching the city for nearly a minute without speaking. Zofia had gone to secure the service entrance route, her footsteps fading down the tower stairs a few minutes ago. The room felt larger without her, emptier. The kind of empty that invited words neither of them had said yet. You knew her. Noor's voice broke the quiet. She had not planned the question, but once it lived on Mac, she knew she had been carrying it since the trunk. Lazar did not turn. For 7 centuries before she sealed herself beneath the city. Yes. 7 centuries? Noor let the number settle. It was not a fact she could hold in her mind the way she held a ledger total. 7 centuries was longer than most nations had existed, longer than paper lasted, longer than stone held its edge. That is not a reign, that is a geologic era. It was not continuous closeness. His voice came low, measured, as if he were reading from a document only he could see. She was queen. I was her blade. There were decades when I did not see her except in formal audience. There were decades when I stood at her side every night. But yes, 7 centuries of her voice, her decisions, her silences. Noor crossed to the hearth and sat on the arm of the chair where Zofia had been working. The leather was still warm. What did she become? At the end? Lazar turned. The gray light caught the lines around his eyes, the tension in his jaw. He looked older than she had ever seen him, not in years, but in weight. She became certain. He said it like a diagnosis. Certain that she was the only one who could hold the city together. Certain that the cost was justified. Certain that anyone who questioned her did not understand the fee shape of what she was carrying. Was she wrong? Noor's voice broke the quiet. She had not planned the question, but once it left her mouth, she knew she had been carrying it since the trunk. Lazar did not turn. For 7 centuries before she sealed herself beneath the city. Yes, 7 centuries. Noor let the number settle. It was not a fact she could hold in her mind the way she held a ledger total. 7 centuries was longer than most nations had existed, longer than paper lasted, longer than stone held its edge. That is not a reign, that is a geologic era. It was not continuous closeness. His voice came low, measured, as if he were reading from a document only he could see. She was queen. I was her blade. There were decades when I did not see her except in formal audience. There were decades when I stood at her side every night. But yes, 7 centuries of her voice, her decisions, her silences. Noor crossed to the hearth and sat on the arm of the chair where Zofia had been working. The leather was still warm. What did she become? At the end? Lazar turned. The gray light caught the lines around his eyes, the tension in his jaw. He looked older than she had ever seen him, not in years but in weight. She became certain. He said it like a diagnosis. Certain that she was the only one who could hold the city together. Certain that the cost was justified. Certain that anyone who questioned her did not understand the full shape of what she was carrying. Was she wrong? She was wrong about the method. She was not wrong about the threat. He crossed the room, his boots soundless on the stone. When he reached the hearth, he stopped beside her, close enough that she could feel the cold radiating from his coat. The dead did this knowing to say me. I hold the Tuesday market route. The watcher wears a silver pin in the shape of a downward thorn. Lazar read over her shoulder. When he reached the last word, his hand tightened on the blade. They already know she is moving. They already know. Noor's voice came out steady, but her hand was shaking. And they want me to know they know. And chapter 28. The message was still in her hand, the words burning through the paper. Your grandmother is being followed. She took the Tuesday market route. The watcher wears a silver pin in the shape of a downward thorn. Noor read it 3 times, each pass driving the cold deeper into her bones. The Tuesday market route. Sabah's Tuesday market route. The same rat she had walked every week for 20 years. The same produce stalls. The same newsagent who saved the evening paper for her. The same bench where she sat at 10 o'clock and watched the river. Someone had been watching long enough to know the pattern. Lazar took the paper from her hand, his jaw tight. This seal. The tower with the broken arch. I have seen it before. Where? On documents from the Eastern District. Old ones. Before the Concord consolidation. He turned the paper over, examining the blank side. I thought the faction dissolved. I thought they were absorbed into Ondine's administration. Apparently not. The courier still stood in the doorway, trembling. Lazar dismissed him with a clipped order, and the door closed, leaving them alone with the fire and the ticking clock. Noor's mind was already moving past the shock, past the cold spike of fear for Sabah, into the territory she knew best. Assessment, evidence, next steps. Someone is warning us, she said. They are not threatening. They are telling us they know Ondine's people are moving. Or they are showing us their reach. Lazar set the paper on the desk. Either way, the clock has changed. You cannot go to the Concord and descend tonight with your grandmother exposed. No. She heard her own voice flatten, the auditor's voice, the one that stripped emotion from the equation and looked only at what could be proven and what could be done. I have to see her first. Noor, I have to see her. She turned to face him fully. Ondine knows where she lives. Someone else is following her. If I walk into the lock without knowing the full truth, I am fighting blind. And if I fight blind, I lose. Lazar held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once, sharply. I will come with you. No, you stay here. Someone needs to intercept Zofia when she returns from the service entrance and tell her the plan changed. Noor was already reaching for her coat, the heavy wool she had worn through the tunnels, still smelling faintly of smoke and stone. I will be faster alone, and less noticeable. You are never less noticeable. The dry delivery almost pulled a smile from her. Almost. I will be back within the hour. Keep the map ready, keep the route clear. She paused at the door. And Lazar? If I am not back in an hour, come find me. He did not argue. He simply inclined his head and handed her a blade she had not seen him draw, a thin silver thing that fit against her forearm beneath the sleeve. No hour. She slipped out into the corridor and moved. The tower stairs were empty. The main hall was quiet, the court still recovering from the night's maneuvers. Noor kept her head down, her hood up, her pace steady. Not running. Running drew attention. A servant moving with purpose through the corridors of the Crimson House was invisible as long as she looked like she belonged. The gate guards glanced at her, checked her pass, let her through. Lazar's seal on the pass was enough. No one stopped her. The streets of Vespergate were gray and damp, the skies a color of old pewter. The Tuesday market route wound through the eastern edge of the Mortal District, past the tenement where Noor Haddad had lived for 40 years, past the corner where the newsagent stacked papers in metal racks, past the bench where she sat and watched the river. Noor walked the route in reverse, toward the apartment, scanning every doorway, every window, every figure that lingered too long. She did not see the watcher. That did not mean he was not there. Sabah's building was a narrow brick structure wedged between a bakery and a hardware store. The front door was old wood, the lock a simple deadbolt that Noor had picked in her teens when she forgot her key. She knocked twice, the old pattern. The door opened. Sabah Haddad stood in the threshold, gray hair in its tight bun, eyes sharp and tired. She looked at Noor's face, at the coat, at the set of her daughter's jaw. "You better come in." The apartment was unchanged. The same faded armchair, the same lace curtains, the same stack of ledgers on the side table. The kettle was warm. Sabah did not offer tea. She sat down in the armchair and looked at Noor with the expression she had worn since Noor was a child. The one that meant she was measuring how much truth she could bear. "The Watcher," Noor said. "Do you know who they are?" "They've been there 3 days. Maybe 4. Sabah's hands rested on her knees, steady. "Different one each time. Different clothes. Same pin on their collar. I seen the thorn." "Why did you not tell me she was the 12th carrier? You did not tell me the payments kept Sovia alive. You did not tell me the debt was not from borrowing, it was from running." Sabah's hands tightened on her knees. "The debt is from running," she said. "We moved 6 times in 4 years. I took work under the table. I borrowed from people I should not have borrowed from. All because I thought if we stayed still long enough they would find her. Find Layla. Find you." Sabah's voice cracked. "Your mother did not take Sovia's money to get rich, Noor. She took it to buy a chance to walk away. She took it so she could leave Vespergate and never look back. But the city is not let you go. It never did." Noor felt the words settle into a space she had not known was hollow. "Where is she now?" Sabah's composure broke. "I do not know." The whisper was raw. "She left. 16 years ago. She said she had to finish something she started before you were born. She said if she did not come back, I should raise you honest and keep you away from the Crimson House. And she gave me this." Sabah rose, crossed to the sideboard, and opened a drawer Noor had never seen unlocked. Inside was a leather case, worn at the edges, stained with age. Sabah held it out. Noor took it. The seal on the flap was the same crescent moon and downward thorn, the same symbol that marked the hidden carriers, the same symbol on the message that had sent her here. She opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, covered in her mother's handwriting, and a folded map. The map showed a route beneath the old city offices, the same route Elias had given her, the same route Zofia had traced. But this map marked something the others did not, a secondary passage, branching off the main chamber, labeled in her mother's hand. "If you must go down, go through here. The chamber will try to consume what you are. This passage remembers what you were before." Noor looked up. Her grandmother was watching her with eyes that held 40 years of silence and the weight of a daughter who had walked into the dark and never come back. "Finish it," Sabah said. "Whatever your mother started, whatever Sovia left waiting. Finish it so this city stops eating the women in this family." Noor folded the map and slipped it into her coat. "I will." She crossed the room and kissed her grandmother's forehead, the way she had done as a child before bed, the way she had done the night she left from the Crimson House. "I will come back." "You better." Noor moved toward the door, the leather case pressed against her ribs. Behind her, Sabah spoke one last time. "Noor." She turned. "The Watcher with the thorn pin, the one who'd been following me." Her grandmother's voice was steady. "She has your mother's eyes." The door closed behind Noor. She stood in the gray street, the leather case in her hand, the map burning against her chest, and the weight of her mother's ghost settling into her bones. The Watcher had her mother's eyes, and Noor had just walked out of the only safe place left. Chapter 29. The leather case pressed against her ribs as Noor walked the streets back toward the Crimson House. The map burned against her chest. The Watcher had her mother's eyes. She did not run. Running drew attention, and attention meant questions she could not answer while carrying her mother's handwriting, and a path beneath the city that promised to remember what she was before. The maintenance tunnel entrance gaped when she reached it, the iron door still unlocked from her earlier passage. She slipped through, let the darkness close around her, and moved by memory toward Lazar's tower. The tower door opened before she knocked. Lor stood in the threshold, his face unreadable but his shoulders tight. Behind him the study held two figures, Zofia at the map table, and Elias Mercer standing by the hearth with a leather portfolio tucked under his arm. "You should not be here," Noor said. Elias's smile did not reach his eyes. "I was about to say the same to you. The streets are not safe for someone who carries what you carry." "The streets were never safe. That is not why you came." His smile faded. Lazar stepped aside and Noor entered the study, the leather case still pressed against her ribs. She set it on the map table beside Zofia's thread papers. The movement felt final, like placing a weapon down within reach. Elias watched her with careful assessment. "You have been to see your grandmother. Your surveillance network is impressive." "It is not mine." He set the portfolio on the table and did not open it. "The watcher who followed Sabah Haddad does not answer to the city council. I came to tell you that the message you received was not from me and not from any faction I recognize." Noor studied him. The polished surface was intact, the careful smile in place, but something beneath it had shifted. He was not here to help, he was here to measure damage. "Who sent it?" "I do not know, but I know what it means." Elias opened the portfolio and pulled out a single sheet of paper covered in transit timetables and property maps. "The tower with the broken porch. I found the seal in the Eastern District records, buried under 3 layers of condemnation orders. The building that matched it was demolished 40 years ago, but the organization that used it still exists." "Who are they?" "A bloodline preservation society. They track hidden Draeven carriers across generations. They have been watching your family since before you were born." Noor felt the words settle into the hollow space her mother's letter had left. "They sent the warning about my grandmother." "They sent a warning, yes. Whether it was meant to protect her or to pressure you is the question I cannot answer." Elias closed the portfolio. "I came to tell you because I owe you a truth you should have had from the beginning." "What truth?" He met her eyes. "Your mother did not disappear 16 years ago. She went underground, yes, but she was followed. I know because I was the one who helped to establish the first false pauper trail out of Vespergate. She asked for my predecessor's help, not mine, but I found the records after I took the liaison position." Noor's hands went still on the table. "You knew my mother?" "I knew of her. I did not know she had a daughter until you walked into the Crimson House." Elias's voice dropped. "I did not know she was a Draeven carrier until Zofia's ledgers surfaced, and I did not know she was still alive until the watcher with the thorn pin appeared on Sabah Haddad's street." The room tilted. "Layla is alive?" "I do not know for certain, but the organization that sent the warning, the Preservation Society, they do not reveal themselves unless a carrier is in danger or a carrier has returned. The watcher with your mother's eyes may be her, or may be someone who carries her blood." Noor gripped the table edge, the map her mother had left, the note that promised to remember what she was before. "Along you together. Student lead was a new way together. Now showbiz for Rex, and we should go mooring timbers, exitly Jeevan heads. Their sundering is a data's place, again on the backsping luxured. Roar isn't second. This directly puts up out the enemies, which we make a power to glut this expertment area. Am I the faction is just a mission, so that's the great? We are using a Sporvite swear. I do not care for the obvious of that sense on my screen. And my do not let them absolutely midi. The waters will resist. Then we resist back. Zofia stepped forward, her fingers trembling but her voice steady. The service entrance is secure. I already checked the locks, the gate, and the eastern corridor. No one has been through yet. If we move now, we gain the passage before any of them know we have gone. Noor folded the map and tucked it into her coat. Elias. She turned to face him. If you want mortal leverage to survive this, you will keep the council committee out of the tunnels. You will not let them follow me down. Elias met her eyes. If you come back with the throne, I will hold that promise. If you do not come back, the city council will need every piece of leverage it can find just to survive the night. He picked up his portfolio. I wish I could offer you more than calculation, but that is all I have left. He left. The door closed behind him. Noor turned to Lazar. The copper bracelet was ice against her skin. Give me your key. He pulled the iron key from his coat and placed it in her palm. Together, he said. Together. They moved toward the door, Zofia following, the map burning against Noor's chest. And somewhere beneath the city, the factions were already moving in the dark. War? Noor steadied him. The logic was cold, precise, and utterly consistent with the man who had negotiated Concord terms for 3 years. He had not betrayed her out of malice. He had calculated that a managed explosion was better than an uncontrolled collapse, and he had placed his bet on her survival because she was the variable he could still influence. You gave the route to Ondine. To her intelligence office, yes. She will know within the hour, if she does not know already. And Morek? We'll have armed factors ready to descend the moment the wards open. He does not care who wins. He cares that the Eastern tithe holdings remain intact, and he will back whoever guarantees that. Noor looked at Lazar. His flesh was stone, but his hands were white at his sides. How long? She asked. An hour, maybe less. Elias stepped back from the table. I came to warn you because I want you to survive. If you descend now before the peak, you reach the lock before any of them are positioned, but the passage will fight you, and if you wait, you face armed factions in the dark. Noor folded the Lazar. His face was stone, but his hands were white at his sides. How long? She asked. An hour, maybe less. Elias stepped back from the table. I came to warn you because I want you to survive. If you descend now before the peak, you reach the lock before any of them are positioned. But the passage will fight you, and if you wait, you face armed factions in the dark. Noor pulled her mother's map from the leather case. The secondary passage, branching off the main chamber, labeled in Layla's hand. The chamber will try to consume what you are. This passage remembers what you were before. She looked at Lazar. We go now, not through the main route, through the passage my mother marked. His jaw tightened. Then wards will resist. Then we resist back. Zofia stepped forward, her fingers trembling, but her voice steady. The service entrance is secure. I already checked the locks, the grate, and the eastern corridor. No one has been through yet. If we move now, we gain the passage before any of them know we have gone. Noor folded the map and tucked it into her coat. Elias. She turned to face him. If you want mortal leverage to survive this, you will keep the council committee out of the tunnels. You will not let them follow me down. Elias met her eyes. If you come back with the throne, I will hold that promise. If you do not come back, the city council will need every piece of leverage it can find just to survive the night. I wish I could offer you more than calculation, but that is all I have left. He left. The door closed behind him. Chapter 30. They reached the tower door before the knock came. 3 sharp strikes. Formal. Not a fist, not a blade. A messenger's rhythm. Deliberate and unhurried, carrying the weight of authority that did not need to force entry. No stopped with her hand on the latch. Lazar moved past her and stood between her and the door. His shoulders had gone tight, the stillness of a man who had heard that knock before and knew what followed. "How many?" she asked. He did not pretend to misunderstand. "At least 4. A herald, a witness, and 2 guards for the formality of escort." His voice was flat. "This is not an interception. It is an invitation I cannot refuse." Zofia pressed herself against the wall beside the hearth, her ledger clutched to her chest. "The Regency cannot compel you to attend. You are head of a sovereign house. Article 12. Article 12 protects my ward within my walls. It does not exempt me from a formal summons to the Concord floor when the Regent invokes emergency session." Lazar's jaw worked. She moved the deadline to sunset. She knew I would be here when the knock came. Noor's fingers curled around the iron key in her palm. "Then we go out the back. The service entrance." "They will have sealed it by now. Ondine did not send a herald to watch us walk out the other door." He turned to face her, and she saw the calculation in his eyes, cold and ancient and utterly focused. "She wants me on the floor. She wants to force the question of where I stand before the entire court, so that when I follow you into the dark, it is a public act of war and not a private choice." "Then do not follow me." The silence that answered was sharper than any refusal. Lazar crossed the room in 3 strides and stopped close enough that she felt the heat of him, the controlled fury that had nothing to do with anger at her. "I have been the court's blade for 9 centuries. I have executed every false claimant, enforced every succession law, and watched every heir fail because I believed the law could hold the city together long enough for the right one to arrive." His voice dropped. "If I let you walk into that passage alone while I stand on a floor and pretend to be impartial, I become a lie. And I have been a lie long enough." "Then what do you propose?" He pulled the silver pin from his collar, the first sword crest, the symbol of office that had marked him as the Queen's executioner for 900 years. He laid it on the table. "I will answer the summons. I will walk onto that floor. And when Ondine demands that I stand aside and preserve the appearance of neutral law, I will tell them exactly where I stand." Sophia made a sound like a breath cut short. "Lord Corvath, stow it." His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a man who had stopped caring about consequences. "Zofia, you go with Noor. You take the service entrance before they seal it. You do not wait for me. You descend through the passage her mother marked and you reach the lock before any of Ondine's forces are positioned." "And you?" Lazar looked at Noor. "I give them something to watch." Noor understood. He would walk into the Twimmen Sins Hall, face the court, and destroy the last pretense of neutrality that had protected him for 9 centuries. He laid it on the table. "I will answer the summons. I will walk onto that floor, and when Ondine demands that I stand aside and preserve the appearance of neutral law, I will tell them exactly where I stand." Zofia made a sound like a breath cut short. "Lord Corvath, stow it." His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a man who had stopped caring about consequences. "Zofia, you go with Noor. You take the service entrance before they seal it. You do not wait for me. You descend through the passage her mother marked, and you reach the lock before any of Ondine's forces are positioned." "And you?" Lazar looked at Noor. "I give them something to watch." Noor understood. He would walk into the Crimson Hall, face the court, and destroy the last pretense of neutrality that had protected him for 9 centuries. He laid it on the table. I will answer the summons. I will walk onto that floor, and when Ondine demands that I stand aside and preserve the appearance of neutral law, I will tell them exactly where I stand. Zofia made a sound like a breath cut short. Lord Corvath, stow it. His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a man who had stopped caring about consequences. Zofia, you go with Noor. You take the service entrance before they seal it. You do not wait for me. You descend through the passage her mother marked, and you reach the lock before any of Ondine's forces are positioned. And you? Lazar looked at Noor. I give them something to watch. Noor understood. He would walk into the Crimson Hall, face the court, and destroy the last pretense of neutrality that had protected him for 9 centuries. He laid it on the table. I will answer the summons. I will walk onto that floor, and when Ondine demands that I stand aside and preserve the appearance of neutral law, I will tell them exactly where I stand. Zofia made a sound like a breath cut short. Lord Corvath, stow it. His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a man who had stopped caring about consequences. Zofia, you go with Noor. You take the service entrance before they seal it. You do not knock for me. You descend through the passage her mother marked, and you reach the lock before any of Ondine's forces are positioned. And you? Lazar looked at Noor. I give them something to watch. Noor understood. He would walk into the Crimson Hall, face the court, and destroy the last pretense of neutrality that had protected him for 9 centuries. He laid it on the table. I will answer the summons. I will walk onto that floor, and when Ondine demands that I stand aside and preserve the appearance of neutral law, I will tell them exactly where I stand. Zofia made a sound like a breath cut short. Lord Corvath, stow it. His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a man who had stopped caring about consequences. Zofia, you go with Noor. You take the service entrance before they seal it. You do not wait for me. You descend through the passage her mother marked, and you reach the lock before any of Ondine's forces are positioned. And you? Lazar looked at Noor. I give them something to watch. Noor understood. He would walk into the Crimson Hall, face the court, and destroy the last pretense of neutrality that had protected him for 9 centuries. He laid it on the table. I will answer the summons. I will walk onto that floor, and when Ondine demands that I stand aside and preserve the appearance of neutral law, I will tell them exactly where I stand. Zofia made a sound like a breath cut short. Lord Corvath, stow it. His voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a man who had stopped caring about consequences. Zofia, you go with Noor. You take the service entrance before they seal it. You do not wait for me. You descend through the passage her mother marked, and you reach the lock before any of Ondine's forces are positioned. And you? Lazar looked at Noor. I give them something to watch. Noor understood. He would walk into the Crimson Hall, face the court, and destroy the last pretense of neutrality that had protected him for 9 centuries. He laid it on the table. I will answer the summons. I will walk onto that floor, and when Ondine demands that I stand aside and preserve the appearance of neutral law, I will tell them exactly where I stand. Zofia, meant it? His voice was rough. But together does not mean I follow you into the dark at the same step. It means I find you there. And I will? He opened the door. The herald stood in the corridor, flanked by 2 guards in Regency black. Behind them, at the far end of the hall, a row of servants held candles that cast long shadows across the stone. Lazar stepped through. The door closed behind him. Noor stood in the sudden silence, her hand still raised where she had caught his arm. The copper bracelet burned cold against her arm. From beyond the door, the herald voice rang out. First Sword Lazar Korthath, by the Regent's authority and the Concord emergency clause, you are summoned to the Crimson Hall to answer for your conduct regarding the mortal auditor Noor Haddad and the disposition of this thing in a false claimant. The words hummed in the air like a stethoscope bag. Whilst not reached Naira man, Berthley the Fodpla. Chapter 31. Zofia moved through the service entrance like a woman who had memorized every step in advance. Noor followed, one hand pressed against the stone wall, the other clutching the iron key Lazar had given her. The passage beyond was narrow enough to brush both shoulders. No light except the thin flame of Zofia's candle, which threw their shadows long and distorted against curved brick. The air smelled of wet stone, rust, and something older that Noor could not name. These tunnels were built before the Crimson House, Zofia said, her voice low. The city grew over them, the court built on top of them, but the foundation never changed. The map shows the main passage branches about a quarter-mile east, Noor said. The secondary route Layla marked will take us past the old ward anchors. I know the pack. I surveyed it 70 years ago, before the decommission. Zofia's voice carried a tightness Noor had not heard before. You never told me you had been down here. You never asked. Zofia glanced back, the candlelight catching the pale blue of her eyes. And I was not certain I would find it again. 70 years is a long time to hold a floor plan in memory. They walked in silence for a stretch that felt longer than it probably was. The passage slanted downward, the brick giving way to rough-hewn stone that glistened with moisture. Noor counted her steps. 53, 89, 112. The copper bracelet pulsed against her wrist. Not cold this time. Warm, like blood returning to a limb that had fallen asleep. Zofia built up from the map. Each woman gave enough blood to keep the ward stable. Not enough to die. Enough to bind. Noor stared at the worn seal, the grooves where her mother's blood had fallen. She had never known where the copper bracelet came from, but Sabah had told her to wear it always. Now she knew why. The bracelet was a marker, she said slowly. It identified me as part of the chain. And it kept you hidden. As long as you wore it, the wards recognized you as a carrier but could not locate you. Your mother, or someone before her, placed a masking ward inside the metal. Noor thought of the voice in the sealed archive, the fragment of Saidani's will hidden in the bracelet. Her mother had walked into the Crimson House 26 years ago, pregnant with her, and somehow threaded the needle between protection and duty. What Layla started before I was born, Noor began, may still be unfinished. Zofia refolded the map. We need to keep moving. The veiled moon peaks soon, and if the secondary passage collapses before we reach it, I know. They crossed the chamber and entered a narrower corridor on the far side. The walls here were different. Not stone, not brick, something darker, smoother, almost organic, like compressed sediment that had been laid down before the city existed. The copper bracelet warmed again, stronger this time, and then the candle went out. Noor stopped. The darkness was absolute, pressing against her eyes like a physical weight. Zofia, I still have the candle. The flame did not die, it was extinguished. Noor heard the careful choice of words, not blowed out, extinguished, as if something had taken the heat from the air. The copper bracelet pulsed hot against her wrist, and ahead, in the darkness, something groaned. Not metal, not stone, a deeper sound, like pressure shifting through earth that had been compressed for millennia. The floor vibrated beneath her feet. What was that? Noor kept her voice steady. The lock. Zophia's voice came from the dark, strained. The breach is widening. The maintenance cycle has been overdue for weeks, and Sidani cannot hold it much longer. Then we need to move faster. I cannot see to guide us. Noor reached for her pocket. The signet was there, warm against her palm. She pulled it out and held it in her closed fist. The ring responded. A low thrum ran through the stone beneath her feet, and the signet grew worn enough to sting. Light bled through her fingers, thin at first, then brighter, gourd-edged and steady, casting her shadow long against the dark wall ahead. The corridor resolved around her. The walls were covered in symbols she did not recognize, carved deep into the dark sediment, spiraling toward the far end where a door stood. Iron. Old. The hinges were crusted with rust, but the surface bore no corrosion. It gleamed in the light from the signet, polished by hands that had not touched it in centuries. The seal chamber, Zophia breathed. Sidani's barrier before the lock. Noor walked toward it. The copper bracelet burned against her skin, and she could hear her pulse in her ears. She stopped 6 feet from the door. The iron surface was carved with the same crescent moon and downward thorn. But the thorn was reversed, pointing upward instead of down, and the crescent was incomplete, broken at the top arc. Noor reached for it. Her fingers stopped an inch from the metal. The door opened on its own. Not with a screech of rusted hinges, with silence. The iron swung inward like it had been waiting for her hand, like it had recognized her before her fingers touched the surface. Beyond the threshold, darkness waited. Not the dark of the tunnel, something thicker, older. A stillness that had not been disturbed in 200 years. The copy bracelet went cold, the signet blazed. And from somewhere deep in the chamber beyond, Noor heard breathing. Chapter 32. The breathing did not stop. Noor stood in the doorway, the signet blazing against her palm, and listened to the rhythm of something alive in the dark ahead. Not human. Not quite. The sound came from deep within the chamber, slow and wet, like lungs working through fluid. The copper bracelet was ice against her wrist. Noor. Zophia's voice came from behind her, barely a whisper. The veiled moon is rising. We cannot stand here. Noor forced her feet forward, 1 step across the threshold. The darkness did not resist her. It parted like silk, cool and deliberate, as if it had been holding its breath for 2 centuries and only now remembered how to exhale. The signet cast gold light across the chamber floor. The walls were not carved stone. They were ribbed, arched like the inside of a chest, and the surface trembled with each slow breath. She walked deeper. The chamber opened into a circle. At its center, a depression in the floor lined with black sediment, and in that depression, something stirred. Not a figure, not a body. A shape that folded and unfolded at the edges, dark against dark, and the breathing came from it. Zophia stopped at the threshold. That is not Sidoni. No, Noor said. It's the seal. The thing in the depression pulsed. The walls shuddered in response. And then, from the corridor behind them, a voice. We are not alone down here, it seems. Noor turned. The signet's light caught a tall figure stepping through the open iron door, and behind him, the gleam of drawn blades against polished leather. Mirik Sulti smiled. His dark hair was threaded with silver, his coat immaculate despite the tunnel dust, and his thin smile carried the warmth of a merchant who had found the market exactly where he predicted. Mistress Haddad. He inclined his head. I confess I hoped to find you before you reached the lock. You move faster than my factors anticipated. Noor's hand closed around the signet, The light did not waver. You followed Elias's leak. Followed is generous. I positioned myself earlier this evening while you were still above ground arguing with your grandmother. Merrick stepped past Zofia without looking at her, his gaze fixed on Noor, measuring, appraising. I know about the secondary passage. I know about Layla's map, and I know you have not yet touched the lock. Behind him, 4 armed figures filled the doorway. Their eyes caught the gold light and returned it flat. Vampire mercenaries, hired for discretion. Noor's pulse hammered, but she kept her voice steady. You came to kill me? Merrick laughed, a thin, practiced sound. If I wanted you dead, I would not have announced myself. I came to negotiate. He stopped at the edge of the chamber's depression. His eyes dropped to the dark shape at its center, and for a fraction of a second, something genuine flickered across his face. Unease. Sidoni's hunger is nearly free, he said quietly. You can feel it, can't you? The walls remember what she consumed. Noor did not answer. I have a proposal. Merrick turned back to her, the merchant's mask restored. You are about to touch the lock. When you do, the court will know. Ondine will have no choice but to descend and confront you. But she will not arrive for another hour, perhaps less. That gives us time. Time for what? For me to guarantee your survival? He spread his hands. I have factors positioned at every egress. I have records of every tithe lord who enriched himself during the empty throne. And I have no loyalty to Ondine Maraval beyond what the market demands. The air in the chamber grew colder. The breathing from the depression quickened. Noor studied him. You want me to back your claim over the eastern districts? Protect your holdings when I take the throne. I want you to recognize that a queen needs allies who understand leverage. Merrick's smile sharpened. I can keep Ondine's faction fractured. I can keep Merrick Sulty's name out of the documents that will surface when the Concord is renegotiated. In return, you leave Eastern Tithe oversight under my control and write off certain debts accrued during the Regency. The deal hung in the air between them. Noor thought of Elias's portfolio, the sealed records of the bloodline carriers, the payment trail that led through Merrick's ghost companies. She had the documents that could ruin him, and he knew it. Interesting offer, she said, but you're not the only one who reads ledgers. She reached into her coat and pulled out the folded page she had taken from Elias's portfolio. The names were there, the shell accounts, the Eastern District holdings Merrick had siphoned through a dozen false companies during the empty throne. Before I touch anything, Noor said, I want to know, will your offer survive the moment you see your name in a succession claim file? Merrick's smile did not waver, but something in his eyes hardened. Mistress Haddad, you would blackmail a tithe lord before you have claimed the throne? I would remind a tithe lord that I audit ledgers for a living. Noor held his gaze. I've found your ghost trail, Merrick. Every shell, every inflated assessment, every debt you created to drain Eastern District revenue into your private accounts. I haven't filed the report yet. The chamber fell silent. From the depression at the center, the breathing stopped. Merrick looked at her for a long moment. Then he laughed again, and this time the sound had edges. You would have made an excellent merchant. He stepped back. I will withdraw my factors, for now. But when you touch that lock, Mistress Haddad, every piece on the board moves, and I will not be the only one watching for your balance to slip. He gestured, and the earth figures behind him retreated through the iron door. Merrick paused at the threshold. One more thing. Ondine is not coming through the main passage. She knows about the Eastern Grate. She will bring 40 armed loyalists, not 4. He stepped through the door. The iron swung closed behind him, and the darkness settled back into place. Noor stood alone with Zofia and the breathing dark. And then, from the depression at the center of the chamber, the shape stirred fully. The signet blazed, and something beneath the seal opened its eyes. Chapter 33. The eyes in the depression did not blink. They were not human. The pupils were black and depthless, ringed with gold that flickered like embers catching wind. Noor's hand tightened on the signet, and the gold light from the ring flared in response. The chamber walls shuddered once, a long, slow contraction like a rib cage drawing breath. Zofia whispered something behind her. A prayer, maybe. Or a curse. The shape in the depression rose. It did not stand. It unfolded itself from the dark sediment like water moving uphill, and by the time Noor understood what she was seeing, the figure had taken the form of a woman seated upright within a cradle of stone and gold. Black hair, tangled and long, falling over shoulders that had not moved in 2 centuries, skin the color of old parchment. A gown that might once have been white, now stained with earth and rust and something darker. Her hands rested on her thighs, palms open, and in each palm, a thin line of gold glowed where blood had once flowed and still remembered the path. The eyes fixed on Noor. "This is the seal chamber," Zofia said, her voice tight. "Not the lock. Sidenoe's body is the seal. She holds the hunger inside herself." Noor forced herself to breathe. The air was wrong here, thick, mineral, carrying a weight that pressed against her ribs. The copper bracelet had gone cold against her wrist, but the signet blazed, and the light from it seemed to carve the shadows into shapes she did not want to name. She stepped forward. The chamber floor was carved in concentric circles. Each ring bore symbols she did not recognize, but the pattern was unmistakable, a spiral that tightened toward the center where Sidnoni sat. At regular intervals along the rings, narrow channels had been cut into the stone, dried, empty, but the residue in them caught the signet's light and returned it darkly. Blood. Noor thought of Layla's map, the 12 anchor points, the payment stream that had run for 112 years, the women who gave blood to keep this seal stable. How long has she been like this? 200 years, Zofia said. Give or take, the seal slows everything, time, hunger, decay. She is not alive, not dead, held. Noor stopped at the edge of the innermost ring. The gold channels in Sidno's palms pulsed. Once. Twice. In rhythm with the breathing that had drawn Noor through the iron door. Sidnoni's eyes tracked her. You came. The voice was barely a bray, dry, faint. But the signet flared at the sound of it, and the chamber groaned in reply. Noor's skin prickled. You knew I would. I hoped. Sidnoni's lips moved, but the words seemed to come from deeper in the stone, from the darkness beneath her. I prepared. The signet, the trunk, the path. I could not ensure you would walk it, but I could make it possible. Why? The question came out harder than Noor intended. She was aware of Zofia at her back, of the iron door sealing them in, of Mirek's warning about 40 armed loyalists approaching through the eastern grate. But none of that mattered as much as the answer she needed. Why hide the line? Why make my mother run? Why let the court believe the throne was empty for 2 centuries while you sat down here holding a hunger you could have killed? Sidnoni's expression did not change, but something in the gold-ringed eyes shifted, a flicker of something older than weariness. The founder hunger cannot be killed, only bound. I learned that too late. Her voice gained the barest edge of strength. When I consumed the power of my enemies, I did not destroy it, I stored it, and the more I stored, the more it grew. By the time I understood what I had become, the hunger was strong enough to tear through the wards I had built to contain it. Noor's throat tightened. So you sealed yourself inside? I sealed the hunger inside me, My body became the lock. My blood became the key. Sidnoni's gaze drove to her own palms, where the gold lines pulsed. Every carrier after me was a failsafe. If the lock weakened, their blood could reinforce it. Your mother, your grandmother, the 10 before them. My grandmother never. Sabah knew enough to run. She did not know everything. Sidnoni looked up again, and for the first time, something like pain crossed her face. I made sure of that. The less she knew, the safer your mother would be. The less your mother knew, the safer you would be. Noor's hand went to the copto bracelet, cold, silent. But I am here now. Yes. And I have the signet. Yes. Then tell me what to do. The chamber fell still. The breathing from beneath the seal paused, and Sidnoni Draeven, founder of the Amarant court, looked at Noor with an expression that might have been pride. Touch the seal. Noor's heart slammed against her ribs. If I touch the seal, the lock opens. If you touch the seal, the lock answers you. There is a difference. Sidnoni's voice dropped to a whisper. The lock will test you. It will taste your blood, your will, your fear. If you are strong enough, it will recognize you as the new anchor. If you are not. She did not finish. Noor looked down at the innermost ring. The gold channels curved toward the center, converging at Sidnoni's feet. Beyond them, the stone cradle where the founder sat was etched with symbols that seemed to shift when Noor blinked. She thought of Lazar, of his voice cracking when he said he had waited 9 centuries, of his promise to find her in the dark. She thought of her mother's map, the secondary passage that remembered what you were before. She thought of the breathing dark and the hunger that could not be killed. Then she stepped over the innermost ring. The moment her foot crossed the boundary, the signet blazed so brightly that the chamber turned white. Noor felt the heat of it through her glove, felt it travel up her arm and settle behind her ribs like a second heart. Sidnoni's eyes closed. Now, the founder whispered, show it what you are. Noor reached out and pressed her palm to the seal. The stone was warm, alive. Beneath her hand, she felt the slowed pulse of the hunger, vast and patient and ancient beyond calculation. It recognized her. It wanted her. And then answered. The gold channels inside Noor's palms flared. The blood channels in the floor lit up one by one, spiraling outward from the center until the entire chamber burned with golden light. Noor felt the hunger press against her skin, against her thoughts, against the edge of her will. It was not hostile. It was hungry. The walls of the chamber groaned. Somewhere far above or far below, stone shifted, and the earth itself seemed to exhale. The copper bracelet cracked against her wrist once and then went dead. Zofia cried out. Noor did not pull her hand away. She held the seal open, and the crypt shook. Chapter 34. The gold light did not fade. Noor kept her palm pressed to the seal while the chamber groaned around her, while the walls breathed in rhythm with something vast and patient beneath her hand. The hunger pressed against her thoughts. Not hostile, not gentle, simply present, testing the shape of her will the way a tongue tests a broken tooth. Behind her, Zofia had gone silent. The copper bracelet hung dead and cracked against Noor's wrist. She felt its absence more than she expected, a hollow weight where the ward had been. Sidnoni's eyes opened. The gold rings around her pupils blazed once, then dimmed to something almost mortal. She looked at Noor the way a woman looks at a door she had been waiting to open for 2 centuries. You held. I did what you told me. No. Sidney's voice carried the barest resonance now, not a whisper anymore, but something with weight. You did what you chose. The lock tasted the difference. The blood channels in the floor pulsed once and went still. The golden light receded from the walls, pulling back into the symbols carved into the stone cradle. Noor pulled her hand away from the seal. Her palm tingled, the skin warm but unmarked. Is it done? It has begun. Sidney's gaze dropped to her own palms, where the gold channels still glowed faintly. The lock has accepted you as a candidate. It will test you fully when you stand before the court and declare yourself. The court is not here. They will be. Sidney's head turned slowly toward the eastern wall of the chamber. She is already inside the grate. Noor's blood went cold. Undine. The Regent, yes. Sidney's lips curved into something that was not quite a smile. She has been waiting for this moment longer than she knows. She believes she is coming to contain a crisis. She does not understand she is walking into a coronation. Zofia moved to Noor's side, her pale face tight with alarm. Then what we create outside the dividement included the fired, mitocratical hand. Then the second for the throne, 3-servant task guard is tenoring the Merrick where the room problem was tine. Noor emerged. We care always jortin me into the move more. Neither scalcular, to say it single. No forms hids in his ascubal. Runa smize masses, say on his lecrets than carps. A slowly, 14 foreman. Odin stays strapped. You think they will accept a mortal girl who crawled out of the crypt with a dead queen's ring? You think they will kneel to a woman who cannot even feed herself through a winter without blood? They will accept what the founder commands. Sidney's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. And I command this. She walked forward. Every step sent a pulse through the blood channels at her feet. The gold in her palms flared brighter. The hunger beneath the seal stirred, and Undine's loyalists felt it, their faces tightening, their stances shifting. Sidney stopped 3 feet from Undine. You governed well enough. I will not deny it. You held the court together through famine, faction, and the lull uncertainty of an empty throne. Her head tilted. But you knew. You knew the line was not dead. You knew the payments maintained my prison. And you chose to let the lock fail rather than surrender power to an heir you could not control. Undine's pale green eyes flickered. I chose to protect the city from a succession war. You chose to protect yourself. The silence that followed was absolute. Noor felt the weight of it pressing against her chest. The 40 loyalists had not moved, but she saw the uncertainty spreading through their ranks, the sideways glances, the calculations behind their eyes. Undine did not flinch. If you name her here, in this chamber, without witnesses, without the Concord's acknowledgement, the court will fracture. The tithe lords will claim coercion. The mortal council will demand explanations. And the city will bleed. Then we will bleed. Sidney's voice was quiet. And we heal. And those who survive will know that the throne was never empty. It was waiting. She turned to face the chamber. Every symbol on the walls flared gold. The blood channels beneath her feet ignited, sending light spiraling up the stone cradle and across the ribbed ceiling. The hunger stirred beneath the seal, not breaking free, but making itself known, a pressure against the air that made every vampire in the room step back. Sidney lifted her voice. I, Sidney Draeven, founder of the Amaranth Court, living seal of the founder hunger, name Noor Haddad of the Draeven bloodline as my living heir and intended successor. She carries my blood. She carries my signet. She has passed the lock's first test. And before this court, before this city, before the hunger itself, I recognize her as the rightful heir to the empty throne. The golden light blazed. The chamber held its breath. And Undine Maraval, regent of the Amaranth Court for a century, dropped to her knees. Not by choice. The ward forced her. The weight of Sidney's recognition pressed down like a physical hand, driving her to the stone floor. Behind her, The 40 loyalists hesitated. Then the first one knelt. Then the second. Then the third. But Ondine's eyes, fixed on the stone floor, held no surrender. They held calculation. They held survival. They held the quiet certainty of a woman who had already begun planning her next move. And somewhere beneath the sealed stone, the founder hunger stirred, patient and vast, waiting to see what the heir would do with a court that had never wanted her. Chapter 35. Ondine rose. Not gracefully, not because the ward released her. She rose because refusal was not in her nature, and the golden weight pressing down on her shoulders could not compete with a century of absolute command. She stood. The loyalists behind her stayed kneeling, but their eyes tracked her, waiting for the signal that had kept the court intact through famine, faction, and the long uncertainty of an empty throne. I will not kneel to a dead woman's gambit. Ondine's voice cut through the chamber's glow. She straightened her collar, smoothed the charcoal silk of her gown, and met Sidonie's gold-ringed gaze without flinching. You sealed yourself beneath this city 2 centuries ago. You left no succession plan, no instruction, no warning about what you had bound inside your own ribs. Her pale green eyes swept the chamber, the kneeling loyalists, the pulsing walls. You left me to hold together a court that did not know it was sitting on a wound that could devour them. Sidonie's head tilted. You knew enough. I knew there was a lock. I knew blood was required to maintain it. I did not know you had made yourself the cork in a bottle full of something older than our species. Ondine's voice rose, edged now, cracking through the elegant composure she had worn for 100 years. I kept the payments running. I kept the accounts hidden. I kept the archivists quiet. I kept this city alive through 3 succession crises, a famine that killed half the eastern districts, and a mortal uprising that would have burned the Crimson Hald to ash if I had not personally negotiated the Concord renewal. You kept yourself in power. Someone had to hold the throne. The chamber trembled, not from Sidonie's wards, not from the golden light still blazing through the blood channels. The tremor came from beneath, a deep geological groaning that traveled up through the stone cradle and into Noor's bones. The founder hunger. Shifting. Listening. Sidonie's expression did not change, but Noor saw her hands tighten at her sides, the gold channels in her palms flickering. Ondine saw it too. You are weakening. Her voice dropped. You have been awake 10 minutes, and already the seal is straining. You cannot hold it forever. You cannot hold it another hour. She turned to face Noor directly. And you passed 1 test. 1. You touched the lock and it did not kill you. That does not make you a queen. That makes you a key. The chamber groaned again, louder this time, and a crack spiderwebbed across the stone floor between Noor and Sidonie. Noor felt it through her boots, a pulse of heat, ancient and patient, rising from the fissure. Sidonie's shoulders tightened. She passed the first test, the founder said. The lock accepted her blood and her will. The second test will follow. There is no time for tests. Ondine stepped forward, past Sidonie, past the kneeling loyalists, until she stood at the edge of the cracked floor, facing Noor across the fissure. The Concord delegates are waiting. The Tithe Lords are armed. The Mortal Council has agents in every district watching for the collapse they have been predicting for a decade. Her voice dropped to something near pleading. I did not lie to protect myself. I lied to protect a city that cannot survive another civil war. And if you force a succession now, without preparation, without alliances, without a single night of experience in the court you claim to inherit, You will destroy everything I spent a century preserving. Noor met her stare. You spent a century preserving a lie. I spent a century preserving order. Ondine's voice broke on the last word. There is a difference, and you are too young to see it. The floor cracked again. This time the fissure split wider, and a sound emerged from the darkness below. Not a groan, not a pulse, a breath. Slow and vast, like something waking from a very long sleep. Sidonie's face went pale. We are out of time. She turned to Noor and the gold in her eyes flickered, dimmed, reignited. The lock accepted you as a candidate. That gives us access. But the seal must be stabilized before the hunger wakes fully. If I fall, the prison falls with me, and the city above becomes feeding ground for something that has not tasted mortal blood in 2 centuries. Noor's hand went to the signet ring, still boring, still blazing. What do I need to do? Touch the seal again, feed your blood into the channels, let the lock read you completely. Sidonie's voice was steady, but Noor saw the trembling in her hands, the gold channels flickering like dying embers. It will take everything you have. It may take more. She is mortal. Ondine's voice cut across the chamber. She cannot survive the channel feeding. You would burn her out in an hour and leave the city with a dead heir and a broken lock. Then find me another way. Sidonie's eyes flashed. You had a century to study the lock. You had the payments, the records, the archivist. You knew the bloodline existed. You could have prepared. I prepared the only way I knew. Ondine's voice was quiet now, almost tired. I kept the city alive. I kept the court intact. I kept the hunger contained by controlling the seal's maintenance with precision, not faith. She turned to Noor. If you take the throne tonight, unprepared and unsupported, the court will tear itself apart within a month. The mortal council will demand the Concord be dissolved. The eastern districts will fall to the first faction strong enough to hold them, and the hunger will rise because there will be no one left to maintain the lock. She paused. I can still prevent that. I can order you seized, confined to the tower, and used for a controlled blood response that stabilizes the seal without a succession crisis. You would survive. The city would survive. And in a year, when the Concord is secure and the factions have been managed, you could take the throne with actual power behind you, not just a dead queen's blessing. The chamber fell silent. The hunger breathed beneath the cracked stone. And Noor looked at Ondine, at the woman who had spent a century holding together a lie she believed was necessary, and saw something she had not expected. Fear. Not fear of losing power, fear of watching her city burn because a girl with ink-stained fingers and a dead queen's ring had been handed a throne she did not know how to hold. Sidonie's voice cut through the quiet. The heir chooses. Noor felt the weight of every eye in the chamber, the kneeling loyalists, the trembling archivist, the ancient founder, gold fading in her palms, the regent, standing on the edge of a cracking floor, watching her with the exhausted gaze of a woman who had already lost. She looked down at the signet ring. Still boring. Chapter 36. The darkness surged against the broken stone, and Noor felt it recognize her with a certainty that went deeper than blood. She stood at the edge of the fissure, the signet blazing on her finger, the dead bracelet hanging cold against her wrist. Below, something vast shifted in the dark, not climbing, not reaching, waiting. Sidonie's voice came thin. Noor, the channels, now! Ondine moved before Noor could answer, her hand cutting through the air toward her loyalists. Seize her! Controlled response! Do not let her feed the seal! The loyalists rose from their knees. 20 of them. 40. Noor lost count in the surge of movement, the scrape of boots on stone, the flicker of torchlight across arms, shoulders. They came forward in a disciplined wave, and Noor's body locked, caught between the hunger below and the wall of bodies closing above. Then the iron door at the chamber's far end slammed open. Lazar stepped through. He did not carry a blade. He did not need one. The weight of his presence struck the room like a physical force, and the loyalists at the front of the wave faltered. Recognition, memory, the instinct of a court that knew exactly what the first sword had been trained to do. He walked past them, through them. They parted without thinking, the way water parts around a stone. He stopped beside Noor, facing Ondine, and the silence he brought with him filled every crack in the chamber. "The heir chooses," he said, his voice quiet and absolute. Ondine's composure cracked. "You are no longer first sword. You have no authority here." "I do not need authority." Lazar's hand found Noor's, steady and warm, and the bond flared between them, not overwhelming, not consuming, anchoring. "I need only stand beside her." The loyalists hesitated. Noor felt the weight of the moment, the knife-edge balance of a chamber where one wrong word could tip everything into blood. She looked at Sidonie, trembling against the stone cradle, at Ondine, exhausted and desperate, at the crack in the floor where the hunger breathed and waited. She stepped back from the edge, not retreat, ground. "I will not feed the seal tonight." Sidonie's eyes widened. "Noor." "I will not feed the seal," Noor repeated, "because I do not know what it will cost me, and neither do you. You said the lock tests blood, will, and fear. You said the Hunkat has not tasted mortal blood in 2 centuries. She met Sidonie's gaze. "You do not know what happens when it does. Neither does she." She tilted her head toward Ondine. "And I will not become a sacrifice for a city that does not know my name, or a weapon for a regent who wants me controlled, or a vessel for a hunger I do not understand." The silence that followed was absolute. Ondine's lips parted, closed. For the first time since Noor had met her, the regent had nothing to say. It was Lazar who spoke. "What do you want?" The question was soft, not a challenge, not a test. He was not asking as the first sword, or as the queen's executioner, or as the man bound by 9 centuries of oath. He was asking as the man who had stepped through an iron door into a room full of armed loyalists to stand beside her. Noor turned to face him fully. "I want time. I want to understand what I am agreeing to before I sign the contract." She held his gaze. "I want to choose the throne because I am ready to hold it, not because a dead queen's blood key and a Hungvan abyss forced me into it." She stepped closer, close enough to feel the warmth of him, the slow, steady beat of his anomalous heart. "And I want to choose you." Her voice dropped. "Not because the bond decided it, not because fate cornered me, because you gave me truth when lies would have served you better. Because you stood beside me when standing cost you everything. Because I trust you, Lazar Korvath, and I do not trust easily." Something shifted in his winter iron eyes. Not the flare of the bond, the raw pull of blood and fate. Something quieter, something chosen. He lifted her hand and pressed his lips to her knuckles, a gesture so formal, so deliberate, it felt like a vow. "Then you have me," he said, "not as the first sword, not as the queen's instrument, as the man who will wait as long as you need, and stand where you stand, and follow no command but yours." The bond steadied. Not a flare, not a consuming fire, a line of gold drawn through the dark, both of them holding it together, and Noor felt the difference between fate and choice with a clarity that made her chest ache. Behind them, the hunger stirred. A low groan rose through the cracked stone, and the golden light in Sidonie's palms flickered, dimmed, steadied. "The seal cannot wait forever," Sidonie said, her voice thin. "You have bought hours, not days." Noor turned to face her. "Then tell me what I need to know." The full truth. The memory you said the lock would test. Every detail of what the hunger is and what it will demand of the one who binds it. Sadoni's gold-ringed eyes searched hers. You will not survive what you are asking to know. I will not survive ignorance either. A long pause. The hunger breathed beneath them, patient and vast, and somewhere in the darkness below, something that had waited 2 centuries for mortal blood began to stir in earnest. Sidoni opened her mouth to answer. The eastern grate exploded inward. Not the grate itself, but the wall around it, stone and mortar and iron tearing apart in a spray of debris that sent loyalists diving for cover. Through the dust, shapes moved, armed, precise, too many to count. And behind them, stepping through the breach with a thin, satisfied smile, Mirik Sulti raised his hand. Before anyone makes any more dramatic decorations, he said, I should mention that the city council just voted to suspend the Concord. The chamber went still. Ondine's face drained of color. You lie. I never lie about leverage. Mirik's smile widened. The mortal districts are sealing their borders. The night districts are already rioting. And the founder's heir, his A's found Noor, is about to inherit a war. Chapter 27. Mirik's smile held while the chamber steadied around his words. Ondine moved first, not toward him, toward the seal, her hand outstretched as if she could physically reclaim control of the narrative. You have no authority to. The city council voted unanimously. Mirik pulled a folded document from his coat, cream paper stamped with the mortal seal. The Concord is suspended until the Amaranth court produces a recognized sovereign, not a regent, not a claimant, a crowned head who can guarantee the blood tithe terms for the next century. The paper crackled as he held it up. Noor read the faces around her. Ondine's loyalists, armed for containment, not war. Zofia, pressed against the far wall with one hand on her throat. Lazar, whose stillness had gone absolute, the stillness of a man calculating how many bodies stood between him and the great. Sodoni was the only one who laughed. It was a dry sound, centuries old, scraping up from a throat that had not used it in 200 years. A unanimous council? In my day, unanimity meant someone had already been paid or threatened into silence. Her gold-ringed eyes fixed on Mirik. Which was it? Both. Mirik did not flinch. But that is not your concern, Founder. You have been dead for the better part of a century. The living get to make the mess now. The hunger stirred beneath Noor's feet, a slow pulse like a second heartbeat waking deep in the stone, and the golden channels in Sodoni's palms flared, dimmed, flared again. The queen's shoulders tightened, and for the first time, Noor saw the cost of the performance. Sodoni was holding the seal by will alone, and her will was fraying. You do not have hours, Sodoni said very quietly. You have minutes. The suspension, the riots, the council. None of it matters if the hunger rises before you decide. Noor looked at the signet on her finger. She had passed the first test. The lock had accepted her blood and her will. But the second test hung between them, the memory she had refused to be told, the things Sodoni promised would destroy her to know. I need to renew the seal, Noor said, now, before the hunger breaches. You do not have the knowledge, Sodoni said, not yet. The memory must come first, or the seal will read you as incomplete and… Then teach me enough. Not the full truth. Enough. Sodoni's eyes searched hers. Something passed between them, a calculation Noor could not read, and then the founder nodded once. The lock answers 3 things: blood, will, and name. You have already given blood and will. The third gives the seal permission to accept you as anchor. Sononi raised her hands, and the gold channels in her palms blazed. Press the signet into your palm until it draws blood. Then place your hand where mine is, speak your full name, and the seal will read what you are. That is it. That is the door. What you find on the other side is the memory. Noor pulled the signet from her finger. The crescent moon and downward thorn caught the golden light, and the band was warm from her skin. Warm with it had been waiting for this moment. Lazar moved to stand beside her. I will be at the grate, he said. When the seal accepts you, the wards will redraw themselves. That will draw every faction in the tunnels toward this chamber. He did not touch her. He did not need to. Do what you came here to do. She wanted to say something that matched the weight of the moment. Instead, she pressed the signet into her palm, hard, and felt the edge bite through skin. Blood welled, dark and bright, and the signet drank it. The rune changed. Not visually, not audibly, but the pressure shifted, like a door opening in a room she had not realized was sealed. The hunger beneath her feet went still, and the golden channels in the floor began to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. Noor stepped forward. Sononib's beside, and the cradle of stone and gold lay open before her. The depression where the founder had sat for 2 centuries, the place where the hunger pressed closest to the surface. She placed her bleeding paw on the stone. No, our shadow is a mishpersi. No, they will stop people's mind. It was early proved to the numb of exciting entire minute, which is someone was no longer collectorly. What you find right now in the actor? I think so much of blood in the young. No, every clarificant is it might salutant. But this is the Joyce time. Every everkin for the forced is the residence for the sum. They completely actually presented like every stomist would shigist. Just creetly sloting blood are interested. And today, whatever field when Araname is kneeing to start, you're back to the very consistently man. They are going, let's say. I will belome. Chapter 38. The grate groaned open. Noor turned before the sound finished echoing. The eastern tunnel breathed darkness at her, and for a moment she saw nothing but the shape of the opening, the black beyond it, the promise of something stepping through. But no one came. The grate stood open, empty, the iron still trembling from whatever had forced it. Lazar moved before she could speak. He crossed the chamber in 3 strides, positioned himself between Noor and the tunnel mouth, and stood with his shoulders set and his hands empty. No blade, no weapon. A man who had spent 9 centuries learning that the body itself was enough. Close it, Noor said. Zofia was already moving. The archivist crossed to the grate, her thin hands finding the iron lever, and pulled. The mechanism streamed. Metal ground against metal, and the grate sagged shut, the lock catching with a sound like a jaw closing. Zofia turned. Her pale blue eyes were wide. It was not forced from outside, she said. The latch was thrown from inside the chamber. Someone's still in this room. Noor felt the words land like a stone dropped into still water. Ondine's loyalists shifted. Hands moved toward weapons. Eyes swept the chamber, counting faces, measuring distance, looking for the one who did not belong. Ondine herself had not moved. She stood at the center of her knelt loyalists, silver blonde chignon still immaculate, pale green eyes fixed on Noor with an expression that had not changed since the ward had forced her down. Measuring. Regent, Noor said, do you know who threw that latch? Ondine's mouth curved. It was not a smile. I know 100 people in this court who would open that gate if they believed it served the city. I do not know which of them is standing in this room. It was not an answer. It was a deflection wrapped in a truth, and Noor recognized the shape of it because she used the same technique when she wanted to reveal nothing while sounding cooperative. She filed it. Then she walked past Ondine, past the knelt loyalists, past Sidoni's sagging form against the stone cradle, and stopped at the center of the chamber where the seal still pulsed beneath her feet. She turned to face them. The blood had dried on her palm. The gold shimmer was gone. The signet on her finger sat dark and still, but she could feel it now, a weight that had not been there before, a connection running from the metal through her skin into the stone beneath her. The lock knew her. The rune knew it too. "I passed the first test," Noor said. "The lock accepted my blood. Sidoni named me heir. The ward forced you to kneel." She let the silence stretch. "But I have not claimed the throne. I have not been crowned. And the Concord is suspended until the court produces a recognized sovereign." She looked at Ondine. "I want you to tell me what that means for the city." Ondine's pale green eyes held hers. "It means your mortal districts will seal themselves within the hour," she said. "It means the night markets will burn before dawn. It means every tithe lord with a private army will decide whether to back you, kill you, or wait to see which way the blood falls." "And which way have you decided?" Ondine did not answer. The silence stretched. The loyalists held their breath. Zophia's fingers pressed against her own throat, and Lazar stood at the grate with his back to the iron, watching the room the way he had watched execution chambers for 9 centuries. Ondine's jaw tightened. "I have spent a century preserving this city," she said. "I held it together through famine, through succession crises, through mortal uprisings that would have burned the Crimson House to the ground. I did it without a throne, without a founder, without anyone to tell me I was right or wrong." Her voice cracked on the last word. "And now you stand there, a mortal woman who has been in this court for less than a month, and you expect me to kneel to you because a dead queen says your blood is the answer?" Noor did not look away. "I expect you to kneel because the lock is failing, and you let it fail, because you would rather control a dying city than trust an heir you did not choose." The words hit. Ondine's face went still. The pale green eyes flickered with something Noor had not seen before. Not calculation, not fear. Recognition. "You know," Ondine said, "I know you intercepted the maintenance payments. I know you let the Wartjudas starve. I know you watched a breach spread and told yourself it was necessary because an heir would destabilize the court more than a controlled collapse." Ondine said nothing. "You were not wrong," Noor said. "An heir would destabilize the court. A mortal heir will destabilize it more. But you made that choice without asking the city, without asking the court, without asking anyone who might have told you there was another way." Ondine's hands were shaking. She did not try to hide them. "What would you have done?" she asked. "If you had sat in my chair for a century, watching the lock weaken, knowing that the only bloodline that could renew it was hidden and hunted, and that exposing them would start a war you could not win?" "I would have found a better question." Ondine stared at her. "Not what?" Noor said. "Who? I would have found someone to trust." The silence that followed was not hostile. It was not surrender. It was the sound of a woman who had spent 100 years alone, making impossible choices in the dark, and had never considered that solitude was a choice too. Ondine looked at Sidoni. The founder sagged against the cradle, gold-ringed eyes half closed, her breath shallow and slow. She had passed the weight. She had nothing left to give. "Forgive me," Ondine said. Sidoni did not answer. Ondine looked back at Noor, and slowly, deliberately, she lowered her head. The loyalists followed. They knelt, one by one, the metal of their weapons scraping against the stone floor, the rustle of their coats filling the chamber like a prayer. 40 vampires, veteran loyalists, the backbone of the Regency's armed force, pressed to their knees before a mortal woman who had been unturned 3 weeks ago. Noor watched them. She did not feel triumphant. She felt the weight of every single one of them pressing against her chest. Lazar was at her side before she could ask. "The ward accepted the recognition," he said. "The chamber has recorded it. When you face the court above, they will know the regent knelt." "And Marek?" "Gone. He left before the grate opened." Noor turned to the eastern tunnel. The iron gate stood closed. The latch was secure, but she could still feel the darkness beyond it, patient and waiting, and she knew with cold certainty that Marek Salty had not walked through that gate. He had opened it for someone else. "Noor," she turned. Lazar held up the Preservation Society's summons. The broken arc tower crest glowed faintly in the candlelight. "The old eastern tower," he said, "before dawn. And the memory I refuse to learn? It sees it." Noor looked at Sidoni. The founder's eyes were closed now. Her chest rose and fell in a rhythm that was too slow, too shallow. But she was alive, and that was more than anyone had expected 2 hours ago. "The hunger told me I was not her," Noor said. "It wore her face because it had forgotten its own." Lazar's expression did not change, but she saw something move in his winter iron eyes, something ancient, something he had carried for 9 centuries and never spoken aloud. "What do you know about that face?" she asked. "Nothing," he said. She did not believe him, but she did not press him because the grate in the eastern tunnel groaned again. And this time they all heard it, and this time the darkness beyond the iron did not feel empty. It felt like someone standing very still on the other side. Waiting. Chapter 39. The grate groaned again, a long metallic shriek that did not sound like wind on iron. Every loyalist in the chamber went still. Lazar moved before the sound died, putting himself between Noor and the eastern tunnel, one hand already reaching for the blade he no longer carried. He had left the first sword pin on the table above. He was not unarmed. She had seen what he could do with his hands. "Open it," Noor said. "Noor, open the grate." He held her gaze for a heartbeat, then turned and pulled the latch. The iron door swung outward. No one stood on the other side. The tunnel stretched into darkness, empty and silent, the torchlight from the chamber pooling at the threshold and refusing to penetrate beyond. The stone floor showed no footprints. The air carried no scent. But the latch had been thrown from inside. Noor felt the weight of that fact settle into her chest like a stone dropped into deep water. "Close it," she said. Lazar pulled the grate shut. The bar fell into place with a sound that should have felt final, but did not. Ondine had not risen from her knees. She remained in the center of the chamber, head lowered, silver blonde chignon, still immaculate, hands resting on her thighs with the composure of a woman who had spent a century learning how to kneel without breaking. "Noor." Lazar's voice was quiet, controlled. The voice he used when he was about to do something irreversible. She let the lock fail. She intercepted the payments. She starved the ward channels while knowing the foundation was cracking beneath every district in this city. That is treason against the court, against the bloodline, and against the mortal population who have no idea what lives under their feet. He paused. "The sentence is death." Noor felt the words land like a blade laid flat against her throat. She looked at Ondine. The Regent's pale green eyes were dry. Her expression was not defiant and not afraid. It was the face of someone who had already accepted every possible outcome and found none of them acceptable. "She spent a century alone," Noor said. his different graduates made misconfere. He wanted time for Rome. No war, speaker. He must expected that. Who should destis his deaths? Would it? Lazar's jaw tightened. He could have trusted someone. She could have shared the weight. She chose solitude because solitude was easier than vulnerability, and she told herself it was duty because that was the only story that let her sleep at night. The stone had the manger of hour. Ondine's eyes flickered. Noor turned to face the chamber. 40 loyalists knelt in the candlelight. Some of them had been with Ondine for decades. Some of them had followed her into this crypt, believing they were containing a crisis, not prolonging one. All of them were watching Noor with the same question written across their faces. Who are you? What kind of heir would I be? Noor said, if my first act was to execute the woman who kept this city alive while the throne stood empty. A practical one. Lazar said. Maybe. She met his eyes. But I did not pass the lock's first test by being practical. I passed it by choosing. The silence between them stretched. Lazar's hand uncurled slowly, finger by finger, until his palm lay open at his side. What would you have me do? He asked. Confine her, secure quarters in the Crimson House, no contact with her faction, no access to ward channels or payment ledgers. She stays alive until I have heard the memory I refused to learn and decided what justice looks like for a city that survived because of her ruthlessness. And if her loyalists resist? Noor looked at the kneeling 40. I am not asking them to love me, she said. I am asking them to watch. One of the loyalists raised his head. He was old, not Lazar old, but old enough that the scars on his face had faded to silver. His eyes were the color of slate, and they howled theirs without hostility and without warmth. You would keep her alive, he said, after she tried to have you seized, after she let the wards starve, after she spent a century erasing your bloodline from every record she could reach. Yes. Why? Noor considered the question. Because execution would be clean, she said. It would be finished. It would let everyone who followed her pretend they had no part in what she did. Confinement forces accountability. It forces the court to look at her and remember what she was willing to sacrifice for order. I want the court to remember. The old loyalist held her gaze. Then he lowered his head again. The gesture was not quite submission. It was acknowledgement. The kind one veteran gives another when they recognize a strategy they had not considered. Lazar stepped forward. He did not touch Ondine. He simply stood before her and waited. The regent rose slowly, her knees showing no stiffness from the stone floor, her composure intact. She looked at Noor with those pale green eyes, and for a moment, Noor saw something move behind them. Not calculation, not gratitude. Respect. You will not survive them, Ondine said. Survive who? The ones who wanted me to kill you. They will not stop because I knelt. They will see your mercy as weakness, and they will test it until they find the edge. Then I will learn to weaponize it. Ondine's mouth curved. It was not a smile. Maybe you will. Lazar led her toward the eastern tunnel. 2 loyalists rose and followed without being ordered, their footsteps falling into rhythm behind him. They would secure her. They would report back. The machine of the court was already grinding into new alignment around the fact of a living heir. The chamber felt emptier without her. Sonos stirred in the stone cradle. Her gold-ringed eyes opened, slow and heavy, like someone surfacing from deep water. She looked at Noor for a long moment. You heard, Noor said. I heard. Was I wrong? Sono's breath rattled in her chest. The gold in her palms flickered, dimming and brightened in a rhythm that did not match her heartbeat. Mercy is not weakness, Sono said, but it is not strength either. It is a tool. You used it correctly tonight. You showed the court that you are not Ondine, and you showed them that you are not afraid to contradict your own executioner. That buys you time. The bully Donnelly. As the diter made. The heir is nether molecular. That's the wit in war. Reston was now riving, with right influence sunnance for what he shored as a prison powers who every single fauturely changed. The world looks to the report the Fife, crouched completely good with him skimmetly accountment. All the service is direct another. I am half competing the war, walked into the women. Signed by these completely receivers of the solid with resistancy for making. The first chapter are the Boche slight from the room while I might feel. Such a Leicester bears are wrong. I am not asking them to love me, she said. I heard. Was I wrong? Sono is my fund, and it's remade the force. Whatever you would praise me. I heard. It doesn't ask me to still. I heard. He looks out there, but the word in the wern on clume slack every level govern, let me slore and heavy like a brace, just like a shouldist cot, despite of that walked. Chapter 40. The darkness opened, and Noor walked into it. The tunnel beyond the eastern grate smelled of damp stone, and something older. Something that had been sealed so long, the air itself had forgotten how to move. Her footsteps echoed against walls that did not feel like stone. They felt like bone. Like the chamber she had left behind. Like the ribs of something vast that had drawn breath beneath the city longer than any of them had walked above it. Behind her the grate groaned shut. She did not look back. The signet burned gold against her finger, casting her shadow long and thin against the walls. She followed it because there was no other path. The tunnel branched once, then twice, and each time the ring pulled her left toward the old eastern district, toward a tower that had been demolished 40 years ago, according to every record she had read. Records could be wrong, or records could be lies someone wanted her to believe. The thought settled into her tryst like a familiar weight. She had spent her career trusting documents because people could not be trusted. Documents did not lie unless someone made them lie. But documents could be erased, sealed, burned, replaced with something that looked true but was not. She had learned that in the archive vault, standing over a dead clerk who had helped her escape. She had learned it when Elias Mercer handed her a portfolio of records he had held for 3 years, waiting for someone to ask. She had learned it from her mother's household ledger, where grocery entries hid coded dates matching every historic maintenance payment. The documents were not the truth. They were the trail. And the trail had led her here, into a tunnel beneath the city, walking toward a memory that everyone who knew about it had warned would destroy her. The tunnel widened. The walls changed. No longer rough-hewn stone, dressed stone now, worked by hands that had known what they were building. Carvings emerged from the darkness as the signet's gold light brushed them. Crescents and thorns, the same symbols that marked the seal chamber, the iron door, the trunk where Sidonie's signet had waited 2 centuries. But here the carvings were older. The crescents were not cradling the thorns, they were pierced by them. And the thorns pointed up. The same reversal she had seen on the iron door. A deliberate corruption of the Draeven symbol. A mark that said this place belonged to the Bloken branch, not the crown. The Preservation Society had built this passage, or claimed it, or been given it by someone who wanted the memory kept safe from the court above. The tunnel ended at a door, not iron, wood, old oak, black with age, banded with brass oxidized to green. No handles, no visible lock, just a smooth plate where a hand might press. The signet flared once, bright and brief. Beyond it, a circular chamber opened into a space that should not have existed beneath the eastern district. The ceiling arched high overhead, lost in shadow. The walls were lined with shelves, and the shelves were lined with ledgers, hundreds of them, thousands. Clean spines, fresh leather, gilt lettering that caught the Signet's light. Someone had been maintaining this archive long after Sidney sealed herself beneath the city. Someone had been adding to it. Noor stepped forward. The nearest ledger read, Year of the Veiled Moon, 8th Cycle, Maintenance Record, Southeast Conduit. She pulled it free. The pages were filled with her mother's handwriting. Noor's breath stopped. The dates ran from 16 years ago to 3 months ago. Regular entries, conduit pressure, blood residue levels, ward integrity readings. The same technical language she had learned to read in Sidney's logs filtered through a hand she had not seen since she was 10 years old. Her mother had not fled Vespergate. Her mother had been working. She turned the page. A folded sheet fell out. The paper was thin, worn at the edges, covered in the same handwriting but smaller, cramped, as if written in a hurry. Noor, if you are reading this, you found the passage. You passed the lock. You survived the Founder's Chamber. I knew you would. I am not coming back. Not because I do not want to, but because I already left. I finished what Sidney started, and the cost of finishing was leaving everything I loved behind. The memory they want to show you is mine. The Preservation Society has been holding it since I gave it to them 12 years ago. They said it was insurance. They said if you ever came looking, you would need to know what I learned at the end. I do not know if that is true, but I know I could not let them destroy it, and I could not carry it myself. So I left it here. For you. For when you were ready. Be careful what you choose to remember, my girl. Some truths do not set you free. They chain you to something you cannot unsee. I love you. I have always loved you, Layla. Noor read the letter 3 times. Her hands did not shake. Her voice did not break. But something inside her cracked to a seam she had not known was there, and through it poured a grief she had buried for 16 years beneath ledgers and deadlines, and the careful armor of a woman who trusted only what could be proven. The Preservation Society had kept her mother's memory, and they wanted her to claim it. She looked up. At the center of the circular chamber, on a pedestal of black stone, a single object waited. A leather-bound book, larger than the ledgers, older, bound with a clasp that bore the Draeven crescent, intact and unbroken. The memory. Her mother's memory. The truth that Sidney had warned would destroy her. Noor walked toward it. The signet burned gold against her finger. The air grew heavy, and somewhere beneath the city, deep below her feet, the Founder hunger stirred in its renewed prison, patient and waiting, knowing that she had only bought time. The clasp opened under her hand. The book fell open to the first page. The handwriting was not her mother's. It was Sidney's. And the first line read, To the one who reaches this last, I am sorry I could not tell you in person. I was already gone when you were born. I held you once, just after your mother cut the cord. You had the Draeven eyes, gold-ringed even then. I knew what that meant. I knew what I had to do. Noor's hand touched the page. The gold in the paper flared, and the room fell away,